The palm seal was just to test the water. The Black Tower Council's Dao inscription's defenses were truly strong. If it could withstand the power of the supreme mystic mystery, then it was all over. These Dao inscriptions, Lu Zhou muttered under his breath. Swoosh! The black figure saw the Dao inscriptions were not destroyed, so he flashed away quickly using his grand technique. Lu Zhou was sure the black figure was not Duan Shihua but Duan Shihua's man. It was not worth wasting a deadly strike card on such a person. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Yu Zhenghai and the others, telling them to be careful. Yu Zhenghai, Shun Shi, and Zhao Hongfu retreated upon receiving Lu Zhou's reminder. They turned around and looked at the red flying chariot. If the White Tower Council attacked at this time as well, they would be in deep trouble. After the black figure disappeared at the northwestern end, Lu Zhou struck again. A golden palm seal that was much stronger than before shot out. Boom! Similar to before, it only left a ripple that disappeared soon after. Upon seeing this, Lan Shihe and Xia Zhengrong were puzzled. Old Demon Lu's palm strike looked just like the strength it took to scratch an itch. The difference between the blue palm strike and the golden palm strike was too unbelievable. Xia Zhengrong continued to hover in the air and observe Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's palm strikes landed one after another, but they did nothing to the glowing Dao inscriptions. Following that, he flew above the Migres Tower and struck with his palm again. Then he nodded slightly. He silently chanted the mantra for the power of hearing again. Thump! 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 Lu Zhou expanded the range of his hearing until heard the voice in the Migres Tower again. Di Shihua, who was seated on a chair, banged his fist on the armrest as he said, "That's all? The two elders really died in vain. Isn't he afraid Lan Shihe will stab his back?" Duan Shihua was crafty and had many backup plans. Even if Lu Zhou managed to destroy the Dao inscriptions, he still had other ways to escape. Nevertheless, he did not think there was no need for him to escape. After all, this was the Black Tower Council's territory. Even Lan Shihe would not step into the Black Tower Council's territory unless it was necessary. Whoosh! 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 Lu Zhou heard the sound of primal chi surging. It should be from the hidden expert whom Duan Shihua sent out. He cut off the heavenly writing power and flew toward the red flying chariot. When Lu Zhou sensed the intense fluctuation from the primal chi, he raised his right hand. Unnamed in the form of a bow appeared immediately. He said indifferently, "Vermin!" Just as Lu Zhou was about to make his move, a blazing white light appeared out of thin air where the primal chi was surging. Soon enough, a blooming snow-white lotus appeared and released its energy. Boom! Faced with the attack from the snow-white energy, the black figure who had been hiding was sent flying. The snow-white energy churned in the air like a tornado as it shot out energy saber at the black figure. In just an instant, the black figure was reduced to pieces of meat. After the light vanished, Lan Shihe could be seen hovering in the air. The veil concealed her face, but it could not conceal her slender body and arms. "Master!" The blue-clad woman bowed. "Lan Shihe," Xia Zhengrong said, surprised by her action. Lu Zhou put unnamed away. Lan Shihe said, "These people came with me. They're guests of the White Tower Council. The White Tower Council is obligated to ensure their safety." In the end, it seemed like the White Tower Council had chosen to ally itself with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Indeed, it was not wise to offend a woman. She had lost 50 obsidian essences because of the Black Tower Council, and now, she was repaying them in kind. Xia Zhengrong frowned and turned around. "Who else is there? Come out." No one responded. Lu Zhou looked at Xia Zhengrong and said, "You know the answer to that. Pavilion Master Lu, I've been honest with you today. I can guarantee that Duan Shihua has nothing to do with this," Xia Zhengrong said. At this moment, Duan Shihua emerged from the Migres Tower. He coughed, feigning sickness. He looked up and asked, "Who wants to harm me?" When Lu Zhou saw Duan Shihua walking out of the Migres Tower, he said icily, "I've been waiting for you." An ordinary deadly strike card appeared in Lu Zhou's hand, and he crushed it immediately. A miniature vortex appeared in his palm, churning out a tsunami-like energy before he struck with his palm. He did not want to waste time talking to Duan Shihua and just wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Buzz! The same golden palm seal shot out again. Xia Zhengrong stood in the air and shook his head. Pavilion Master Lu? Why bother? The golden palm seal was naturally different from the ones before. It was the Taoist's 100 rivers returned to the sea. Coupled with Lu Zhou's palm seal and the primal cheese fluctuations, he now had the strength to stir up the wind and clouds. His power was as vast as a tsunami. Meanwhile, Xia Zhengrong watched carefully. He did not think Lu Zhou was capable of destroying the Tao inscriptions. Although Lu Zhou's aura was strong, his strength was not that great. Moreover, the 3,600 Tao inscriptions could even withstand the collective attacks from a group of experts. On the other hand, a disdainful smile appeared on Duan Shihua's face. Bam! When the palm seal landed on the Tao inscriptions, Lu Zhou personally smacked his fingers on the glass-like barrier that contained the Tao inscriptions. Clang! A palm-shaped hole appeared on the glass-like barrier immediately. Xia Zhengrong's eyes widened in shock. A hint of surprise flitted past Lan Shiha's face. He really broke the Tao inscriptions. Duan Shihua looked at the broken barrier with his eyes wide open. When he tried to move, he discovered his legs seemed to be frozen. Even his body seemed to be frozen. Fear began to rise in his heart. He hastily raised his hand and manifested his astrolabe with a diameter of a few meters to shield himself. Logically speaking, most of the power from the palm seal should have been depleted by the Tao inscriptions. Its remaining power would not be able to do much harm. At this moment, Lu Zhou passed through the Tao inscriptions and kicked the palm seal toward Duan Shihua. Bang! The palm seal accelerated and hit the astrolabe. Creak! The astrolabe was instantly dented. How? Duan Shihua had just finished speaking when the huge palm seal continued to advance and landed on his face, pressing him to the ground. 1,000 realms whirling avatar appeared and disappeared into Duan Shihua's body. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. Boom! After the palm seal dissipated, Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and he descended and stepped on Duan Shihua's back. Naturally, he knew Duan Shihua was not dead. Duan Shihua had only lost 1 birth chart after all. Lu Zhou exerted more strength as he stepped on Duan Shihua. Then, he glanced at Xia Zhengrong before he said, "I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Tower Master Xia." Duan Shihua grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, flames of fury began to rise in Xia Zhengrong's eyes. "You're going too far." Swoosh! 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 Cultivators from the other 6 main towers began to rush over. There were blackguards, the ordinary members, the 3rd elder Feng Kuei, the 4th elder Lu Si, the judges Jiang Jili, Luo Huan and Chen Xiao. In the end, hundreds of cultivators gathered around Lu Zhou. "Shun," she said anxiously, "the pavilion master is surrounded. Let's just wait and see." Yu Zhenghai calmly replied. "All right." Zhao Hongfu, the newcomer, was naturally worried. "What should we do? The Tao inscriptions have repaired themselves again." Lan Shiha rose higher into the sky and looked down. The blue-clad woman followed suit before she asked, "Master, do you plan to help him?" "There's no need for that. Since he's able to enter, he should be able to come out. In the end, I've underestimated him." At this moment, Lu Zhou hovered next to Migra's tower and calmly surveyed his surroundings. Duan Shihua lay on the ground, trying to suppress his fear. He said, "You killed Wu Guangping, sure you ran, and so many blackguards, and now you want to kill me. Brothers, if you don't act now, you will be the next to die." Boom! A blue light appeared under Lu Zhou's feet. He used the supreme mystic power and stomped on Duan Shihua again. A miserable cry rang in the air. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. Duan Shihua was firmly entrenched in the ground, unable to move. He grunted and spat out another mouthful of blood again. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Duan Shihua, you think you're worthy of going against me?" The cultivators in the air looked at each other in dismay. There was at least 1/3 of them who did not sympathize with Duan Shihua at all. These people, especially the third and the fourth elder, were mostly from the conservative faction that had a deep conflict with the radical faction. On the other hand, the remaining cultivators glared at Lu Zhou with fire in their eyes. How could they stand Lu Zhou trampling on the pride and dignity of the Black Tower Council? Where was the dignity of the Black Tower Council? At this moment, someone shouted from a corner, "If we don't kill old demon Lu today, when will we have the chance again?" With this, dozens of blackguards swarmed forward. Duan Shihua rose up, seizing the chance to push Lu Zhou away. Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra from the heavenly writing. In just an instant, a blue lotus bloomed under his feet. The blue lotus increased in size until it was even bigger than the Migres Tower. The lotus leaves covered the surroundings, and the supreme mystic power swept out violently like a storm. The 20 blackguards who were charging at Lu Zhou instinctively erected their protective energy. Some of them even manifested their astrolabes to shield themselves. The indescribably huge blue lotus continued to release irresistible and terrifying energy. Boom! 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 All the blackguards standing close to the Migres Tower were sent flying. One of them even died. Many thousand realms whirling avatars appeared before disappearing again. "Stay down," Lu Zhou said as he stepped on Duan Shihua, who had just sat up. At this moment, the top of the Migres Tower slid to the side before it fell. Just like that, half of the Migres Tower was gone. That was not all. All the buildings in a radius of 100 meters were also cut off in the middle by the blue lotus energy. The Tao inscriptions in the sky were destroyed again. It seemed as easy to break as tofu. However, soon after, the Tao inscriptions mended themselves again. Xia Zhengrong was forced to retreat swiftly. He only came to a stop when he crashed into one of the buildings. He looked at Lu Zhou in shock. He barely held onto his life earlier. How strong is this old man? Xia Zhengrong quickly looked down to check his armor, gauntlets, and knee pads. They were all damaged by the energy of the blue lotus. What could be seen on his skin was oozing blood. Duan Shihua was truly frightened out of his wits now. Save me, T-Tower Master Xia. Save me. Now that Duan Shihua had lost 4 birth charts, he was only left with 5 birth charts. Xia Zhengrong surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Activate the formation of the main tower." Xia Zhengrong's expression turned unsightly immediately. He was always very cautious. He cherished his life very much. Who was this person who kept giving instructions in the dark? He roared, "Stop!" The 4th elder, Lu Si, said, "We can't stop. Things have already escalated to this point. We can't stop now. Activate the tower formation. Now!" Buzz! The 7 main towers lit up with a dark light immediately. Even the damaged Migres Tower was emitting a dark light. Lu Zhou frowned and shouted, "Xia Zhengrong!" He tapped his foot and soared high into the sky. The cold was biting, and the wind blew against his black hair. Xia Zhengrong did not know why, but when Lu Zhou called out his name earlier, felt fear coursing through his veins, even though he was in his territory. "You really don't know what's good for you." The supreme mystic card appeared in Lu Zhou's palm before they dissolved into spots of starlight. In just an instant, he was surging with the supreme mystic power. Lu Zhou's eyes glowed blue as he blocked all 7 beams of light. His hair, his body, his clothes, his palm seals were all shrouded with a blue light at this moment. The heavenly writing powers, power of sight, power of hearing, and power of smell were all activated at the same time. Like a phantom, Lu Zhou vanished into thin air. He appeared high above the Mizar Tower and released the blue energy. Just like that, the buildings within 1,000 meters were flattened. Following that, 7 huge blue lotuses bloomed above the 7 main towers. The Alioth Tower, the Fekta Tower, the Merak Tower, the Migres Tower, the Mizar Tower, and the Alcade Tower. The 7 huge blue lotuses covered the sky above the land of Shu. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the incredibly dazzling and beautiful blue lotuses in awe. Each of the blue lotuses radiated a terrifying strength and killing intent. they bloomed for thousands of miles. Just like that, the Seven Towers heptagram formation was broken by the Supreme Mystic power. With the Supreme Mystic card, Lu Zhou did not hold back and went all out. Subsequently, he returned to the Migres pagoda. Duan Shihua's shadow was nowhere to be seen. He was long gone. No one dared to breathe loudly as they watched in trepidation. You think you can escape? How naive. Lu Zhou shook his head as his hair that was tinted blue by the energy fluttered in the air. Without any warning, he suddenly launched 10 palm seals toward the back of a building that was 100 meters behind him. The blue palm seals smashed against the building at lightning speed, crashing through the wall. Bang! The palm seals hit Duan Shihua's chest one after another. Duan Shihua's Thousand Realms whirling avatar appeared and disappeared, repeating the process a few times. Each palm seal contained the full power of the Supreme Mystic power. How could Duan Shihua resist? Each of the palm seals destroyed one birth chart. Bang! 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 The Supreme Mystic power lifted Duan Shihua up suddenly. Duan Shihua's eyes were wide with fear. The continuous strikes from the palm seals had left a bloody wound on his chest and destroyed all his birth charts. He was suspended in the air, hanging limply, like a fish on a chopping board. Bang! 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 When the final palm seal disappeared, nothing remained of Duan Shihua. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 8,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 2,000 merit points. Lu Zhou turned around. 3 of his skills from the heavenly writing power were still activated. Pavilion Master Lu, listen to my explanation. Lu Zhou flashed into the midst of the cultivators, specifically to where most of the cultivators from the radical faction were gathered. Once my anger has subsided, I'll listen to your explanation. Boom! To gain the power of muting so that Samadhi will manifest in the body and radiate into the surroundings like light. Dozens of blackguards were sent flying in all directions. All of them vomited blood at the same time. Moreover, all of them lost one birth chart. Lu Zhou flashed again. Get lost! The thunderous sound technique rolled out and swept over the other members of the BTC. At this moment, even Yu Zhanghai, Shun Shi, Zhao Hongfu, and the others who were waiting outside the BTC's formation widened their eyes in shock as they covered their ears. On the contrary, a frown could be seen on Lan Shiha's face. No one knew what she was thinking about at this moment. Meanwhile, Xia Zhengrong flashed around in a frenzy in an attempt to avoid the large-scale attack from the Blue Lotuses. At this moment, he had lost all the bearing of a tower master. Bang! 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 Black lotuses fell like rain and smashed into the ruins. Lu Zhou turned around and appeared in front of Xia Zhengrong. He said, "It's your turn now." Xia Zhengrong's expression was incredibly ugly. Earlier, he had already found it difficult to block the residual energy from Lu Zhou's attack. At this moment, he had no choice but to use his trump card. His Dantian Sea of Qi exploded with surging power. The power from the 3,600 Dao inscriptions surged with power as well. Lu Zhou struck, launching 10 palm strikes in just 1 second. Each of the palm strikes landed on Xia Zhengrong's arms, since he had raised them to protect himself. Xia Zhengrong screamed in pain. His armor was damaged beyond use, and his arms were exposed. His hair was unkempt, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Soon enough, a loud cracking sound rang from his arm before 1,000 whirling realms avatar appeared and disappeared again, indicating he had lost 1 birth chart. Lu Zhou was surprised. He did not expect Xia Zhengrong could block 10 strikes that contained the full supreme mystic force with the help of the 3,600 Dao inscriptions. If he did not have the supreme mystic card, he would not have been able to defeat Xia Zhengrong. Let alone the deadly strike card, even the peak trial card might not be enough to defeat Xia Zhengrong. He was certain Xia Zhengrong had more than 12 birth charts. Since he had experienced the peak power of a 12-chart cultivator, he could gauge Xia Zhengrong's strength. "I underestimated you," Lu Zhou said indifferently. Xia Zhengrong roared as an iron weapon shot out from his elbow with powers that could split the mountains and topple the sky. Boom! Lu Zhou brought out Unnamed in the form of a shield, and channeled his supreme mystic power into it, blocking all of Xia Zhengrong's attack. In the end, he was pushed back 30 meters, and his arms were slightly numb. Apart from that, he was completely unaffected. This power? Lu Zhou was taken aback. He knew this was not the time to be merciful. Meanwhile, Xia Zhengrong's eyes looked as though they were going to pop out of their sockets when he saw Lu Zhou safe and sound. Lu Zhou took advantage of the downtime of Xia Zhengrong's attack and flashed in front of Xia Zhengrong again. Just like before, he struck 10 times in a row in 1 second. Bang! 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 Xia Zhengrong endured the pain and retreated quickly. Nevertheless, he still lost another birth chart. Boom! Xia Zhengrong crashed heavily into the ruins, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! The time's up for the Supreme Mystic card. Lu Zhou thought it was time to call it a day. He did not continue to attack. He looked around, admiring his handiwork. None of the 7 main towers were undamaged. The entire place was a scene of devastation. The Black Lotus cultivators on the ground pressed their hands against their chests as they looked at Lu Zhou, who was hovering in the sky majestically with expressions of fear on their faces. Their hearts were beating so fast that it felt as though they would jump out of their chests. More than half of the members of the BTC had lost 1 birth chart. A few unlucky ones lost 2 birth charts. Only those from the Conservation faction suffered the least damage since they were hiding far away from the beginning. Some of them were glad they did not rush into the battle earlier, and some of them were in despair that the BTC had been single-handedly destroyed by that big boss. In the future, this incident would be called the complete destruction of the Black Towers as words about it spread in the cultivation world. Whoosh! At this moment, someone emerged from the ruins of the Fecta Tower that was 1,000 meters away. He was covered in dust from head to toe. He coughed violently as he patted the dust off his robe. He seemed disoriented, as though he did not know where he was. After a moment, he flew to the Migres Tower. Yen Zhenluo? Lu Zhou finally had a good look at the person's face. He almost could not recognize him. Yen Zhenluo surveyed his surroundings, dumbfounded. He shook his head, trying to get rid of the ringing noises in his ears that prevented him from hearing Lu Zhou's words. He had been imprisoned under the Fecta Tower earlier, and was affected by Lu Zhou's thunderous sound technique. After a beat, he asked in a daze, "Brother, Brother Lu, what happened?" At the ruins 100 meters in front of the Migres Tower, boom! Xia Zhengrong smashed away the rubble and debris that buried him with 1 palm. Lu Zhou turned to look with a slight frown on his face. Lu Zhou's demonstration had convinced everyone. Although the effect from the Supreme Mystic card had ended, he was not afraid. The 3,600 Dao inscriptions in the sky were once again mended. The formation was really impressive. What made the people terrified of Lu Zhou was the way he damaged the Dao inscriptions over and over again. Who would dare to doubt his ability at this time? Lu Zhou now understood why Xia Zhengrong did not dare to step out of the formation. Xia Zhengrong coughed violently as he pushed the rubble away and sat up. His face was covered in dust, and his chest was stained with blood. He felt all kinds of emotions when he looked at the ruins in front of him. Many members of the BTC sat on the ground clutching their chests, looking around in a daze. Some of them shook their heads and sighed, and some were sad. Xia Zhengrong raised his head and looked at Lu Zhou and Yen Zhenluo, who were hovering in the air. He coughed violently again. When the coughing subsided, he used his energy to remove the dust from his face and robes, looking better than before. Then he stood up with great difficulty. At the same time, Lu Zhou looked at Xia Zhengrong from above. He was not worried at all. After all, since he had used the Supreme Mystic card, he still had a full supply of Supreme Mystic power. Moreover, he had Witzard waiting outside as well, so he could replenish his Supreme Mystic power. Even Lan Shiha probably did not dare to act rashly now, let alone Xia Zhengrong, who had lost 2 birth charts. "I warned you about this," Lu Zhou said. Xia Zhengrong shook his head. He began by laughing mournfully before it gradually turned maniacal. "Black Tower, my Black Tower Council." Lu Zhou turned around. "Who wanted to explain earlier?" The members of the BTC retreated instinctively. Instead, Lu Si, the fourth elder of the BTC, flew over from afar with an ugly expression. I'm giving you a chance now, Lu Zhou said in a deceptively gentle tone. This? Lu Si sighed heavily. It's too late to explain now. Too late. Lu Zhou shook his head. If you can't give me a perfect explanation, then I'll show this isn't the worst thing I can do. All the members of the Black Tower Council. This was a direct threat. With this threat looming over his head, Lu Si hastily said, No, please be merciful. To be honest, Duan Shihua deserves to die. There are many people in the Council of Elder, including the third elder and me, who wanted to expel him from the BTC a long time ago. However, Duan Shihua had many despicable means and schemes. Pavilion Master, you're wise. It's unfair to blame all his mistakes on us. So you think you're innocent? Lu Zhou asked. Then, he looked down and asked, Don't play tricks with me. Xia Zhengrong, do you think you're innocent? Everyone turned to look at Xia Zhengrong. After Xia Zhengrong calmed down, he sighed and shook his head. I deserve this. I deserve this. After the third elder of the BTC saw that the situation seemed to have stabilized somewhat, he flew over from the distance. He sighed and said to Xia Zhengrong, I've warned you repeatedly that we can't have someone like Duan Shihua in the BTC, but you just won't listen to me. Now that things have come to this, you can't escape from taking responsibility, Tower Master Xia. The members of the BTC looked at Xia Zhengrong one after another. Many of them knew Duan Shihua's character very well. Why would their Tower Master protect such a person? Xia Zhengrong sighed. Since things have come to this, it's useless to say more. Pavilion Master Lu? Are you satisfied now? Lu Zhou frowned slightly. It seems like you're still unconvinced. Up until now, you still don't understand what you did wrong. Forget it. There's no need for the BTC to continue to exist in this world. Lu Zhou raised one hand to the sky. Primal Chi began to converge in his palm. Then he called out softly, Wizard. Wizard flew over on auspicious clouds immediately. Pavilion Master Lu, please calm down. Pavilion Master Lu, please calm down. Many elders from the upper tower from the BTC, including the judges, flew over to plead for mercy. Lu Si turned around and rebuked, Tower Master Xia. The third elder, Feng Kuei, flew out like an arrow toward Xia Zhengrong and struck him. Xia Zhengrong was naturally caught off guard. He did not expect an elder from the Elder Council would attack him. He hastily raised his hand to block the attack. Bang! Xia Zhengrong retreated quickly, sending rubble and debris flying up into the sky. Feng Kuei turned around and kneeled on one knee. Pavilion Master Lu, please show mercy. This clearly exposed the serious internal strife in the BTC. Tower Master Xia is muddle-headed now and is unsuited to make decisions for the BTC. I suggest the third elder take over for now. Feng Kuei was delighted by these words. He lifted his head and said, Pavilion Master Lu, Duan Shihua has received the punishment he deserved. Most of the members have lost their birth charts. Since Duan Shihua sent someone to hurt your disciple, I'm willing to apologize to you on behalf of the BTC. None of the members of the Black Tower Council dared to object. They only sighed in relief when Lu Zhou finally brought his hand down. At this moment, Xia Zhengrong crawled out of the ruins and spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Kuei turned around and called out in a low voice, Tower Master Xia. Xia Zhengrong's body trembled as he glared at the members of the BTC who were staring at him. These were the people whom he had groomed, the blackguards and the people from the upper tower. All of them were nurtured by him. At this moment, these people were looking at him in anger and hate. Kneel! Feng Kuei barked. The people of the Black Tower Council followed suit and echoed Feng Kuei's word. Kneel! Their voices were like a flood, drowning Xia Zhengrong. At this moment, realization dawned on Xia Zhengrong. Thud! Xia Zhengrong fell to his knees. Pavilion Master Lu, please show mercy. Xia Zhengrong shouted these words with all the strength he had left. Upon seeing this, the members of the BTC were visibly relieved. For the first time in a long time, the members of the BTC were wholly united. It was a pity that they were united against their tower master, not the enemies. It seemed like they were not afraid of incurring his wrath and being punished later. At this point, was he still capable of punishing them? Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction, but he said, "I'm afraid it's not enough." Everyone's faces paled immediately. This was within Feng Kuei's expectations. He asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, what can we do to satisfy you?" 10 obsidian essences and 20 fire spirit stones. As for the rest, I'll leave it up to you. So it was more compensation. 10 portions of obsidian essence and 20 portions of fire spirit stones. As for the rest, it's up to you. At the same time, Lan Shiha, who was hovering in the air, shook his head slightly. Her clear eyes flashed with a hint of pity. She said softly, "Xia Zhengrong must have received some news earlier. That was why he was stubbornly protecting Duan Shihua earlier." When the blue-clad woman regained her senses, she bowed and said, "Master, it's dangerous here. I suggest we return to the WTC. It's really too dangerous here." Lan Shiha shook his head. "Pavilion Master Lu has shown great power. I admit that I'd underestimated him." Then, she sighed and said, "Xiao Lan, do you think I can't win against him?" "No, no, no. That's not what I mean." The blue-clad woman lowered her head. Lan Shiha said, "He forcefully killed Duan Shihua, broke the heptagram formation and the 7 main towers. Perhaps you're right. Let's go." Following that, she flashed and disappeared from her spot before reappearing in the red flying chariot. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai flew into the red flying chariot and landed on the deck. "Tower Master Lan, are you leaving? My master isn't done yet. If you leave just like that, it'd be difficult for me to explain this to my master." Lan Shiha said, "Please inform Pavilion Master Lu that I won't contact Yi Tianxin again. If you have time, please invite him to the WTC for a chat." Buzz. A gentle energy pushed Yu Zhenghai out of the flying chariot. However, he stood firm as though he was welded to the ground. At the same time, primal chi surged from his body. Lan Shiha looked out at the deck. Lan Shiha found it strange that someone who had just formed his Thousand Realms whirling avatar was capable of standing his ground in front of her. She waved her hand casually, calming the surging primal chi, before she asked, "Are you really Pavilion Master Lu's disciple?" "Of course." Yu Zhenghai laughed. "Yi Tianxin is also his disciple?" Lan Shiha asked curiously. "Of course." Lan Shiha shook her head slightly. "I'm a little jealous of Pavilion Master Lu. His disciples are all outstanding. The new generation will gradually surpass the older generation. Perhaps, one day I'll be able to see all of you again at the peak." At this moment, Shun Shi chimed in, "This isn't that big a deal. The Pavilion Master has 10 disciples. Each of them is a prodigy." Lan Shiha. After a short silence, Lan Shiha waved her hand and said, "Let's go." This time, the white energy that was stronger than before successfully pushed Yu Zhenghai out. He could not withstand it this time. Shin Shi wanted to chase after the red flying chariot, but Yu Zhenghai raised his hand and said, "Let her go." "Mr. First, why did you try to stop her in the first place?" Shin Shi asked. "I was just trying to see if she dares to make a move," Yu Zhenghai said with a smile. "I bet she wouldn't dare." Shin Shi. "Is this what a villain looks like when he has a great backing?" At this moment, Zhao Hongfu suddenly asked, "Then what if she dares to make a move?" Yu Zhenghai turned to look at her but discovered that he had no reply. At this time, Feng Kuei said in a clear voice, "Everyone, I'll make a decision on behalf of Tower Master Xia today. If you agree, please raise your hand." All the members of the Black Tower Council raised their hands. Even Xia Zhengrong raised his hand. However, his eyes were lifeless and his movements were mechanical. "All right." Feng Ku stood up and said to Lu Zhou, "Pavilion Master Lu, the Black Tower Council agrees to your conditions. 10 obsidian essences, 20 fire spirit stones, 10,000 talismans from the Black Tower Council, 20 heaven-grade weapons, and 3 desolate-grade weapons. What do you think? Then, as though he was afraid Lu Zhou would ask for more, he hastily said, "This is the Black Tower Council's limit. The members of the Black Tower Council aren't that many, but we have a shortage of weapons. Moreover, we still have to look for a way to find the 10 obsidian essences. The gold, silver, jewelry, and other resources belong to the ordinary members of the Black Tower Council." The Black Tower Council's territory was like a small city. To operate a city, there were indeed all kinds of resources, including food, minerals, cattle, sheep, horses, money, and so on. However, these things held no value to cultivators. In any case, what Lu Zhou wanted most was obsidian essences. Although he had enough to upgrade the purple glazed ceramic, there were other weapons that needed to be upgraded as well. It was only natural to want more. Lu Zhou asked, "Are obsidian essences so rare?" Feng Kuei looked at Lu Zhou in confusion. Was this not common knowledge? Naturally, he did not voice out his thoughts. He patiently explained, "The obsidian essence, as the name implied, comes from N or called obsidian. Obsidians are top-grade minerals. Obsidians in the Black Lotus domain are incredibly rare. Moreover, it's risky to mine for them. Cultivators with high cultivation bases disdain to do the lowly work of mining, while those with low cultivation bases can only use the most primitive method to mine for obsidians. With the cooperation between major forces, there were high-level cultivators who mined for obsidians. Even then, with every 10,000 obsidian, it would only yield very few obsidian essences. The obsidian absorbs the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, and their growth condition is very harsh. Even if we go to the boundary between the Black Lotus domain and the unknown land, we can maybe get 20 obsidian essences." Lu Zhou asked, "Why does the White Tower Council have so many?" "In the White Lotus domain, there are few trees and many beasts. It's cold and snowy there with many mountain ranges. For the people to survive, they can only work in the mountains excavating and mining. For generations, they would exchange minerals for other resources," Feng Kuei explained. Lu Zhou nodded. At this point, realization finally dawned on Yan Jinluo. He looked at Lu Zhou in surprise as he said, "Brother Lu, you did this. What did you call me?" Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Yan Jinluo fell to one knee and said, "This subordinate greets the Pavilion Master, the members of the Black Tower Council." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "Yan Jinluo, I said that I would come and pick you up personally. How could I go back on my words?" At this moment, Xia Zhengrong's expression turned a little unsightly. Yan Jinluo said, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou looked at Feng Kuei and said, "Everyone knows that I'm merciful. Today, I will stop at destroying your members' birth charts, and I'll spare your lives." Feng Kuei was overjoyed. "Thank you, Pavilion Master Lu, for showing mercy." Lu Zhou raised his voice and said, "My disciple has fallen into the abyss, and his whereabouts is unknown. If he dies, I'll bury all of you with him." Lu Zhou continued to say, "Don't try to play tricks with me. If the same thing happens again, all of you won't be so lucky." Feng Kuei nodded. "It won't happen again." Lu Zhou descended. Meanwhile, Yan Jinluo was still in a daze as he looked at the devastated Black Tower Council. He could hardly believe his eyes. Lu Zhou walked to Xia Zhengrong and called out, "Xia Zhengrong." Xia Zhengrong raised his head but remained silent. Lu Zhou said, "If I can kill Di Shihua, I can kill anyone." This sentence was like knocking on a mountain to scare a tiger. Even the powerful Xia Zhengrong could not protect them. Lu Zhou stared at Xia Zhengrong. He could see the regret and helplessness in Xia Zhengrong's eyes. "I lost," Xia Zhengrong said. "You're as strong as them." "Them? You're from the Great Void, right?" Xia Zhengrong asked. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "If that's what you think, then that's what it is." Lu Zhou was too lazy to correct Xia Zhengrong. The members of the Black Tower Council looked at Lu Zhou in surprise. Realization finally dawned on them. Xia Zhengrong chuckled and said, "No wonder. Your surname is also Lu." "Surname Lu?" Lu Zhou frowned. Xianxia sat down and could not help but laugh. Lu Zhou shook his head and walked away. The blackguards standing next to the Dao inscriptions moved to the sides immediately. Lu Zhou approached the barrier of Dao inscriptions and studied them. At this time, he was completely fearless. He raised his hand and pushed it forward. His palm shone with a terrifying blue light. Crack! The Dao inscriptions were destroyed again. A hole could be seen on the barrier. After Lu Zhou and Yan Zhenlua walked out, the Dao inscriptions mended themselves again. Lu Zhou and Yan Zhenlua walked out. Lu Zhou turned around and looked at the Dao inscriptions again. He was impressed by them. If the Evil Sky Pavilion had such Dao inscriptions, they would have nothing to worry about. At this moment, Yan Zhenlua, who was following Lu Zhou, said in a low voice, "The Lu person he mentioned is Lu Li's ancestor." Lu Zhou asked curiously, "Lu Li is related to the Great Void?" Yan Zhenlua said, "Lu Li's ancestors were said to be incredibly mighty. He used to tell me about them, but I thought he was bragging. However, based on Xia Zhengrong's words, I think it might be true. When he was idle, Lu Li used to brag that his ancestors were the strongest cultivators in the world. He said his ancestors went to the unknown land and met with many fortuitous encounters there. Hence, their cultivation bases improved by leaps and bounds. When Lu Li first joined the Black Tower Council, he only had 9 leaves. The Black Tower Council only accepted him because of his family background. However, Lu Li didn't disappoint them and helped them come up with the sharing plan that benefited the Black Tower Council greatly. We'll have to ask him more for details." Lu Zhou stopped in his tracks. He looked at Yan Zhenlua and asked, "The sharing plan?" Yan Zhenlua said, "Before the conception of the sharing plan, the Black Tower Council sent people out to various places to look for birth chart beasts and their life hearts. The original intention of the sharing plan was to protect the humans and expel the beasts. In return, they would obtain the life hearts and would give a portion to the locals." Lu Zhou said, "I supposed Lu Li didn't expect the sharing plan would evolve into the captive plan, right?" Yan Zhenlua sighed and nodded. The Black Tower Council has changed. The captive plan was no longer enough, and the annihilation plan was carried out. It made Lu Li sick for a long time. "What's wrong with him?" Yan Zhenlua said awkwardly, "Many people died in the annihilation plan." Lu Li felt guilty and thought the lost lives were his fault. Lu Zhou shook his head and said disapprovingly, "He is too young. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, what is the use of feeling sick about something like this if you can't even take care of yourself?" "You're right, Pavilion Master." Meanwhile, after Lu Zhou and Yan Zhenlua left the barrier, the members of the Black Tower Council slumped to the ground. Fear still lingered in their hearts. When Lu Zhou and Yan Zhenlua arrived in front of the others, Xianxia stepped forward and said, "Pavilion Master, left envoy Yan. Lan Shi has said she will not look for Miss Sixth again before she left." Lu Zhou said, "I wanted to have a chat with her. Since she has left, forget it." Xianxia said, "I know of a place where we can rest for the time being. Tomorrow we can return to the Red Lotus domain through the Black Tower Council's runic passage. Lead the way." "Understood." Meanwhile, the collective demotion of the people of the Black Tower Council spread like a wildfire in Great Yuan. The Dark and Light Alliance and the Great Yuan's royal court were the first to learn of it. King Chun of Wu's residence in Great Yuan's royal palace. After listening to his subordinate's report, King Chun of Wu slumped against his chair. His eyes were rather lifeless as he muttered, "We've all underestimated old Demon Lu." Fan Ruashi of the Dark and Light Alliance was thoroughly shocked as well when he learned most of the members of the Black Tower Council had lost their birth charts to Lu Zhou alone. He was delighted that Chibieli was the one who dealt with Lu Zhou. Not to mention 10 obsidian essences, even if he had to give another 10 obsidian essences, he would still bite the bullet and look for them. In a lush forest in the Red Lotus domain, all the vitality energy in the surroundings gathered toward a cluster of vines and bluewood. No one knew how long had passed when the sound of barking rang in the air. Woof, woof, woof. The bluewood parted before a person emerged and soared into the sky. An energy seal swept out, cutting the vines and trees in the surroundings. Woof, woof, woof. Xianxia flew into the air as well and barked at Mingshi a few times. Mingshi stretched his limbs as he looked at the miniature avatar in front of him with satisfaction written on his face. So this is a 2-chart avatar? He continued saying, the process doesn't seem difficult at all. 1 birth chart grants 500 years. With 2 birth charts, I gained 1,000 years. What rubbish! I can't even compare to a 10,000-year-old turtle. I have to work harder. Woof, woof, woof. Doggy, you say? That son of a bitch doesn't know how to cultivate, so how can he live for so long? Woof. It's useless talking to you. This method is called stillness. Haven't you noticed those that move don't live long? This is the essence of the Bluewood Heart technique. Even Master is unaware of this. Woof, woof, woof. Xianxia shook its head as though it was disagreeing with Mingshi. It's useless talking to a dog. Let's look for a 3rd life heart. Mingshi soared high into the sky and looked at the surrounding mountain range. Doggy, go over there and have a look. Woof, woof, woof. Hey, you're the mount, and I'm the master. Hurry up and do as I say. Mingshi raised his hand and manifested his astrolabe before looking at it happily. In the land of Shu's Shenzhen in the Black Lotus domain, Xianxia led Lu Zhou and the others to an inn. Once Lu Zhou entered his room, he checked on Yu Shangrong again. It was still dark, so he had no choice but to cut off his heavenly writing power. Following that, he brought all the obsidian essences out from the purple cloth bag and placed them in front of him. Including the ones he obtained previously, he had 116 obsidian essences. There were still another 10 obsidian essences he would be receiving from the Black Tower Council. According to forging principles, we still need other materials. Lu Zhou thought about the Sky Research Academy. Refining Talisman. He opened the system interface. Merit points, 1,248,860. Remaining lifespan, 287,245 years. Items, Enhanced Deadly Strike Card X1, Impeccable Card X1, Critical Block Card X145, Passive, Golden Taishu Mirror, Disguise Card X2, Synthesis Card X2, Deconstruction Card X4, Reversal Card X36. 1,000,000. Lu Zhou was rather startled when he saw the string of numbers. Was he too cruel earlier? When he looked at the item cards, as expected, the prices had risen. The deconstruction card was sold for 20,000 merit points. The synthesis card was sold for 20,000 merit points. The refining talisman was sold for 20,000 merit points. The reversal card was sold for 500 merit points. At least the system has a conscience and did not raise the price of the reversal card. Following that, Lu Zhou silently bought a refining talisman. Use. The refining talisman floated in the air before a ball of flame appeared. After putting the remaining 16 obsidian essences away, he sent the 100 obsidian essences into the ball of flames. Then, he brought the purple glazed ceramic out and tossed it into the flames without any hesitation. Lu Zhou only glanced at it briefly and no longer paid attention to it. He wondered out loud, where did Yi Zhan obtain the purple glazed ceramic? The more he used the purple glazed ceramic, the more he could feel it greatly benefited him. After that, his thoughts strayed to his current merit points. Although they seemed a lot, it was not enough to purchase 1,500 years worth of reversal cards. I have to find a way to recover my lifespan. If ordinary life hearts are useless, what else can I do to recover them? The life hearts now were suitable for beginners. However, he would need more intermediate and advanced life hearts soon. With so many disciples, the life hearts he possessed were far from enough. Moreover, it took away 1,500 years of life just to reuse a life heart. It was not a solution. Lu Zhou dismissed his thoughts and looked at the sky before he closed his eyes and meditated on the heavenly writing. Meanwhile, deep in the abyss in the Golden Lotus domain, it was pitch black and silent. Nothing could be seen or heard. On the calm surface of the black water, coldness permeated the air. There was no sound from the waves since the surface of the water was frozen as well. Crack! A soft sound rang in the air. Give up. You can't possibly break free from the ice. The Sea Beast King is skilled in ice ability. The cold poison will erode your 8 extraordinary meridians and freeze your Dantian Sea of Qi. It's not easy for you to hold on until now. Su Heng's voice rang in the dark air. Buzz! A golden energy sword appeared in front of the duo again, illuminating the pitch-black place. Su Heng exclaimed in shock. You managed to condense qi into energy? Yu Shangrong ignored Su Heng. Su Heng only saw a blurry shadow through the layer of ice. However, he could see Yu Shangrong was shrouded with golden light. He cried out, Avatar? Are you crazy? You're really crazy. What's crazy? Yu Shangrong asked. Su Heng said, You're trying to form 1,000 realms whirling avatar and activate a birth chart in this environment? You don't even have a birth palace. How are you going to form 1,000 realms whirling avatar and activate a birth chart? Yu Shangrong calmly replied, There are many untrodden paths in this world. If you don't try, how will you know? Su Heng did not think much of Yu Shangrong's words at all. Preposterous. You're seeking death. Yu Shangrong said, Isn't it good for you if I die? I prefer to kill you with my own hands. Su Heng really could not accept that he, 1,000 realms whirling cultivator, could not kill a 10-leaf 100 tribulations insight cultivator. To him, this was a great humiliation. You thought you missed out on an opportunity, but in fact, you dodged a calamity, Yu Shangrong said indifferently. Su Heng scoffed. You're not confident. You're just conceited. Cultivation is the result of many experts' trials and errors in ancient times. Through countless failures, they came to many conclusions. Indeed, there are many cultivation paths in the world, but how can you be sure you'll succeed? I know. You're going to say, how will I know if I don't try? Su Heng continued to say, Your understanding of cultivation is too shallow. This ice is capable of creating a natural birth trial. Birth trial? Yu Shangrong was puzzled. He was cultivating a path that no one had ever cultivated before. From the moment he severed his lotus, he was destined to be different from others. Seeing Yu Shangrong's ignorance, Su Heng's voice took on a tone of superiority as he spoke. Once one has activated 6 birth charts, one would have to go through a birth trial. This is also a test for the 6 birth charts. After passing the birth trial, the power of the 6 birth charts will merge and create new abilities. The abilities depend on one's luck. In short, the birth trial is actually the process of the 6 birth charts merging and the creation of new abilities. Su Heng continued to say, To go through the birth trial, one needs to be in incredibly harsh environments such as extremely cold land, hot land, windy land, and so on. The process is incredibly painful. The best place is naturally the harshest place. Some people even went to the unknown land in search of the harshest environment. Unfortunately, they never returned. That's right. The Black Water Mystic Cave is one of the best places to go through a birth trial. After the tempering in the harsh environment, one's Dantian Sea of Qi will grow stronger, allowing the birth charts to merge. Many cultivators are unable to pass the first birth trial and have no choice but to give up. Since you've been to the Black Lotus domain, you should have noticed that there aren't many who have more than 6 birth charts. Yu Shangrong said calmly. No wonder the people of the Red Lotus domain would rather cross the endless ocean than to go through the Black Water Mystic Cave. There are many powerful sea beasts in the Black Water Mystic Cave. As long as we keep quiet, we should be able to guarantee our safety. There's no light here, so humans are unwilling to come here. What you're doing now is akin to committing suicide. If you form the 1,000 Realms whirling avatar at this time, it'll attract the sea beasts, and you'll definitely die. Moreover, you only have 10 leaves. If you try to form the 1,000 Realms whirling avatar in this harsh environment, you'll definitely freeze your avatar. When Su Heng saw Yu Shangrong had no intention of heeding his advice, he raised his voice as he said through voice transmission, Stop! I said stop. Due to the lack of primal qi, the sound technique was muffled by the ice and did not bother Yu Shangrong. Madman! You're a madman! Su Heng could not understand Yu Shangrong at all. Meanwhile, Yu Shangrong remained unmoved. Instead, he slowly mobilized the primal qi in his Dantian Sea of Qi and channeled it into his avatar after he merged with his avatar. At this time, he looked as though he was plated with a layer of gold. Buzz! The sound of energy resonating rang in the air. Perhaps Xianxia had absorbed many life hearts. He stored quite a large amount of primal qi. He did not even need the primal qi from the surroundings. Xianxia had a strange feeling prior to this. It was as though his avatar had eaten its fill and had reached a bottleneck. He did not know what would happen if he broke through the bottleneck. However, his intuition told him if he kept cultivating like this, he would be able to break through the bottleneck. He wondered if he would be able to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar after breaking through the bottleneck. Xianxia did not heed Su Heng's advice. He was determined. He had only one path to take now. As for whether Su Heng lived or died, it had nothing to do with him. In fact, it would be even better if he attracted the sea beasts. He could use them to free himself from this ice block. Xianxia continued to circulate the primal qi in his Dantian Sea of Qi and channeled it into his avatar before he returned it back to his Dantian Sea of Qi through his avatar. The energies from the 7 life hearts Xianxia had absorbed played an important part at this moment. Without the rich primal qi and vitality energy, he would not be able to withstand the harsh environment. Time continued to pass. Neither Xianxia nor Su Heng knew how much time had passed. It felt as though 100 years had passed. Xianxia was unaware that during this time, his master would use the power of sight to check on him. However, his master only vaguely saw a golden light. Li Xiaoma, the guardian of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yi Tianxin, and the others even went to Heavenly Moat to search for Xianxia for a long time. They even mobilized the cultivators from the Golden Lotus domain to help with the search. Alas, they did not find anything. The abyss was too deep. If they were not careful, they would lose their way as well. Everyone searched carefully. No one dared to act recklessly. Yi Tianxin informed Si Wuya about this matter, and Si Wuya suggested that all the cultivators bring enough talismans. However, they encountered sea beasts and had no choice but to retreat. Nevertheless, the Evil Sky Pavilion did not stop searching. Similarly, Xianxia did not stop cultivating. Su Heng shouted for a long time before he finally gave up. Instead, he slowly mobilized the primal qi in his Dantian Sea of Qi to condense them into an energy sphere to break the ice block. This continued for countless days and nights. The duo gradually grew physically and mentally exhausted. At some point, Su Heng, who had lost all sense of time, heard a noise. When he looked at Xianxia, he saw a golden halo falling from Xianxia's head to his feet. He asked curiously, What are you doing? The halo can't break the ice. It's useless. After observing for a moment, Su Heng's eyes widened in realization. You? He began to laugh, unable to finish his words. After a while, he said, You're using the method to sprout leaves to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar? After saying that, Su Heng laughed again as though he had just seen the funniest joke in the world. As a Thousand Realms whirling cultivator with 5 birth charts, even he found the cold uncomfortable. His Dantian Sea of Qi felt as though it was filled with ice water. Xianxia naturally felt the same way, but his degree of discomfort was much higher compared to Su Heng. After all, he only had the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. His avatar and Dantian Sea of Qi's resistance to the cold were inferior to Su Heng. Thousand Realms whirling cultivators who had activated their birth chart would have more or less have resistance to cold and heat. Then there were those like Lu Zhou who was especially resistant to heat due to the special skill he obtained from the life heart of the fierce beast in the Sky Will Rift Valley. Xianxia had absorbed 7 life hearts, but none of them could help him resist the cold. It was the will of the heavens, and he could only rely on his willpower to endure it. Golden halos continued to fall one after another. In fact, Xianxia had no idea why he was doing this. However, his instincts drove him to do it. At this moment, Xianxia's black hair and eyebrows were already frosted white. His lips and teeth were frozen as well. Only the streaks of golden energy and his willpower helped him to stay alive. Su Heng sighed and said, It's unfortunate I can't kill you with my own hands. Have a peaceful passing. His instincts as a Thousand Realms whirling cultivator told him Xianxia was not going to survive. He could sense the weakness of Xianxia's aura, and Yu Shangrong's vitality energy's fluctuation was growing faint as well. In the end, the harsh environment of the freezing black water mystic cave was not a place 100 tribulations insight cultivator could endure. Clack! A different sound from before rang in the air at this moment. Ha! Su Heng felt his heart thump. This was the sound of cracks appearing on the ice block. Su Heng was overjoyed. Even the heavens are helping me. Su Heng's efforts were rewarded. All his primal chi in his Dantian sea of chi surged out at this moment, forming an energy saber that pierced the cracks. Primal chi from outside began to surge in crazily. Boom! Su Heng spread his arms. A black thousand realms whirling avatar appeared and increased in size, breaking the ice block. Su Heng hovered above the black water after he freed himself. He looked at Yu Shangrong, who seemed like he was on the verge of freezing to death, and said, "I'll send you to your death." Yu Shangrong opened his eyes abruptly. Similarly, the ice shattered as he revealed a faint smile on his face. "You're wrong." "Ha!" Buzz. A golden avatar appeared in front of Su Heng. To be precise, it was a pure golden avatar. A golden halo hung at the back of the avatar, and 10 leaves revolved around the halo. No. Su Heng rubbed his eyes before he counted the leaves carefully and found the number was not right. 11 leaves? Based on Su Heng's knowledge, it was impossible to sprout the 11th leaf, let alone someone who had not even formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Yu Shangrong's 11th leaf had completely subverted his knowledge. He could not believe it, just like how he did not believe there were 13 months in a year. He rubbed his eyes again and widened his eyes to have a better look. 10 leaves. Su Heng saw the golden halo was indeed surrounded by 10 leaves. He sighed in relief. His eyesight must have been bad earlier. Moreover, after being frozen for such a long time, it was normal to hallucinate. Anyway, that was no longer important. He said seriously, "I'm very sorry. I'm just following orders. I must kill you. If you don't die, I will have to die." Subsequently, Su Heng brought out his black astrolabe, shooting out a beam of light toward Yu Shangrong. The light from the crimson gold avatar provided Yu Shangrong with sufficient visibility. When the beam of light was about to land, the crimson gold avatar dodged to the side. With that, the beam of light missed its mark. Ha! Su Heng was shocked. At this moment, the crimson golden avatar rushed out and extended its hand. Boom! Su Heng was caught off guard. He raised both of his arms to block the sudden attack. The impact caused him to fall and touch the surface of the black water. Yu Shangrong lifted his right hand, and the longevity sword flew into his hand. He smiled. "You'll be the first person to die under my sword after I enter the Thousand Realms whirling stage." Yu Shangrong flashed, leaving behind an afterimage. His crimson golden avatar swooped down as well. Thousand Realms whirling. Boom! The black water surged into the sky, stirring up huge waves. Yu Heng arrived in front of Su Heng in an instant. In just a breath, dozens of energy swords shot out. Su Heng's Thousand Realms whirling avatar released a wave of energy to send Yu Shangrong flying. "It's too late," Yu Shangrong said indifferently. At this time, the crimson gold avatar increased in size rapidly from its initial 200 feet. 300 feet. 400 feet. 500 feet. 500 feet. That was the height of a newly formed Thousand Realms whirling avatar. What kind of cultivation is this? Su Heng was thoroughly shocked. A cultivation path that no one has ever walked on before. "Let me show you," Yu Shangrong said. The crimson golden avatar turned around and grabbed the golden halo before using it to slash at Su Heng's Thousand Realms whirling avatar's chest. Bang! Su Heng's Thousand Realms whirling avatar was injured. He groaned. He felt as though he had been hammered by 1,000 gold hammers. He looked up in disbelief as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Shangrong also brandished his sword to attack at this moment, not giving Su Heng a chance to catch his breath. The halo in the hands of the crimson gold avatar was much larger than before. Like before, golden leaves revolved around it. 11 leaves? Su Heng's eyes widened as he roared, "Despicable! At this moment, Su Heng realized he had been deceived. He hurriedly withdrew his avatar and shot up. Yu Shangrong chased after him, as fast as the wind. In the dark, Yu Shangrong's quiet voice rang out. Too slow. Su Heng turned around. The crimson golden avatar grabbed the golden halo and swept it across his avatar that had 5 birth charts. Whoosh! Su Heng was shocked. He had no experience fighting with such an avatar and was forced into a passive position. He could only unleash his grand technique to widen the distance. Nothing could be seen in the endless dark void. The golden halo shot out a powerful energy seal, stirring up the black water. You're still too slow. Yu Shangrong chased after Su Heng. He could feel the powers of the life hearts he had absorbed were finally at their full potential. They were stable, smoother, and much stronger than before. Yu Shangrong continued to chase after Su Heng. His speed was no slower than Su Heng, who possessed 5 birth charts. Since Yu Shangrong had just sprouted the 11th leaf, he was still not very familiar with the new realm and the new avatar. However, as time passed, he grew more and more skilled in using the golden halo, the crimson golden avatar, and the 11 sharp blades around the golden halo. The chase lasted for hours. In the end, Su Heng could no longer endure it. He had been frozen for a long time, so he was physically and mentally exhausted. He roared, "You asked for it." Su Heng finally came to a stop. He joined his palms together and made a series of hand gestures. In just a moment, many energy seals appeared around him. Yu Shangrong waved his sword in the air, and the golden light illuminated the dark void. The black energy from Su Heng's body stirred up the black water in all directions. The sound of roaring rang in the air. A low groan rang out from the far distance as though it came from the depths of hell. Yu Shangrong frowned slightly as he surveyed his surroundings. At the moment when Yu Shangrong was distracted, Su Heng seized the opening. He held his astrolabe with both hands and charged forward. The 5 birth charts on the astrolabe lit up with a black light and shot out at the same time. Yu Shangrong could not avoid them. At the same time, his avatar returned and merged with him. He held his longevity sword and brought it down. "I'll break your astrolabe." At the same time, the crimson golden avatar held the golden halo with both hands and brought it down in sync with the longevity sword. The sword easily cut through the beams of light. The 11 leaves that were as sharp as blades cut through the beams of light like a hot knife through butter as well. All of a sudden, the 11 leaves gathered. Boom! The astrolabe creaked and dented inward. Bang! The impact caused the astrolabe to smash against Su Heng's chest. He threw his head back and spat out blood. His avatar appeared and disappeared. He's so strong after sprouting 11 leaves? Su Heng endured the surging blood qi in his body as he looked at Yu Shangrong in shock. Just this attack alone had destroyed one of his birth charts. Yu Shangrong was confident that he could block the astrolabe or even beat it back, but he was a little surprised he managed to destroy one of Su Heng's birth charts. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 6,000 points. The notification woke Lu Zhou up from his meditative state. It had been more than half a month. There was still no sign of Yu Shangrong. He was even prepared to go to the Black Water Mystic Cave to look for his second disciple. During this time, the runic passage between the Black Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain had been opened. It was only a matter of time before the runic passages between the Golden Lotus domain, Red Lotus domain, and the Black Lotus domain were opened. Even if there were no runic passages with his current status, the other forces would not refuse to lend him their respective runic passages. Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra for the power of sight. All he saw was darkness, and he heard the sound of monstrous waves. All of a sudden, a golden light appeared. In the dark void, it was like a sun that illuminated the surroundings. An indescribably huge beast emerged from the surface of the black water at this moment. Its bloody mouth was wide open as it leaped up. Right above the beast's open mouth was Su Heng, who was falling rapidly. His previous actions had attracted the attention of the Sea Beast King. When he looked down, his heart dropped. It was over. Su Heng manifested his astrolabe that was as big as the sky. He hoped to use it to block the sea beast's bloody mouth. However, The Sea Beast King was as fast as the wind and seemed to be able to see through Su Heng's thoughts. He shot out water arrows immediately. Bang! 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 The impact from the Sea Beast King's attacks sent the astrolabe flying. Seeing how close the beast was, Su Heng panicked. Yu Xiangrong, who was looking down from above, kept shooting out energy swords to shine on the astrolabe. Bang! The huge beast bit the astrolabe, breaking it. Su Heng cried out in pain. He was severely injured, losing another birth chart. Fear, powerlessness, and despair overwhelmed him. All these negative emotions finally prompted him to shout at the top of his voice, "Yu Xiangrong, save me!" Yu Xiangrong did not move to save him. He withdrew his avatar, restrained aura, and remained silent. He looked at the sea beast quietly. The Sea Beast King swallowed Su Heng and his avatar in just a blink of an eye. Crack! Fresh blood gushed out from the Sea Beast King's mouth. Splash! The Sea Beast King fell back into the sea. Yu Xiangrong remained calm. His seventh junior brother had once told him that the Black Water Mystic Cave was far more dangerous than the Endless Ocean. The most powerful beasts were undoubtedly born in the harshest environment. To ensure his safety in the Black Water Mystic Cave, he had to be as silent as possible and restrain his aura. This was especially true for those who possessed the Great Void Energy. Those with Great Void Energy were like nourishing delicacies for fierce beasts. Splash! At this moment, the Sea Beast King emerged from the surface of the black water again. It leaped 1,000 feet high in an arc before it fell into the water again. The water surged and waves rose high into the air, splashing water droplets everywhere. Silence finally returned after a long time. There was no sound and no light. Yu Xiangrong said, "It's a pity. You should have died under my sword." He looked at the dark void and raised his right hand. The golden halo appeared again. The 11 leaves were like minute needles, pointing at the heart of the halo. It was beautiful. Is this halo or hoop my astrolabe? He wondered out loud. After all, Yu Xiangrong's cultivation method was the first of its kind. Therefore, he had no idea how powerful he was now. However, based on his fight with Su Heng, he could tell his strength was roughly around that of a 5-chart cultivator. In any case, he would only know more after he had a chance to test it out. Su Heng was not very strong among 5-chart cultivators. There were many experts. Perhaps he would have a chance to cross swords with a 6-chart cultivator. No matter what, he had finally broken through the bottleneck. Yu Xiangrong sheathed the longevity sword before he took a black talisman out and ignited it. Si Wuya asked anxiously as soon as he appeared, "Second senior brother? Where are you now?" "I'm fine." Li Xiaoma said, "You fell into the abyss. I'm searching you now. Don't move around recklessly," Si Wuya said. "It's just a small problem. Don't worry," Yu Xiangrong said. Si Wuya nodded. "That's good. These days Master has been very worried about you." Si Wuya could only hear Yu Xiangrong's voice, but he could not see the change in Yu Xiangrong's expression. In the end, he said, "Forget it. We'll talk about it when you return. Tell Master not to worry. When have I ever failed a mission?" Yu Xiangrong said indifferently. After that, the talisman finally burned out. At this moment, the longevity sword flew out. Yu Xiangrong stepped on it and flew up. The runes on the sword lit up faintly and rose in the darkness like a shooting star. Lu Zhou opened his eyes. He muttered to himself in disbelief. 11 leaves? What kind of cultivation path was this? Let alone him, even cultivators who had long formed Thousands Realm whirling avatars would not be able to understand this. Most importantly, Yu Xiangrong was safe. He felt much at ease now. As for the matter with the 11 leaves, he would investigate it later. He rose to his feet and looked at the blazing flames in the hall. Coincidentally, the fire died down at this time. Ding! The purple glazed ceramic has been successfully upgraded to the fusion grade. The recovery speed for the item has been doubled. You have unlocked the ability Ice Seal. Ice Seal is a move where you can release the energy from the purple glazed ceramic all at once. The energy will recover, but it can't be used during its recovery state. Lu Zhou raised his hand and held the purple glazed ceramic in his hand. When the purple glazed ceramic made contact with his palm, he felt a bone-chilling cold that was different from when it was at the flood grade. Isn't this similar to the ability from the sea spirit pearl? This cold energy. All his hair stood on end. He had not even released its energy, and yet the passive energy it emitted was already so fierce. If he released all its energy, how terrifying would it be? Following that, he tossed the purple glazed ceramic in the air. He walked around it, observing it. He could see a faint purple gas lingering around the purple glazed ceramic. Its original form could no longer be seen. It looked like a purple ball of light now. Fusion grade. Lu Zhou brought unnamed out. It was in its original form, a black oval stone. Is unnamed a fusion grade weapon? After a moment he shook his head. He had a feeling unnamed was beyond the fusion grade. There were various grades: black, yellow, earth, heaven, desolate, flood, and fusion. The fusion grade was also known as the universe grade. The universe is like eternity itself. Lu Zhou shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. He turned his attention to the purple gas lingering around the purple glazed ceramic again. The Taoist had a saying: the purple gas came from the east. It gave people a comfortable feeling unlike the disgusting ones from witchcraft. Withdraw. After Lu Zhou put away the purple glazed ceramic, he called Xianxia over to ask about the 11 leaves. Unsurprisingly, Xianxia did not know anything either. He also used runes to discuss this matter with Wuxia and the 4 elders. Similarly, they knew nothing about 11 leaves. Wuxia was well-read. If he did not know anything about the 11 leaves, it was unlikely that the others would know unless Lu Zhou spoke to those truly ancient people. Only those who had lived a long life knew more than ordinary people. They had a deeper understanding of the past due to the long lives they had lived. Alas, there was no one like that in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Following that, he called Yan Zhenlua over to ask about the 11 leaves as well. Yan Zhenlua said, 11 leaves? I don't know anything about it. However, you can ask Luli about it. Luli looked at Yan Zhenlua and asked, You're implying I should bring Luli back now? That's not what I mean. I've never heard about anyone with 11 leaves. Perhaps you can ask the Tower Masters of the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council, or those old men from Great Yuan's royal court. It's a pity that Xiao Yunhe isn't here. Lu Zhou nodded. This matter was of great importance, and he had to treat it seriously. It was not just about Yu Shangrong alone, but the future of the Golden Lotus domain and all cultivators. At this time, Yu Zhenghai walked into the room at this time. Master, there's news about second junior brother. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, I know. I haven't said anything, but you already know. Lu Zhou did not pay attention to Yu Zhenghai's reaction. Instead, his mind was focused on the 11 leaves and the Great Void. After a beat, Lu Zhou at Yan Zhenlua and said, Tell me all about the Great Void expedition. Back then, the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council cooperated and came up with the Great Void expedition. What do you know about it? Yan Zhenlua nodded and said, Many people knew about the Great Void expedition, but very few people knew the details or the truth. There are very few survivors among those who participated in the Great Void expedition. Tower Master Xianxia from the White Tower Council is among the few who survived. Lu Zhou thought it was, perhaps, necessary for him to visit the White Tower Council to understand the Great Void better. Xianxia had at least 12 birth charts, so she must have lived a long time. He could also seize the chance and ask about the 11 leaves. He could kill many birds with one stone with the visit. After a while, Lu Zhou said, First, return to the Red Lotus domain and bring Ning Wanqing with you. I want to visit the White Tower Council. Yu Zhang and Xianxia bowed in unison. Understood. At the White Tower Council, above the 100,000 feet White Tower, Xianxia's long hair cascaded down her back as she looked at the scenery in the distant sky. At this moment, the blue-clad woman could not help but ask, Master, is old Demon Lu really from the Great Void? During this period of time, Xianxia had been in a daze and was not in a mood to do anything. Xianxia replied, Perhaps. The blue-clad female attendant was about to speak when an impatient expression appeared on Xianxia's face as she said, "You may take your leave. I want to be alone." Understood. The female attendant no longer dared to ask any more questions. She could only obediently leave. After the blue-clad woman descended from the top of the White Tower, the elders of the White Tower Council surrounded her one after another. An elder asked, "The Tower Master doesn't want to see us?" The blue-clad woman shook her head and said, "I didn't say much before I was asked to leave. All of you are aware of the Tower Master's temper. She's one to keep her words. It's better to wait. We'll speak to her when she's in a better mood. Wait a moment. I don't care about other things for now. I just want to know if old Demon Lu from the Golden Lotus domain is the person who's responsible for the collective demotion of the members of the Black Tower Council at the same time." Another elder asked. The blue-clad woman glanced at the elder and said, "I witnessed it with my own eyes." "All right, we'll talk when the Tower Master is in a better mood." The blue-clad woman looked at the elders retreating back speechlessly. "I thought I'd have a difficult time with them, but it ended just like that?" In the capital of the Red Lotus domain, when Li Yunzheng heard Lu Zhou was going to visit the White Tower Council, he went to the Sky Marshal Court to invite Si Wuya back to the capital. "So Master is going to the White Tower Council." Si Wuya did not seem surprised. "I heard from Guardian Shen that Grandmaster displayed his might in the Black Tower Council by collectively destroying the members of the Black Tower Council's birth charts. Most of them lost at least one birth chart. Not only that, he also destroyed the towers there. Following that, Lan Shiha, the Tower Master of the White Tower Council, fled like a mouse. Is that true?" Li Yunzheng felt that she was exaggerating, but he could not be sure. Therefore, he decided to ask Si Wuya. "It's true. If this were in the past, I'm afraid Master wouldn't have left them with even one birth chart," Si Wuya said. "Grandmaster was so fierce in the past?" Li Yunzheng asked. He had always been curious about Lu Zhou's past. Li Yunzheng assumed Si Wuya would brag about Lu Zhou like Xianxia did, but he did not expect that Si Wuya would sigh and say, "Let's not talk about the past. Teacher, I want to know," Li Yunzheng said eagerly. Si Wuya's expression stiffened. Then, he said with a frown, "As the ruler of a country, do you have so much free time?" Li Yunzheng felt as though someone had just poured a bucket of ice water on him. He said listlessly, "I'll return now to read the memorials." After Li Yunzheng left, Si Wuya touched the ancient map on the table that was growing increasingly complete before he left his personal study. Following that, he tried to contact Ming Shi'in but discovered that Ming Shi'in was uncontactable. He had no choice but to give up. Si Wuya decided to go to the Sacred Rites Hall. During this time, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion had been cultivating in the Sacred Rites Hall. Some of them were having their weapons forged as well. Si Wuya did not give the 9 fire spirit stones to his fellow disciples. Instead, he gave them to the 3 elders to upgrade their weapons. Sui Yushu's coiling staff dragon, Pan Litian's wine gourd, and Lung Luo's spotless dagger. With the help from Wang Dachui and the others, after half a month of forging, their weapons were now all at the desolate grade, and the effects were better than shining stones. Although there were remaining fire spirit stones, there was not enough to upgrade them to the flood grade. Moreover, there was no need to upgrade the weapons to the flood grade for now. Therefore, there were still 6 fire spirit stones left. While Yu Shangrong was frozen in the Black Water Mystic Cave, the Black Tower Council had promised to send 20 fire spirit stones among other things to the Sky Marshal Court. It was only a matter of time before everyone's weapons were upgraded. At this moment, bang, bang, bang. Third senior brother, you can do it. Little Yuaner and Conk stood at the side, cheering and clapping. Si Wuya walked over and looked at the field. Hua Wudao was using the square box to suppress Duan Musheng. From time to time, he would unleash the 6 compatible Daoist seal to neutralize Duan Musheng's attacks. Imperfect divine intervention. Duan Musheng flew up to avoid the square box's suppression. He flew to the top and stabbed downward. Bang, 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 bang. Si Wuya shook his head. Again. Si Wuya had grown tired and bored from watching the same scene over and over again. Boom! The square box landed. At the same time, the 6 compatible Taoist seal shot out and sent Duan Musheng flying. He flipped once and landed steadily on his feet. Pan Lydian said, Mr. Third's foundation is really amazing. It's not easy for him not to fall under the suppression of the square box. That's true. Once he sprouts the 9th leaf, Elder Hua will no longer be a match for him. Nevertheless, Duan Musheng was very dissatisfied. He shook his head and tightened his grip around the Overlord's spear. Upon sensing the atmosphere was not right, Si Wuya hurriedly said, Master will be visiting the White Tower Council. Which one of you wants to accompany Master? As expected, little Yuaner was the first to raise her hand. 7th senior brother, I want to accompany Master. Following that, Conk chimed in, Since 9th senior sister is going, I'll go as well. Si Wuya nodded. All right, then. He looked at Duan Musheng and asked, 3rd senior brother, what about you? Duan Musheng shook his head and said, No, I won't go. I plan to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. All right. The 4 elders felt rather embarrassed to go to the White Tower Council. They knew their cultivation bases were rather weak. If they went, they might end up being a burden. The days when they were powerful and influential were long gone. This, naturally, did not feel good, so they could understand Duan Musheng's feelings. At this time, Huang Yu, the formation expert from the Sky Research Court, appeared on the roof. He looked at the 4 elders and Duan Musheng as he said, The Sky Martial Court has a cultivation ground 30 miles north of this place. If you don't mind, you can cultivate there. Duan Musheng raised his head. Really? Huang Yu smiled and said, Of course. This cultivation environment is like the Holy Land. There's an ancient formation there that has existed for who knows how many years. The Sky Research Court named the formation the Star Gathering Formation. It gathers the essence of heaven and earth and primal chi. Therefore, it can increase one's cultivation speed by several times. Si Wuya asked, Since the formation is so good, why don't you cultivate there? Huang Yu replied, Only through suffering can one rise to the top. This formation is indeed a good formation, but it brings a lot of suffering as well. The terrain is sunken, and it's incredibly hot there. Without enough willpower, one would go crazy there. It's not that no one from the Sky Martial Court had gone there before, but many had died there. Those who survived all became experts. The longer you stay there, the more powerful you'll become. Yu Qinshu stayed there for 3 years. That place was where he got the scar on his face. Everyone nodded. While the 4 elders were hesitating, Duan Musheng said, All right, I'll go to that place. Mr. Third, it's best if you think this through, Huang Yu said. I've already thought it through, Duan Musheng said. Lung Luo said, Count me in. Following that, he took the silver mask off his face. The scars on his face were horrifying. No one dared to meet his gaze at this moment. His meaning was obvious. Subsequently, Pan Lydian said with a smile, I'm just an old man. I'll join in the fun. I've lived long enough anyway. Then, Pan Lydian and Lung Luo turned to look at Zhuiyushu and Hua Wudao meaningfully. Hua Wudao and Zhuiyushu. What's this? Why does it feel like peer pressure? Go if you want to go. Huang Yu nodded and said with a smile, I finally understand now why the Evil Sky Pavilion is so powerful. Based on courage and determination alone, others could not compare to the Evil Sky Pavilion at all. In the past, there were many disciples of the Sky Martial Court who would rather be beaten to death than go to that place. They were all cowards who feared death. It's really admirable to see the 4 elders so willing to go to that place. Hua Wudao and Zhuiyushu said in unison, Wait, there's no need for the 2 of you to say anything. The Sky Research Court truly feels embarrassed when faced with Mr. Third and the 4 elders' courage. I'll make arrangements as soon as possible. All right, since these words have been said, can I still back out? If I back out now, won't I be labeled as cowardly? Zhuiyushu and Hua Wudao shared the same thoughts. Both of them sighed inwardly. Si Wuya cupped his fists together and said, Thank you for your help. Huang Yu smiled and said, It's no big deal. Then, Wuxia looked at Meng Changdong, Xianxia, Ji Fengxing, and Wu Wu, who were all standing nearby, before he asked with a smile, What about all of you? Xianxia waved his hand repeatedly as he said, No, we won't go. Meng Changdong said, There are matters I still have to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Guardian Meng, Wu Wu and I will help you, Ji Fengxing hastily said. With this, everyone fled the scene. Upon seeing this, little Yuan muttered, A group of cowards. Wuxia said, They made the right choice. Don't look down on the four elders. When they were young, they were all top cultivation geniuses. Upon hearing these words, the four elders' hearts stirred. That was right. They were once young and top geniuses. Even if Zui Yushu and Hua Wudao were hesitant, how could they back out now? With this, Wuxia left the Sky Martial Academy with little Yuan and Conk. Half a day later, in the capital, Wuxia brought Ning Wanqing, whose cultivation had been sealed, to the Preservation Hall. Master, the runic passage to the White Tower Council is ready. Apart from that, third senior brother and the four elders have followed Huang Yu to the Star Gathering Formation to cultivate. They'll probably be there for a while. Star Gathering Formation? Lu Zhou searched his memory but could not find any information about it. At this moment, Ning Wanqing, whose eyes were lifeless, calmly said, The Star Gathering Formation? It's an ancient formation. All of you are really brave for daring to go to such a place and risking your lives. Lu Zhou looked at Ning Wanqing and asked, You know about this formation? Ning Wanqing smiled and said, Yes, this formation is ancient. It has existed for at least tens of thousands of years. For a formation to last for such a long time, it's not just because of the Tao inscriptions. It has to do with the geographical conditions and favorable timing as well. There are many ancient formations that vanished with the passage of time. All the ancient formations that survived the ravages of time are strange and dangerous. They're powerful and extraordinary, but they're highly dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll be trapped in the formations. It's hard to guarantee one's life or death. Wuxia said, I didn't expect that Judge Ning is knowledgeable about formations as well. Ning Wanqing recognized Wuxia's voice and said, I heard that Mr. 7 of the Evil Sky Pavilion is well-read and extremely intelligent. Do you also know about this formation? Wuxia said, Yes. The Star Gathering Formation is used to gather primal chi. The place it's located is extremely hot and is indeed slightly dangerous. However, it's not as exaggerated as you described. Moreover, the Sky Martial Court used to send their disciples there to train every year. Indeed, there were casualties. However, without danger, how can one improve? The formation will attract fierce beasts. If the fierce beasts come, it'll be akin to sending us life hearts. Ning Wanqing nodded slightly. Indeed, you're wise. Wuxia revealed a smile on his face and said, Actually, I've studied this formation with Huang Yu a long time ago and deliberately provoked the four elders into going. In order to ensure their safety, I left a runic passage near the Star Gathering Formation. Judge Ning, tell me, what kind of person can stop my master? Wuxia did not use the words birth chart beast, and used the word person instead. Ning Wanqing's turned deathly pale immediately. I'm enlightened. Lu Zhou had entrusted Wuxia with the mission to deal with Ning Wanqing. He was not worried about his seventh disciple as well. Moreover, Ning Wanqing only had 5 birth charts. At this time, he finally said tonelessly, Let's go. Understood. Near a runic passage in the Red Lotus domain. Everyone had gathered and was ready. Lu Zhou looked at little Yuan, who was riding on Wizard and flying in the sky before he called out, Yuan, Master, you're here. Little Yuan and Wizard landed instantly near the runic passage. Lu Zhou studied little Yuan's aura and found that it was richer than before. Perhaps, she was cultivating the supreme purity jade slip. Her aura was as clear as water and as smooth as clouds. Then, he shifted his attention to see Wuxia and Conk. Wuxia's aura was weaker. It was like smoke wafting out from a chimney. On the other hand, Konk's aura was like that of fire. Everyone's auras were different. In Lu Zhou's opinion, his disciple with the best aura was little Yuaner. Even if she did not cultivate diligently, it would be difficult for ordinary people to catch up to her. Master, everything is ready. We can set off now. Yu Zhenghai took the lead and stepped into the runic passage first. Lu Zhou followed next as the others followed closely behind him. Yu Zhenghai clapped his hands together and the circle of light lit up. Following that, a pillar of light shot into the sky, obscuring everyone's visions. Inside the black water mystic cave, after Yu Shangrong broke through the bottleneck, his speed had increased tremendously as well. Moreover, he basically didn't consume much energy. Whenever he was tired, he would hover in the air to rest and recover his energy. For this reason, he did not expend too much energy. After 2 days of flying on the longevity sword with its shining runes, he finally saw a piece of the sky through a familiar semicircular hole. Yu Shangrong smiled. He accelerated his speed and flew out of the semicircular hole. Swoosh! His field of vision widened immediately. However, spots of darkness floated in front of his eyes. This was normal. He had been in total darkness for such a long time after all. It would take time for his eyes to adjust to the light again. He felt the whole world seemed to slow down as he hovered in the sky. After a long time, his vision finally returned to normal. He surveyed his surroundings and smiled. I'm back. Instead of the Golden Lotus domain, he was in the Red Lotus domain he was now familiar with. Compared to the first time he came to the Red Lotus domain, this time he felt like he had come home. A bird's cry rang from the heavens at this moment. Yu Shangrong was in a wonderful mood. He followed the bird's call and flew over. He arrived in front of a huge towering tree and looked into the distance. He saw a huge luan in the sky. There are quite a few luans, Yu Shangrong said in surprise. Previously, the luan he first saw was so powerful that it took the Flying Star House's Yizhen and over 100 disciples to kill it. Currently, the luan in front of him was much larger than the first one he saw. Its vitality energy was also very rich. The colors of its feathers were vivid, and its claws that glinted in the light looked deadly. A rudimentary birth chart beast? Yu Shangrong was slightly taken aback. Bang! 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 At this moment, several energy swords shot toward the luan, taking off a few of its feathers before landing on the base of a tree. At the same time, dozens of cultivators rushed over on the ground and engaged in a fierce battle with the luan. The luan flapped its wings, stirring up a violent wind that traveled thousands of meters away. Don't retreat. Don't retreat. Continue to advance. Elder Su, hold on. Sect leader. Up there. An elder soared into the sky. The energy sword in the sky formed a circle before they shot toward the luan. Bang! 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 At this moment, tens of thousands of energy swords appeared and flew in groups toward the luan. The luan cried out in pain as blood flowed out of its body. It grew agitated, flapping its wings violently. Bang! Sect leader! The elder was hit on the shoulder. He flipped in the air and was pushed back 100 meters. He failed to stabilize himself and fell down. He pressed one hand against his shoulder with an ugly expression on his face. Sect leader, should we retreat? We can't retreat. Our heaven-seeking sect has lost so many birth chart beasts. Now that we've found one, we can't let it escape. But our people are heavily injured. It's not a good idea to continue like this. Moreover, the commotion is too big and will attract experts here. Previously, Shan Gao was snatched away as well. The morale of the members of the heaven-seeking sect plummeted as soon as these words were said. Meanwhile, Yu Shangrong frowned slightly. The heaven-seeking sect? Why did it sound so familiar? Bang! 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 Another 3 people were sent flying by the luan. This was an authentic birth chart beast. The one that Yizhen killed was just a fierce beast with a life heart that could provide years of life. Don't retreat. Put in more effort. Fight with all your might. Zheng Yan was not convinced. At this moment, Yu Shangrong flew over from afar and appeared above the Luan. When Zhang Yan saw the green-clad Yu Shangrong who was standing on the longevity sword, he asked, "Who are you?" The green-clad swordsman looked very familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen this person before. Zhang Yan wondered if his birth chart beast was going to be stolen again. "This birth chart beast isn't one that you can deal with," Yu Shangrong said. Zhang Yan wondered if he was fated to have his birth chart beast stolen every time. At this moment, the Luan went berserk. Its body that was scarlet red looked terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Many cultivators were sent flying immediately. Yu Shangrong glanced in that direction and flew over. "Let me do it." Yu Shangrong flashed and arrived in front of the Luan in just a blink of an eye. The longevity sword flew into his hand, and he calmly launched an energy sword. His movements were fluid, reaching the peak of perfection. The Luan that felt an excruciating pain flapped its wings in a frenzy. At this moment, Yu Shangrong manifested his avatar and stepped on the Luan before he withdrew his avatar again. Bang! The Luan lost control of its flight and plummeted from the sky. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yan exclaimed in surprise, "10 leaves!" One of the elders shouted, "Sir, you should run for your lives. This birth chart beast isn't something a 10-leaf cultivator can deal with." There were some birth chart beasts that 9-leaf cultivators could deal with, but there were many that even 10-leaf cultivators could not handle. The Luan was one of them. Not only was it good at flying, but its destructive power was astonishing. Apart from that, it was also very agile. It was much stronger than Shan Gao and Shi Chu. At this moment, with Yu Shangrong in the center, hundreds and thousands of energy swords appeared. All of them shot toward the Luan at the same time. In just a moment, the glow from the energy swords disappeared. Yu Shangrong flashed and appeared in front of everyone. With his back facing the Luan, he revealed a smile on his face. The longevity sword circled around the Luan before it returned to its sheath on Yu Shangrong's back. With this, the battle ended. Zhang Yan, the sect leader of the heaven-seeking sect, and his disciples had a strange expression on their faces. All of them thought to themselves, "How can this person be so pretentious? The Luan is just behind him. Isn't seeking death by presenting his back to the Luan." Just as this thought appeared in their minds, they saw Luan suddenly split into a few pieces. Blood and lumps of meat rained down to the ground. Each of the strikes was precise when striking the Luan. The cuts were neat and did not damage the life heart. The crystal-clear life heart lay among the meat. It shone dazzlingly under the sunlight. This, needless to say, the people from the heaven-seeking sect were dumbstruck. They watched with their mouths agape. Shocked expressions could be seen on their faces. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gulp and take a step back. Some of them had 10 leaves as well, but why was the difference in their strength so great? Meanwhile, Zhang Yan truly felt he had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Sure enough, someone came to snatch the life heart again. After a moment, he suddenly recalled the avatar earlier. It was not red, but it contained a hint of red. However, the energy sword was definitely not red. Was the person in front of him old Demon Lu's disciple? Yu Shangrong broke the silence first. "Let me give all of you a piece of advice. Act within your capabilities." This? Zhang Yan and the others had completely lost their ferocity from earlier. An elder at the side asked, "May I ask if you're from the Golden Lotus domain?" The people from the heaven-seeking sect knew the Blackwater Mystic Cave connected the Red Lotus domain and the Golden Lotus domain. This swordsman appeared and used golden energy swords. It was obvious he was from the Golden Lotus domain. Yu Shangrong only smiled faintly and said, "See you again." Following that, Yu Shangrong disappeared into the distant horizon. Everyone was stunned for a long time before they finally regained their senses. "Sect Master, the life heart. He didn't take the life heart." One of the heaven-seeking sect disciples cried out excitedly. Upon hearing these words, all of them were overjoyed. Zhang Yan's eyes burned as he held the life heart in his hand. He laughed as he lifted it in the air, looking slightly crazy. Similar situations were happening all over the Red Lotus domain and were also gradually happening in the Golden Lotus domain. The Black Tower Council no longer monopolized both domains, so life hearts were now no longer as much of a rarity like before. The birth chart beasts would come to those who needed them. Meanwhile, with Yu Zhenghai operating the runic passage, the travel was rather smooth. It was like clear spring water, flowing unobstructed. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. Elder senior brother, you've gotten even better than before, little Yuaner said as she looked around the surroundings while she twirled her hair. Ninth junior sister, do you want to learn? No, Yu Zhenghai. At this time, a creaking noise rang from all directions. Following that, the tunnel of light flashed with a white light that seemed almost silver. We're here. After the light dissipated, a vast and white world appeared before everyone's eyes. They were standing on top of a 1,000 feet tall peak. They could see the small mountains in their surroundings from where they were standing. The peak could only accommodate the runic passage and those in it. No more, no less. A cold wind blew against them. So this is the White Lotus domain. Little Yuaner looked around curiously at the snow-covered surroundings. Apart from snow, there was nothing else. Ning Wanqing said, "This place is remote and is the highest place here. The White Tower stands at the highest place. All the foreign tribes submit to the..." Then, he pointed west before he continued to say, "Over there was where the Duogon foreign tribes Tubo was located. To the north is the territory of the Tarzi foreign tribes." And, Lu Zhou interjected, "I'm not interested in these things. Lead the way." Ning Wanqing's cultivation base had been unsealed, but he still did not dare to act recklessly. He nodded and flew toward the White Tower Council. In less than 15 minutes, they saw a white tower that towered past the clouds. Little Yuaner looked up and discovered she could not see the top of the white tower that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It seemed to connect heaven and earth. At the base of the tower, the buildings seemed almost invisible, hidden under the snow. The Black Tower Council has a heptagram layout, but there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary with the White Tower Council, Yu Zhenghai said. Ning Wanqing shook his head. That's where you're wrong. The White Tower is blessed by the heavens. Although there's only one main tower, its strength is not inferior to the Black Tower Council's heptagram formation. Wuxia studied the site in front of him for a moment and discovered a few things. By using the tower as the core of the formation and building it at the highest place, it allows easier absorption of primal chi. However, it's nothing amazing. You need to build more primal chi-gathering formations around the tower for you to say the White Tower Council isn't inferior to the Black Tower Council's heptagram formation. Ning Wanqing. It did not take long before they landed near the White Tower. When more than 10 white-clad cultivators saw Ning Wanqing, they greeted him immediately. "Welcome back, Judge Ning." Ning Wanqing said, "Inform the Tower Master that a distinguished guest has arrived." Understood. At the top 100,000 feet White Tower, Lan Shiha had witnessed everything. Before her subordinates could report to her, she said to her attendant, "Invite Pavilion Master Lu to the 72nd floor." Understood. On the 72nd floor of the White Tower, a blue-clad attendant said, "Pavilion Master Lu, please." The 72nd floor of the White Tower showed off its luxurious and magnificent architecture. In the center of the room stood a table that was dozens of feet long that was covered by a white tablecloth. At the end of the table was a chair that was 3 times the height of a human. Lan Shiha, who was sitting on that tall chair, looked petite. At this moment, she said with a smile, "We meet again, Pavilion Master Lu. Please sit." Lu Zhou looked at Lan Shiha. It seemed like she had been waiting for his arrival. He did not stand on ceremony and took a seat immediately. The blue-clad attendant looked at Wuxia and the others and said, "Everyone, this way please." The people who came with Lu Zhou took their seats at both sides of the table while the white-clad cultivators stood on both sides, not daring to take a seat. Lan Shiha asked without beating around the bush, "Pavilion Master Lu, may I know the reason you decided to grace us with your presence?" Lu Zhou replied, "It's said that Tower Master Lan has lived for a long time, so I have some questions I'd like to ask in person. Please speak. Lan Shihe maintained a faint smile on her face. Lu Zhou asked, were you the mastermind behind the Great Void Expedition back then? During the journey to the Black Tower Council, Lu Zhou and Lan Shihe had spoken about this matter briefly. Since they did not have much time, they did not go too in-depth about the matter. Lu Zhou was very curious about this matter. After all, Ji Tiandao went to the unknown land more than 300 years ago and managed to obtain the Great Void Seeds that were highly coveted by many strong forces from various domains. Lan Shihe replied honestly, yes. Where's the Great Void? Lu Zhou asked directly. Lan Shihe's smile widened. The question seemed to have surprised her slightly. Pavilion Master Lu, shouldn't you know this better than I do? I really don't know anything at all. Lu Zhou thought to himself. There was too little information about the unknown land or the Great Void in the memory crystal. All he saw was falling black lotuses. In the end, he shook his head and said, what I know is limited. Lan Shihe sighed and said, the unknown land is incredibly dangerous. There are many terrifying fierce beasts there. Fierce beasts that are hundreds of times stronger than Yingzhao are commonplace there. The original objective of the Great Void Expedition was to explore the secrets of the world's origin. The world's origin? Since the time humans existed, the heavens have allowed humans to cultivate. However, at the same time, the heavens placed different limitations across different domains. The purpose of the expedition was to discover the secret of the heaven and earth's shackles. Lan Shihe's posture was upright, and her voice was soft and gentle. It was melodious as it rang in the room. Later on, human cultivators discovered the existence of the Great Void Seeds, and the original objective of the Great Void Expedition slowly changed. Those who managed to get close to the Great Void Seeds saw a tremendous improvement in their strengths and physiques. Due to human greed, most of everyone forgot about the original objective and fought over the Great Void Seeds. One day, an incredibly strong fierce beast appeared and killed almost everyone and drove away those who survived. Great Void Seeds would come into maturity once every 30,000 years. In the 1,000 years before they matured, the battles between the humans to obtain them were the most intense. The last Great Void Expedition was also the last time anyone had been to the Great Void, Lan Shihe said. She paused for a moment before she said, if Pavilion Master Lu doesn't know where it is, it's even more unlikely that anyone else does. Lu Zhou shook his head calmly. I really don't know where it is. Do you really not know as well? Lan Shihe frowned slightly. Although we have been to the unknown land, no one has gone to the Great Void. Many people confuse the unknown land with the Great Void. There are many cultivators who believe the Great Void is wherever the Great Void Seeds grow. However, that's not the case in my opinion. Why do you say that? The living environment in the unknown land is incredibly harsh, and the sun can't be seen there. It's not a place where humans can live. That place is more like a habitat for fierce beasts. At this moment, Wuxia could not help but ask, Is it possible that the fierce beasts are actually higher on the hierarchy compared to humans? Silence descended on the 72nd floor as everyone mulled over Wuxia's words. Wuxia continued to say, humans take pride in their intelligence, but at present, the intelligence of some fierce beasts isn't inferior to that of humans. Yingzhao is only a low-level intelligent beast. Once it matures, its intelligence won't be inferior to that of humans. Apart from that, fierce beasts in general possess powerful bodies and strength compared to humans. In fact, it's not unbelievable to say perhaps we're caught in a captive breeding plan by them. Just like how humans look down on ants, perhaps the fierce beasts look down on us as well. Lan Shihe shot Wuxia an admiring look and asked, You are? Wuxia replied, Wuxia, the seventh disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lan Shihe nodded before she said, The situation you mentioned is impossible. Humans stand at the peak in regard to intelligence. Moreover, there was evidence of supreme beings living in the unknown land. Supreme beings? Wuxia asked, Tower Master Lan, have you met them before? Lan Shihe did not answer Wuxia's question. Wuxia continued to say, If there are supreme beings, I believe they have a long lifespan. If so, where did they go? Wuxia fired his questions one after another like bullets. Like you said, the original objective of the Great Void Expedition was to seek the secrets of the heaven and earth's shackles. If one can't even break the heaven and earth's shackles, how can one become a supreme being? I heard from 6th Senior Sister that Tower Master Lan only has 5 years left to live. Tower Master Lan's cultivation base is unfathomable and shouldn't be inferior to Xia Zhengrong's cultivation base. May I ask, what's your cultivation base? Why do you only have 5 years to live? What's your purpose in approaching my 6th Senior Sister? Wuxia spoke eloquently without any pause. For a moment, the entire place fell silent again. Everyone was shocked by Wuxia's words. At this time, little Yuaner was holding a glass of water in her hand as she looked at Wuxia in a daze. In a moment of carelessness, the glass slipped from her hands. The moment the glass fell, it froze in the air and flew back to the table. Everyone turned to look at Lan Shihe in unison. Lan Shihe placed her hands on the table and said without any signs of anger, "It seems like Pavilion Master Lu came to interrogate me today." Then, she looked at Wuxia and replied, "Perhaps, there's no need to break the shackles to become a supreme being. All humans are limited by the shackles to various degrees. If you're interested, you can study them yourself." Wuxia continued to say, "According to my observation, there's a way to enter the unknown land from all domains. Coincidentally, the golden, red, black, white, and yellow lotus domains' entrances to the unknown land are in the same direction." Wuxia waved his hand casually before a piece of white paper flew out and landed in front of Lan Shihe. Lan Shihe lowered her gaze and looked at the picture on the paper. She looked up with a hint of surprise on her face and asked, "Who are you?" "I've already said that I'm the 7th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Wuxia." It seemed like Lan Shihe did not believe Wuxia earlier. At this moment, she finally studied the young man in front of her. Suddenly, little Yuaner leaned forward and waved her hand at Lan Shihe. Since she had rested her head on the table, she was a little inconspicuous. "Over here, sister. I'm Yuaner, the 9th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Lan Shihe smiled gently when she looked at little Yuaner. "Well, thank you for your introductions." Then, she shifted her gaze back to Wuxia and said, "This map you drew is not bad. I can give you a hint." Wuxia showed a humble attitude since he was asking for advice. Lan Shihe said, "Your map is good, but it's slightly accurate." As she spoke, she traced the curved line that connected the golden, red, black, and white lotus domains. The line contained the locations of the Heavenly Moat, the Black Water Mystic Cave, and the Sky-Will Mountain Range. "Thank you for your reminder, Tower Master Lan," Wuxia added. "Indeed, this map isn't very accurate. I forgot to bring a more accurate map and was just trying to confirm my speculation." Lan Shihe said, "I'll give you another piece of advice. Please speak. Too much confidence only makes you conceited. It's best not to explore the 4 great uncharted lands," Lan Shihe said. Lu Zhou asked, "The 4 great uncharted lands?" "According to legend, they're independent of the unknown land where the great void seeds grow and are isolated from the world." "That's all I know," Lan Shihe replied. Wuxia stopped asking questions, falling deep into his thoughts. No one knew what he was thinking about. After a while, Lan Shihe said, "The second question." She rose to her feet and levitated in the air. She slowly walked forward and said, "No one can live forever, and I'm no exception. I want to find a replacement before my time comes. Yi Tianxin is the most suitable candidate I've seen so far. It's a pity that we don't have fate." Little Yuaner began to count with her fingers and muttered, 8-leaf cultivators can live for 1,000 years. 9-leaf cultivators can live for 1,600 years. And 10-leaf cultivators can live for 6,000 years. Each birth chart grants 500 years. Sister. Ah! She suddenly stopped speaking and covered her mouth. After calculating, it seemed inappropriate to address Lan Shihe as sister. Lan Shihe had at least 12 birth charts, which added up to at least 8,600 years. Everyone looked at little Yuaner. Why did little Yuaner bring that up? Was it not rude to bring up a woman's age? Nevertheless, Lan Shiha did not seem angry. After living for so long, she had seen many schemes and hypocritical people that she had grown bored. Therefore, she appreciated little Yuaner's candidness. She smiled and continued to rise in the air as she looked at Lu Zhou and asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, are you really not from the Great Void?" Lu Zhou shook his head. Lan Shiha said, "Are you from the 4 great uncharted lands?" Lu Zhou shook his head again. "I understand now. Maybe there's no great void in this world." Everyone was confused by Lan Shiha's words. Lan Shiha sighed softly as she said, "Perhaps, I guessed wrongly." Then, she raised her jade-like hand. Buzz! A white astrolabe appeared before everyone's eyes. It shone as bright as the sun before it dimmed, looking more like the moon instead. The 36 distinct patterns on the birth chart disc flashed before 13 birth charts lit up one after another and disappeared. 13 birth charts? Yu Zhenghai exclaimed in surprise. Even Lu Zhou did not expect Lan Shiha to have activated 13 birth charts. This meant that she had passed 2 birth trials. Lan Shiha looked at little Yuaner and said with a soft sigh, "Little sister, I'm actually very young. It's just that there was a mistake in my cultivation. Not only did my 13th birth chart fail to increase my lifespan, but it even caused me to lose 3,000 years of life. It's not inappropriate for you to address me as elder sister." Lan Shiha's smile was like the spring breeze when she spoke to little Yuaner. She did not look like the high and mighty Tower Master of the White Tower Council, and she did not seem to care that the title Elder Sister would diminish her prestige. "Oh!" Little Yuaner nodded and counted with her fingers again. 11 birth charts, 8,100 years. 12 birth charts, 8,600 years. 13 birth charts, minus 3,000 years. Ah! She covered her mouth in surprise again before she added, "Sister, I'm only 18 years old this year." Everyone wondered if this little girl did not know how to read the room. Fortunately, Lan Shiha did not seem to care. She looked at little Yuaner in surprise. 18 years old? Little Yuan nodded like a chick pecking on grains. Her big eyes stared curiously at Lan Shiha, whose long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. In her opinion, Lan Shiha looked to be around her age. Meanwhile, Lan Shiha shifted her gaze from little Yuaner to see Wuxia to Yu Zhenghai before it finally stopped on Conk. Then, she asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, are they all your disciples?" Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Not all of them." Shen Shi bowed. "The guardian of the Evil Sky Pavilion greets Tower Master Lan." Yan Zhenlua followed suit and said, "The envoy of the Evil Sky Pavilion greets Tower Master Lan." The rest did not need introductions. Lan Shiha asked with a smile, "How did Pavilion Master Lu find so many outstanding disciples?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "I just brought them into the Evil Sky Pavilion. They're not very talented, just hard-working." Lan Shiha glanced at little Yuaner and said, "Not very talented? She sprouted 9 leaves in 18 years. This isn't something ordinary cultivators can achieve." Conk spoke up at this moment. "You're mistaken. 9th senior sister only began to cultivate when she was 5 years old." "Not bad." Lan Shiha looked at Conk. "You're the youngest disciple?" Conk nodded and replied, "Yes," little Yuaner said, clearly filled with pride. "Little junior sister spent less than a year to sprout 10 leaves. Less than a year. What? How?" The topic had strayed too far from its original point. If they continued, it would definitely stray into the territory of Konk's origin. Luo Xian had once said that Konk came from the unknown land. Moreover, she had also taken the Great Void Seed. She was too eye-catching. Moreover, even if Si Wuya had concealed everyone's auras, the appearance of the 10th disciple after having 9 disciples for so long might make people think of the 10 Great Void Seeds. At this moment, Lan Shiha looked at Lu Zhou and asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, I think I've shown enough sincerity by answering your questions. I wonder if I can ask a few questions as well." "Please go ahead." When Lu Zhou used the word "please," Everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion knew that it meant Lu Zhou had high regard for Lan Shihe. Since she was an expert who had passed 2 birth trials, they thought she deserved the special treatment. Pavilion Master Lu, are you really not from the Great Void? Although Lan Shihe's gaze was gentle, her expression was serious. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "No." Lan Shihe continued to ask, "Then why is your lotus blue?" Since before, Lu Zhou's blue lotus had always been a source of mystery in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Initially, Si Wuya had thought it was because Lu Zhou drew his power from the Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier. Later, the 4 elders speculated it was some secret technique. After the existence of the Red Lotus domain was revealed, they thought he came from the Blue Lotus domain. In fact, many people had already thought Lu Zhou was a big boss from the Blue Lotus domain. Xiao Yunhe was an example of those people. If it was true, why did Lu Zhou have the Golden Lotus as well? Moreover, it was no secret that the cultivation of the people from the Golden Lotus domain was weak. How did he defeat the first elders of the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council in the Land of Chaos with his Golden Lotus? It was not surprising that everyone was curious about this matter. Lu Zhou thought for a moment before he replied, "Cultivation technique." Lu Zhou was not lying. The 3 scrolls of heavenly writing granted him the Blue Lotus. Really? Lan Shihe seemed lost and disappointed upon hearing Lu Zhou's reply. "I never lie." Lan Shihe's expectant expression disappeared as she said, "I have one last request. I'd like to exchange a few moves with Pavilion Master Lu Zhou." Lu Zhou's disciples were not worried. In their eyes, their master was invincible after all. They had no idea their master was thinking about how to deal with this matter. He had many methods available to him, but they were all killing methods and not suited for sparring sessions. In the end, Lu Zhou asked, "Why?" "It's not a wise move." Lan Shihe sighed. "It's lonely at the top. Whether it's the White Tower Council, Black Tower Council, Great Yuan, or Great Ming, I've never been defeated. Ever since I saw Pavilion Master Lu and Xia Jingrong's fight, I finally realized there might be someone stronger than me. I know it might be difficult for me to win, but I still want to try. Is this the only reason? I also want to confirm a speculation." "What speculation?" "I'm not sure yet," Lan Shihe replied vaguely. Lu Zhou nodded slightly and said, "You have to think carefully. As long as I attack, no one can block my attack." The expressions of the white-clad cultivators stiffened. These words were too arrogant. They did not doubt Lu Zhou's strength after he defeated Xia Jingrong, but they did not think he was so strong to the extent that no one could withstand a palm strike from him. Moreover, his opponent was Lan Shihe, who had possessed 13 birth charts. Among the people from the White Tower Council, only Ning Wanqing looked uneasy. Although he could not see, he could hear very well. He said, "Tower Master Lan, in my opinion, there's no need to spar with Pavilion Master Lu." "You don't think I have a chance of winning at all?" Lan Shihe asked. "That's not what I mean. I just think there's no need for that. I've personally experienced Pavilion Master Lu's strength and am thoroughly convinced I'm no match for him," Ning Wanqing said. He was a smart person, and he did not want the White Tower Council to repeat the Black Tower Council's mistakes. Following that, a white-clad cultivator standing next to Ning Wanqing said, "Judge Ning, how can you compare to the Tower Master? Pavilion Master Lu even defeated the 2 first elders. It's not surprising you're no match for him." Ning Wanqing was at a loss for words. He really could not refute those words. Lan Shihe said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Lu Zhou nodded slightly. 3 moves. "All right." As soon as Lan Shihe finished speaking, she disappeared from where she stood as though she had vanished into thin air. For her to move without leaving any traces behind was proof of how powerful 13 birth charts were. "Outside!" Little Yuaner exclaimed as she got out of her seat and ran to the railings. She looked out and saw Lan Shihe hovering above the white land. Lan Shihe smiled. "Little sister, can you sense it?" "Sense it?" Little Yuaner shook her head in confusion. Lan Shihe vanished into thin air again. Little Yuaner jumped on the railing and moved past a few pillars. She looked at Lan Shihe, who appeared out of thin air, and asked, Sister, what are you doing? Xianxia. Xianxia furrowed her brows slightly. This time, she vanished and appeared opposite the White Tower. Little Yuaner seemed to sense that Xianxia was testing her. Her curiosity was piqued. She activated the Supreme Purity Jade Slip and used the 7-star cloud treading steps. She jumped off the railings on the 72nd floor and moved toward Xianxia's direction with a smile. She was as agile as a wood elf. Following that, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion left the 72nd floor of the White Tower. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and watched the interaction between Little Yuaner and Xianxia curiously. He was not worried Xianxia would hurt Little Yuaner. Meanwhile, Xianxia disappeared again. Her speed was so fast that most with weaker cultivation bases could not catch her movements at all. Xiao Yuaner raised her head and said, "It's too high. I don't dare to go up. Come down." Conk moved to Little Yuaner's side and looked at the sky curiously as she asked, "Ninth senior sister? You can see her? She's flying up there." Little Yuaner extended her hand and pointed at the sky. At this moment, Xianxia slowly descended from above. A hint of surprise could be seen on her face as she said, "I suddenly feel Yi Tianxin isn't the most suitable candidate." Xianxia studied Little Yuaner, who was clearly confused, carefully. Lu Zhou moved nimbly and arrived opposite the White Tower. He said, "Little Yuaner cultivates the Supreme Purity Jade Skip. It's an incredibly high cultivation technique that enhances her 5 senses. It's not surprising that she can see your movements. For example, humans were many times slower in the eyes of cats. Unless Xianxia could teleport, no matter how fast she was, it was impossible for her to escape Little Yuaner's eyes." Meanwhile, Little Yuaner was delighted by her master's praise. "It's just all right." It was good to be modest, but was it not belittling Xianxia for Little Yuaner to be modest at this moment? No matter what, Xianxia was the Tower Master of the White Tower Council and a super expert who possessed 13 birth charts, as expected of someone who had lived for thousands of years. Although Xianxia felt slightly embarrassed, no traces of it could be seen on her face. Instead, she looked at Lu Zhou and calmly said, "3 moves. Go ahead," Lu Zhou said expressionlessly. Inwardly, he was still thinking about the best way to deal with this. After all, in the end, he only had 5 birth charts. Even with the help from the heavenly writing, he was pushing 12 birth charts. If he fought with Xianxia, who possessed 13 birth charts, he would have no chance of winning. He could only think of using Thunder Blast. He could not use the Deadly Strike card. It would kill Xianxia. If news of him killing Xianxia spread, his reputation would be damaged. Most importantly, a Deadly Strike card was too expensive to use in this situation. The 2 opponents flew back. At this time, there did not seem to be any difference between the 2. At the same time, a strange noise began to ring in the surroundings. A bone-piercing cold from heaven and earth permeated the air immediately as snow rose up into snowflakes. It was as though the world was a snow globe that had been turned upside down. "What move is this?" Si Wuya felt chills run up his spine. Ning Wanqing moved to Si Wuya's side and said, "It's rare to see this. After all, the Tower Master rarely shows her face." Upon seeing this move, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion felt slightly worried for Lu Zhou. Snowflakes continued to rise in the sky and the strange noise grew violent. The air seemed to have frozen over. Yu Zhanghai and the others were already affected by the bone-piercing cold. Si Wuya said as he retreated, "It's a freezing technique that's even more terrifying than Absolute Zero." Ning Wanqing said, "Don't worry. The White Tower Council has a special protective formation. Moreover, the Tower Master won't damage the tower and the buildings." A special barrier lit up promptly on the railing, keeping the cold at bay. At this time, snow had already covered Lu Zhou's body. At this time, the chill had already invaded his body. At this moment, he suddenly recalled he still had a bunch of defensive cards. He opened the system face quickly to have a look. Level 1 defense card, 10,000 points. Reduces 90% damage. Lasts for 10 seconds. Level 2 defense card, 8,000 points. Reduces 80% damage. Lasts for 10 seconds. Lu Zhou wondered inwardly, should I purchase 2 cards? I still have many merit points after all. With these cards, I should be able to block the remaining 10% to 20% damage with my 5 birth charts, right? The freezing noises grew louder and louder. Whoosh! Lan Shiha's figure disappeared into the heavy snow that rose from the ground and reappeared 45 degrees above Lu Zhou's back. In her hand was a weapon as bright as the moon. She did not hesitate and struck immediately. Lu Zhou could feel Lan Shiha's force growing stronger as she drew closer. He discovered that he could not mobilize the primal qi in his Dantian Sea of Qi. It seemed to be frozen. Lu Zhou crushed the level 1 defense card without any hesitation. A warm current immediately flowed from his Dantian Sea of Qi to his entire body. Primal qi began to flood through his extraordinary 8 meridians, dispelling the cold. At the same time, his body seemed to have been plated with gold, making him look like Buddha himself. Even so, when Lan Shi's palm struck, a stronger chill invaded his body. He cursed inwardly, "What a useless card!" Just the remaining 10% of the damage was rather strong. Lu Zhou did not waste time and used Thunderblast. In just a blink of an eye, purple lightning bolts began to flash in the sky as dark clouds rolled in. Then, a bolt of lightning shot out from Lu Zhou's palm toward the moon-like weapon in Lan Shiha's hand. Bang! Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is determined by heaven. Go! Lu Zhou pushed his palm forward. Lightning bolts struck at Lan Shiha. Lan Shiha looked at the lightning bolts in disbelief as she said, "Pavilion Master, you're able to use Thunderblast?" Boom! The lightning struck, catching Lan Shiha off guard. She flipped back and extended her right hand that shone as bright as the sun, blocking the remaining energy from the lightning bolt. The huge impact stirred up a snowstorm immediately. Meanwhile, the light that was comparable to the sun and the moon in Lan Shiha's palm disappeared. Soon enough, the surroundings returned to normal. The two opponents looked at each other from afar. At this moment, Lu Zhou's mind was not on Lan Shiha at all. He was thinking about the merit points he had spent and wondered if it was worth it. It did not take long for him to conclude it was not worth it at all. He only managed to win with 1 card when he had bought 2. If he had known then what he knew now, he would have made a bet with Lan Shiha in the beginning. He really suffered a huge loss this time. Finally, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said with a straight face, "You lost the first move." Lan Shiha shook her head and said, "No, you should have lost." Lu Zhou was a little confused. "Why should I have lost? It's not like you know about the item cards." Lan Shiha said, "I only used the strength of 6 birth charts earlier along with the sun, moon and star wheel, reversing primal qi and the world. Pavilion Master Lu, you forcefully used your primal qi earlier, injuring yourself and the enemy at the same time." Lu Zhou remained silent. This woman had lived for so long. He wondered if she was going to go back on her words. Lan Shiha continued to say, "You shouldn't be able to use your primal qi now. Your extraordinary 8 meridians should be flowing in reverse as well due to the cold energy." Lu Zhou stopped stroking his beard as soon as Lan Shiha finished speaking. A golden astrolabe appeared in his hand immediately. The golden astrolabe only flashed with 5 birth charts. However, everyone present on the scene was convinced he was deliberately hiding his strength. "I will unleash my second move now," Lu Zhou said before he flew away with his astrolabe. Lan Shiha frowned and said softly, "Are you all right?" Then she quickly adjusted her state of mind. This time, one palm shone with the light of the sun while the other shone with the light of the moon. Lu Zhou's astrolabe disappeared into thin air as he pressed his hand down. The astrolabe was just a distraction. At this moment, the purple glazed ceramic in his hand flashed with a purple light. In just an instant, the space within a radius of 100 meters began to distort and turn haze. "Fusion grade," Lan Shiha murmured. At this moment, the bone-chilling cold intensified, and she shone even more dazzlingly with the light of the sun, the moon, and the stars. Ning Wanqing frowned and said, "Everyone, protect the White Tower." "Understood." White-clad cultivators rushed to the railings one after another, forming a semicircular formation before they brought their astrolabes out in front of them. Boom! 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 The power from the sun, moon, and star will smashed against their astrolabes, sending them flying back. A few of them even spat out blood. On the other hand, the Evil Sky Pavilion members gathered. Xianxia took the lead and shielded everyone as he brought his astrolabe out. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed from the White Tower, and a mushroom cloud appeared in the air. After who knew how much time had passed, the sound from the energy collision gradually subsided. The two opponents faced each other from afar again, one on the left and one on the right. Did they both win this round? Xianxia had learned from her earlier mistakes and did not make the same hasty judgment. Meanwhile, after Lu Zhou recovered his vision, he gauged the power of the purple glazed ceramic and determined the energy in it was completely depleted. However, he was not sure if he injured Xianxia or not. Both opponents looked uninjured physically. This was Lu Zhou's first time using the ice sealing ability. He knew how powerful the purple glazed ceramic was, so he was rather surprised Xianxia managed to escape completely unscathed. Finally, he asked, "What's that in your hand?" "It's called the Sun, Moon, and Star Wheel. It was given to me by a senior many years ago," Xianxia replied. "Fusion grade. Perhaps." Xianxia shrugged. "Let's call it a draw for this round. What do you think?" Lu Zhou asked. Despite looking calm outwardly, Xianxia sighed in relief inwardly. She still had one chance. Lu Zhou calmly said, "I hope you can block the next move." After exchanging the second blow, Lu Zhou felt he had underestimated Xianxia. Moreover, she had a special weapon. Based on her words, she did not seem to think the sun, moon, and star's wheel was a fusion-grade weapon. However, in his opinion, even if it was not a fusion-grade weapon, it was not much inferior to a fusion-grade weapon. After all, when Lu Zhou attacked earlier, the sun, moon, and star will manage to nullify the ice-sealing ability from the purple glazed ceramic. Since the second round was a draw, Lu Zhou decided not to give Xianxia another chance. He discovered this woman who had lived for a long time had many more tricks compared to other experts. Soon enough, a Thunderblast card appeared in his hand. Whether she lived or died, it would depend on her fate. Xianxia could tell Lu Zhou had grown serious now. He did not even show this expression when he was at the Black Tower Council. Her expression turned solemn, as well as her long blue hair that fluttered in the air seemed to lighten. She wondered to herself, is he going to use his blue lotus now? Xianxia's robes seemed to emit primal chi as well as they fluttered in the wind. She raised her arm, and the weapon in her hand began to gather the primal chi in the surroundings. "I thought Pavilion Master Lu has grasped the power of the Great Void since the energy is as blue as the sky. As it turns out, I was wrong," Xianxia said as the sun, moon, and star wheel in her hand shone with a light that made the sun look dim in comparison. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the White Tower Council were in awe of the magnificent scene in front of them. They were surprised Xianxia would use such a powerful move. They had never seen her use such a powerful move before. Is this Tower Master Land's ability after passing the second birth trial? Xianxia's weapon continued to shine with the light of the sun, the moon, and the stars as her astrolabe appeared. Her white astrolabe that was equally as dazzling as her weapon began to spin. The 36 distinct patterns on it began to rotate as well, forming a vortex of energy. In just a second, all the primal chi was sucked into the astrolabe. Wuxia frowned upon seeing this. She's not only absorbing primal chi in the surroundings, she can absorb all the primal chi in the world. This ability is even more terrifying than the combined power of the 13 birth charts. Yu Zhenghai asked, "Junior brother, in your opinion, can Master withstand her attack?" Wuxia said with a grim expression, "It's hard to say. After all, she's the strongest opponent Master has faced so far." The strongest opponent Master has faced? In the past, the strongest person in the Golden Lotus domain only had 8 leaves. Although the ancient books mentioned the 1,000 realms whirling, everyone dismissed it as a myth. When Yu Zhenghai recalled what Si Wuya had said in the hall earlier, he asked, "The ancient books also mention the myriad supreme. Logically speaking, shouldn't supreme beings exist?" Si Wuya replied, "That's possible, especially with the existence of the four great uncharted lands. Master once said that eighth junior brother is in the Yellow Lotus domain. It can be seen that the world as a whole was divided into different domains by places like the endless ocean and the fierce beasts and has different limitations. There's also the mysterious great void." Yu Zhenghai nodded before he said with a sigh, "In that case, do you think what Jiang Wenshu did back then was right? Jiang Wenshu did everything for his own benefit. No matter what, there would always be calamities. They're unavoidable. The greater the disaster, the more humans would advance. Humans grow through hardships. If there were no disasters or hardships at all, if one day disaster were to land, humans would surely die. For this reason, I support continuous human advancement and progress. It's the only way to survive," Si Wuya said. Yu Zhenghai praised Si Wuya directly. "Junior brother, you're truly insightful." At this moment, an impenetrable barrier of light from the sun, moon, and star will had formed around Lan Shihe. At the same time, the vortex's force grew stronger and stronger. The primal chi in a radius of 10,000 meters were all absorbed by the vortex. When the astrolabe's radiance reached an unprecedented brightness, it felt like Lan Shihe had absorbed all the primal chi available. The speed of absorption was too heaven-defying. The primal chi was absorbed before it could replenish itself. Everyone felt it was difficult to breathe as they watched. At this time, the astrolabe stopped spinning. The 36 distinct triangles on the birth palace stopped moving, as well as the 13 birth charts on the astrolabe lit up. Clearly, Lan Shihe was ready to attack. She met Lu Zhou's gaze from afar. When their eyes met, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "How ostentatious!" Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve and shattered the card in his hand. A lightning bolt flashed before a golden palm seal shot out. Its size was not too big. It was just 10 times the size of an ordinary palm seal. The script for lightning could be seen in the center of the golden palm seal. Soon enough, lightning bolts began to flash around the palm seal. When the script for lightning touched the dark clouds in the sky, a huge bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. The sun, moon, and star wheel in Lan Shihe's hand and her astrolabe exploded with an unimaginable force. Boom! The lightning bolt struck, causing the air around Lan Shihe to ripple and distort. Boom! Following that, an ear-piercing louder than the one before rang in the air. It was so loud that those who were present felt their eardrums ache. An explosion of light shrouded the entire place, causing everyone to lose visibility. They could see nothing and hear nothing but a ringing noise in their ears. Fortunately, the backlash from the collision of attacks did not affect the White Tower like earlier. Boom! 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 Lan Shihe looked up at the sky in surprise. Purple lightning bolts flashed in the heavens, striking down. She found Lu Zhou's power hard to understand. Withdraw! Lan Shihe's astrolabe dimmed as she withdrew it. At the same time, the sun, moon, and star wheel shot up. She felt as though a huge mountain was pressing down on her. At this moment, the golden palm seal was not far from her. The script for lightning, in the center of the palm seal, seemed to resonate with and attract the purple lightning bolts in the sky. Every time the purple lightning bolt struck, she would be pushed down 100 meters. Boom! 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 The sun, moon, and star wheel lost its brilliance at this moment. Rise! Lan Shihe's expression grew determined. A burst of energy exploded from her Dantian's sea of qi to resist the lightning bolts. However, just as she rose about a few dozen meters high, the golden palm seal suddenly accelerated and landed on her chest. Boom! With that, Lan Shihe's hair returned to its original color. The power surging out from her Dantian sea of qi, her sun, moon, and star wheel, her astrolabe, and her primal chi were all extinguished by the palm strike. She fell rapidly from the sky. The process only lasted a few breaths. The bright light vanished, and primal chi began to flow in the air again. The oppressive feeling disappeared, making it easier for everyone to breathe again. With this, everyone's hearing and sight soon returned to them. All of them looked at the scene before them eagerly, trying to figure out what happened. At this moment, Lu Zhou was still hovering in the air. He placed one hand on his back while the other hand was stroking his beard. An ominous feeling rose in the white-clad cultivators' hearts when they could not even see Lan Shihe's shadow. When they looked down, Tower Master Lan, they saw Lan Shihe's figure lying on the snow-covered ground. She looked small and vulnerable as she clutched her chest with her right hand. She was half-hunched in pain as her shoulder trembled. Fresh blood trickled out from the corner of her lips and fell on the white snow. The blood looked like blooming red plum blossoms, enchanting and beautiful. From the 72nd floor, Lan Shi looked as fragile as a bird, shivering on the cold ground. The white-clad cultivators were in a daze. They found it difficult to accept that their invincible and high and mighty Tower Master was defeated just like that. Lan Shihe hated the ground and the sunlight, and she hated defeat even more. In her entire life, she had never suffered such a clean defeat. Out of 3 moves, she only managed to fight to a draw with 1 move. Nevertheless, Lan Shihe knew she would lose. She had witnessed Lu Zhou sweeping through the Black Tower Council with his blue lotus, causing the collection collapse of the towers. She wanted to seize the chance to confirm a thought in her heart, but she did not expect to be so thoroughly defeated. She could not accept it. Her hair was scattered around her on the pure and white snow. She felt very uncomfortable. She tried to sit up and quell her surging blood and energy in her body. After using the ground to steady herself, she looked up at Lu Zhou, who was hovering high up in the sky. At this time, the white-clad cultivators on the top of the tower and the ground rushed out simultaneously. Many of the members of the White Tower Council had never seen Lan Shihe before, even after joining the White Tower Council. Many of them ran out to see what their Tower Master looked like. Alas, before they could see her peerless face, clear eyes, and fair skin that were comparable to a blooming lotus, Lan Shihe waved her hand casually, stirring up the snow that was stained with her blood. At the same time, the sun, moon, and star will glowed again, blocking everyone's sight. When the snow settled and the light vanished, Lan Shihe had already disappeared from everyone's sight. What was left was a delicate and beautiful flower that bloomed from where her blood had fallen earlier. On the 72nd floor of the White Tower, Lan Shihe's gaze was as calm as a still lake, and her appearance had returned to what it was before. Her hair was no longer a blue so light that it was almost gray. Compared to before, the air of superiority around her seemed to have weakened. She seemed more humble. She met Lu Zhou's gaze and said, "I lost." Lu Zhou said evenly, "You're injured." At the same time, Yu Zhenghai asked Wuxia in a hushed tone, "How strong is Master exactly?" Since Yu Zhenghai's return to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he really could not understand his master at all. Wuxia replied, "Previously, I thought Master was cultivating some secret technique that could greatly boost his cultivation. However, I have a feeling now that Master has been to the Great Void." Master has been to the Great Void? Only those who have been to the Great Void have such strength. In fact, I have a speculation that eldest senior brother might not believe. Wuxia said. "Please speak, 7th junior brother. How can I not believe you?" Yu Zhenghai said as he patted Wuxia's shoulder. Wuxia moved back before he secretly transmitted his voice to Yu Zhenghai and said, "Master went to the unknown land more than 300 years ago. At that time, Luo Xian took away one of the 10 great void seeds. As it happened, little junior sister Conk, who inherited Luo Xian's power, possessed the great void energy as well. Think about it. There are 10 great void seeds, and there are 10 of us with the great void energy." Yu Zhenghai. Eldest senior brother. Do you think there would be so many coincidences? Yu Zhenghai was stunned. On the contrary, Wuxia's expression remained calm, as though what he spoke about had nothing to do with him at all. Yu Zhenghai said, "Why aren't you surprised?" Wuxia said leisurely, "I've long suspected this, so I'm no longer surprised. It's only normal that eldest senior brother is surprised, since this is your first time hearing about it. Yu Zhenghai wanted to say something, but he hesitated. However, this was the White Tower Council's territory after all. He had no choice but to remain silent for now. He quickly regained his usual expression and stopped asking questions. Si Wuya said, "This is also the fundamental reason why eldest senior brother died 3 times back then but could still be resurrected despite the 1,000-year limit. The great void seeds contain the heaven and earth energy and the essences from the sun and the moon. They changed our physiques. Eldest senior brother, in other words, you're the chosen one. Why do I feel like you're praising yourself? The moon shines equally on the surface of the sea. I'm praising everyone," Si Wuya replied. After a moment, Yu Zhenghai cleared his throat and changed the topic. "Since Master injured Lan Shihe, do you think he'll heal her?" "I don't know." Si Wuya shook his head. "Oh, so there are things that you don't know?" Yu Zhenghai said, "Lan Shihe is too arrogant, just like you and second junior brother. With Master's temperament, it's good enough that he didn't continue to beat her up. Do you really think he's going to heal her?" "Eldest senior brother is right," Si Wuya replied placidly. Just as Yu Zhenghai said, Lu Zhou did not feel any sympathy at all when he looked at Lan Shihe. If it was not for Thunderblast and the level 1 defense card, even if he had 10 birth charts, it would not be able to withstand that devastating move from Lan Shihe. "Pavilion Master Lu's strength is admirable," Lan Shihe said. Lu Zhou replied, "You're quite lucky. Very few people can live after being struck by my palm strike. However, I have to say your ability to absorb all the primal chi is rare." Lan Shihe said, "Pavilion Master Lu, you're so confident? You just don't know me." Lu Zhou shook his head. Lan Shihe really wanted to say he did not know her as well, but she refrained since it would make her sound like a sore loser. In the end, she let out a long sigh and said, "Perhaps, if I didn't make a mistake in my cultivation, Pavilion Lu wouldn't be a match for me." Lu Zhou asked curiously, "A mistake in your cultivation? Perhaps I can help you." Lan Shihe looked at Lu Zhou and asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, what's your cultivation base?" Lu Zhou said with a straight face, "All you need to know is that it's strong, not weak." At this point, whatever Lu Zhou said was right. Lan Shihe said, "With every 6 birth charts, one has to pass the birth trial. Everyone thinks after activating 12 birth charts, one will be able to activate the 13th birth chart. However, that's not the case." Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat, but he remained silent. Lan Shihe flew toward the head of the table again and took a seat as though she was uninjured. She waited for Lu Zhou and the others to return to their seats before she continued to say, "The truth is, after activating 12 birth charts, the next step is to sprout the 11th leaf." 11 leaves? Lu Zhou was instantly reminded of Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong did not activate his birth chart at all and directly sprouted the 11th leaf. Lan Shihe said, "The lotus and the birth palace have to have 11 leaves in order to activate the 13th birth chart without losing your lifespan. I've been to many places and studied many ancient books." At this moment, Si Wuya said, "You're right. The size of a birth palace is related to the lotus. With every leaf that sprouts, the lotus will expand." Lan Shihe nodded and said to Si Wuya, "Many people can't activate more birth charts because their birth palaces are too small." Lu Zhou said, "The path of cultivation is complicated and changeable. You can still sprout the 11th leaf to make up for your mistake." "It's too late," Lan Shihe sighed and said, "Once the 13th birth chart has been activated, there's no turning back. Moreover, I don't have much time left." Lu Zhou decided to seize the chance and asked, "Have you ever seen someone sprouting the 11th leaf after the 10th leaf?" Although Lan Shihe was hit by Lu Zhou's palm strike, she seemed fine now. As she spoke, her breathing was even and her tone was confident. "Pavilion Master Lu, what you're saying is directly sprouting the 11th leaf without activating birth charts?" "That's right," Lu Zhou nodded. Lan Shihe shook her head. "I've never heard of it." Ning Wanqing said curiously, "From the perspective of cultivation, this path is very difficult. Human cultivation is based on the lotus. With the lotus as the foundation, One opens the birth palace and activates the first birth chart. After sprouting the 10th leaf, there's no space for the 11th leaf to sprout. Only by activating birth charts, one could expand the size of one's lotus before one will have space to sprout the 11th leaf. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "If the lotus is a hindrance, then just sever it." Lan Shihe was stunned by these words. A frown appeared on her face as she fell deep into her thoughts. She did not comment on Lu Zhou's words and was seriously considering the feasibility of severing her lotus. After a while, she shook her head and said, "Even if it's possible, it's too late for me." After all, if Lan Shihe severed her lotus, it would mean she had to give up on her 13 birth charts. Without her 13 birth charts, apart from having to endure a great decline in her cultivation base, her lifespan would be greatly reduced as well. After living so many years, if she were to lose her 13 birth charts now, it was likely she would die instantly. Even if her life was guaranteed, how could it be easy for a cultivator like her to give up on her cultivation that she had painstakingly cultivated? Lu Zhou said, "Well, it's not surprising you've never heard of it. However, I have a disciple called Yu Shangrong. He was the first person in the Golden Lotus domain to sever his lotus." The calm and resignation on Lan Shihe's face were replaced by a fleeting surprised expression. "He succeeded?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said mysteriously, "Perhaps you should ask Ning Wanqing." Ning Wanqing was one of the judges of the White Tower Council. He once represented the White Tower Council in the Southern Kingdom to search for Ying Zhao. He had defeated King Chun of Wu and Luo Huan on his own. At that time, under the orders of Su Chun, the late first elder of the White Tower Council, he was going to search for Ying Zhao's life heart on the then presumed dead Lu Zhou's body. At that time, Yu Shangrong stood in his path, becoming a huge obstacle on his path. His eyes were lifeless as he recalled the scene where Yu Shangrong worked with his avatar and unleashed a sky full of energy swords to obstruct him. He would not believe Yu Shangrong was just a 10-leaf cultivator even if he was beaten to death. Now that he heard Lu Zhou's words, he felt much better. Whether Yu Shangrong sprouted the 11th leaf or not, at least he was certain Yu Shangrong was not just a 10-leaf cultivator. Ning Wanqing said, "I've fought him before. However, due to my eyes, I can't see his avatar. However, I'm certain his strength is at least above that of a 4-chart expert." Yan Jinlua added, "This matter is interesting. The second elder of the Black Tower Council, Duan Shihua, once sent someone to the Golden Lotus domain. His men mostly have about 5 birth charts. Before I left the Black Tower Council, I heard from a friend that Duan Shihua's subordinate's lifestone had shattered. No one knew if he was killed by a fierce beast or what." Si Wuya said, "I believe I can help you find the answer to that." Si Wuya had been in contact with Yu Shangrong, so he knew that Yu Shangrong was safe. He immediately brought a talisman out and unfolded a portable formation before burning the talisman. The principle of communication formations and talismans was that only those who were in the range of the formation would be in view. Needless to say, the other side would have to have the corresponding formation and talisman as well. However, if one only needed to pass a message without seeing each other, a one-sided communication formation and talisman would do. Soon enough, the projected image of a person appeared. Si Wuya called out, "Second senior brother. 7th junior brother, is something the matter?" Yu Shangrong asked. Si Wuya bluntly asked, "Did you kill Duan Shihua's subordinate?" Su Heng. Yu Shangrong shook his head, thinking that the Black Tower Council must have discovered Su Heng's shattered life stone. "He was eaten by a sea beast in the Black Water Mystic Cave. I didn't kill him. He has 5 birth charts. How could he be eaten so easily? It's only 5 birth charts. If the sea beast didn't eat him, he would have died under my sword," Yu Shangrong said indifferently. Si Wuya cleared his throat. He really wanted to remind his second senior brother that there were many big shots present. It was inappropriate for his second senior brother to act so haughtily at this time. In the end, he said, "We're now in the White Tower Council. Master is a guest here. Master wants to know about your cultivation base." "Master is present?" Yu Shangrong's haughty demeanor disappeared without a trace. He was incredibly humble as he said, "The path of severing one's lotus is like traveling forward in the darkness. I'm blinding groping around so my cultivation progress is slow. I need Master's guidance to advance. When it's time to show off, he won't show off." Wuxia shook his head. In the end, he said, "It's good to see you're safe. I'll cut off the communication now. Send my regards to Master," Yu Shangrong said before the projection disappeared. Wuxia did not ask about the 11 leaves. However, this was enough to show everyone Yu Shangrong was alive and well. 11 leaves were a great trump card and a deadly weapon. How could it be easily revealed to others? Lan Shihe said in disbelief. A 10-leaf cultivator killing a 5-chart cultivator? Ning Wanqing said, I don't doubt it. When he fought the Elder that day, he was not at a disadvantage at all. His true strength has likely surpassed that of a 5-chart cultivator. Lan Shihe trusted Ning Wanqing's judgment. He was not only the backbone of the White Tower Council, but he was also loyal and capable. He would not lie about this matter. She fell deep into her thoughts again. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment. After a while, Lu Zhou suddenly said, Indeed, it's a little late for you to sever your lotus. Lan Shihe remained silent. Lu Zhou looked at the sky and rose to his feet as he asked, Lan Shihe, why do you think I'm from the Great Void? Lan Shihe regained her senses and replied, Rumor has it that those from the Great Void have the origin power, and only those who have the origin power can enter the Great Void. Lu Zhou finally understood Lan Shihe's reasoning. After a moment, he asked, Haven't you grasped the origin power? Lan Shihe shook his head. I used the sun, moon, and star wheel to draw upon the power of heaven and earth and the essences from the sun and moon. At the same time, I used the ability from passing the second birth trial to harness the origin power. However, my control is tenuous at best. If Pavilion Master Luz doesn't have full control of the Blue Lotus, I have even less control. She looked at Lu Zhou knowingly as though Lu Zhou already knew everything. Since she placed Lu Zhou in a higher position than herself, she did not say a lot of things because she assumed Lu Zhou already knew them. Lu Zhou naturally could see through Lan Shihe's thoughts. In any case, he learned some key information from Lan Shihe during this visit, such as the 4 great uncharted lands and the next stage after activating 12 birth charts. It's getting late. I'm sure you understand the purpose of my visit, Lu Zhou said. Lan Shihe lowered her head slightly. She was inwardly confused. What do I understand? After Lu Zhou had spoken, Yu Zhanghai, Wuxia, and the others rose to their feet one after another. When they walked to the entrance, Lu Zhou seemed to have recalled something and said, Since I returned Ning Wanqing to you, don't you think there are some things you've forgotten? Lan Shihe. An unnatural expression appeared on the face of the high and mighty Tower Master of the White Tower Council, who had never been spoken to in this manner before. After a moment, she said stiffly, 5 obsidian essences and 10 fire spirit stones. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Is Ning Wanqing's status so low in the White Tower Council? Then he directed his next words at Ning Wanqing. If you're dissatisfied here, you can join my Evil Sky Pavilion. Lan Shihe's eyes twitched slightly. I'll double the offer. Please spare me some of my dignity, Pavilion Master Lu. Lu Zhou did not say anything. Instead, he turned around and left the White Tower. Little Yuaner waved at Lan Shihe. Goodbye. Everyone took off and rushed toward the runic passage at the peak of the snowy mountain. After Lu Zhou left, Ning Wanqing fell to his knees immediately. Please punish me for failing you, Tower Master. Leave, Lan Shihe said calmly. Understood. Ning Wanqing did not dally and left immediately. The others followed suit, not daring to stay any longer. As soon as everyone left, Lan Shihe could no longer suppress her surging blood and energy. She leaned forward slightly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lan Shihe disliked being seen in such a sorry state. She had gotten used to being invincible after all. Even if she was defeated, she had to make sure she did not look too wretched. At this moment, her shoulders were trembling as she panted for breath. Her chest heaved up and down accordingly. When her breathing finally calmed down, she muttered softly as she lifted her jade-like hand. Thunder blast. On her palm, scorch marks that looked like tree roots could be seen. These were the scars she obtained when resisting the thunder blast. The marks snaked along the veins on her arms into her body and into her internal organs. At this moment, her index finger and ring finger suddenly trembled. The sun, moon, and star will appeared out of thin air in her hand. As the light from the weapon shone on her palm, the primal chi and vitality energy outside of the White Tower gathered in a flurry. When the light vanished, the marks on her palms had also disappeared. Xianxia disliked changes and hated marks that marred her skin and affected her appearance. After exhaling lightly, she murmured to herself, "How strong are you exactly?" As news of Xianxia, the Tower Master of the White Tower Council, sparring with the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion spread in the White Tower Council, more than 100 cultivators gathered and flew toward the peak of the snowy mountain. The long line they formed looked like a white dragon from afar. Some of them flew on their swords and some of them flew with their avatars. At this moment, Lu Zhou and the others had just arrived at the peak of the snowy mountain. They had only noticed the white-clad cultivators from the White Tower Council when they turned around. Due to their white robes and the snowy background, if one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to see them. Only dots of black, which were their heads, could be seen. "Master, they seem unresigned," Xianxia said with a smile. Lu Zhou frowned and said sternly, "They don't know what's good for them." On second thought, what methods did he have left to deal with so many cultivators? He did not have the Peak Trial card or the Supreme Mystic card now. At this moment, the large group of white-clad cultivators stopped about 1,000 meters away and watched from afar, not daring to get any closer. Si Wuya smiled. "They're afraid that we won't leave and will stay here," Little Yuaner said. "It's not even fun here. Only fools would stay here." The white-clad cultivators watched with varying expressions on their faces. There were wariness, anxiety, and fear. They seemed at a loss over what to do. Xianxia smiled faintly and said with a bow, "Master, you shouldn't trouble yourself with such trivial matters. Let me deal with it." Xianxia flew about 10 meters out. The Jasper saber shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds, boosted by energy. Soon enough, primal chi gathered around the Jasper saber like a tornado. Xianxia said in a clear voice, "Those who are unresigned, please step forward." The group of more than 100 people shuddered as they gulped. Whoosh! Hundreds of thousands of energy sabers appeared in the air, lined up neatly. They formed a disc-like formation. One of the white-clad cultivators hurriedly said, "My lord, you've misunderstood us. We're here to respectfully send Pavilion Master Lu off. We meant no offense." Xianxia said, "Is that so? This is the Tower Master's order. We daren't disobey her." The energy sabers vanished into thin air. "Let's go," Lu Zhou said expressionlessly before he stepped into the runic passage. Xianxia retrieved his Jasper saber and followed the other members of the Evil Sky Pavilion into the runic passage. The runic passage lit up, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. Following that, the more than 100 white-clad cultivators looked at each other in dismay. "I don't believe the Tower Master was defeated." "I don't believe it either. How can the Tower Master lose?" Someone at the back said. "If you're not afraid of incurring the Tower Master's anger, then go and ask her." All of you clamored for a battle to regain the White Tower Council's dignity, but shrank back in fear as soon as his disciples stepped forward. "What do you mean by shrank back in fear? Who dares to attack Pavilion Master Lu? However, just because we can't beat him doesn't mean we can't beat his disciple." At this moment, Ning Wangxing's voice promptly rang from the direction of the White Tower. "I advise all of you not to cause trouble. Without the Tower Master's orders, no one's allowed to act on their own accord. Otherwise, they'll be severely punished." With that, the white-clad cultivators fell silent like cicadas in winter. Lu Zhou and the others only waited for a moment in the passage before they appeared in a forest. Xianxia observed their surroundings briefly before he said, "Master, we're here back in the Red Lotus domain." Lu Zhou nodded. He turned his head to look at Wuxia and said, "Open the passage to the Evil Sky Pavilion in the Golden Lotus domain as soon as possible." Wuxia said, "I'll rush Zhao Hongfu. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to complete it within half a month." All of a sudden, a strange scream rang from the forest. "There's movements." Shun 11 flew out like an arrow with his long halberd in hand. Primal Qi gathered around his long halberd immediately. Lu Zhou walked out of the runic passage and looked at the lush forest in the distance. Wuxia said, "Someone might have discovered this runic passage, but it leads to the White Lotus domain, so it's not too important." At this moment, Conch raised her beautiful brows and said, "It's a fierce beast. A fierce beast. It seems to be calling for help." At this moment, they suddenly recalled that Conch could understand the tongue of beasts. "Let's go take a look." Everyone took off and flew forward. Conch followed the sound and finally came to a stop in front of a thicket. Soon enough, everyone saw a fierce lying in the thicket. Its body was drenched in blood, and its aura was very weak. Wuxia exclaimed in surprise, "Ing Zhao!" It had the body of a horse, a pair of bird wings, and a tiger's head. What else could it be if not Ing Zhao? At this moment, Ing Zhao that was drenched in blood looked as though it had just escaped from hell. Its mouth opened and closed, making incomprehensible noises. "What is it saying?" Lu Zhou asked. "Help!" Lu Zhou looked at Ing Zhao and frowned slightly. "Who hurt you?" Conch immediately acted as an interpreter. "Fierce beasts. Stronger fierce beasts." "Where?" Lu Zhou asked. "The Southern Kingdom, land of chaos. They wanted to eat people." Conch paused intermittently when she spoke due to Ing Zhao's frequent pauses. Lu Zhou asked, "You're a fierce beast as well. Why did they attack you?" Ing Zhao lay its head flat on the ground as it moved its mouth slightly, making noises. Conch seemed surprised as she listened to it. She did not speak until Ing Zhao finished speaking. "Master, it seems like the fierce beasts are highly intelligent like humans but are more ruthless and vicious than humans. It said the sea beasts in the southwestern sea have invaded the land of chaos, and the group of fierce beasts Ing Zhao belonged to in the land chaos was defeated. Since you took its life hard away, it was punished by the Beast King when it returned. It almost lost its life when it escaped." Lu Zhou nodded. "You brought this upon yourself. I advised you to leave, but you insisted on staying. Moreover, why do you have to eat people?" Ing Zhao struggled to lift its head. Then it began to make strange noises in a voice that was much hoarser than before. Spoke quite a lot. Conch said, "It said that humans are delicious to fierce beasts. It said human cities are like orchards to fierce beasts. If humans can eat fruits, why can't fierce beasts eat humans?" This statement rendered everyone speechless. Powerful fierce beasts looking down on humans were like humans looking down at the sheep in a pen. There was nothing wrong with the logic. Then, in that case, who was keeping who in captivity? Humans with their ridiculous hubris claimed to stand at the top of the food chain. However, if Ing Zhao's words were true, what kind of chaos would descend on the world? Wuxia looked at Ing Zhao and asked, "If what you said is true, shouldn't humans have gone extinct long ago?" It was a valid question. After all, fierce beasts were much stronger than humans. Ing Zhao made a bunch of unintelligible noises again. Everyone looked at the conch, waiting for her to translate. Conch spread her hands helplessly. "Seniors, don't look at me. It's dying." Lu Zhou stopped stroking his beard and looked at Ing Zhao, who was on the verge of death. He said, "Since you came to me, I believe you've thought things through." Ing Zhao made a gurgling noise. Everyone looked at Conch again. Conch said, "The first part of the noise it made was just the sound it made from enduring the pain. Following that, it said that it's willing to muddle along with Master." "Muddle along?" Yu Zhenghai asked. "Little junior sister, it really said that? Please don't shoot the messenger. I'm only translating." Conch remained silent. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "Since you're willing to follow me, I'll save your life." He raised his right hand, swinging his sleeve. With his palm facing downward, a blue lotus fell from his palm. As soon as the blue lotus appeared, rich vitality energy began to converge, resulting in the surrounding trees and flowers to grow rapidly. The trees grew taller while hundreds of flowers bloomed. The sound of birds chirping happily rang in the air. This scenery was the complete opposite of the WTC's barren snowland. After the blue lotus landed on Yingzhao's body, it quickly healed its internal injuries and flesh wounds. At the same time, Wizard flew next to Yingzhao. It lowered its head and made soft noises before raising its head to let out a cry that resounded in the sky. With this, Yingzhao seemed to be greatly encouraged. It raised its head with great difficulty, looking like an exhausted warhorse. Following that, as though it had found hope, it struggled to rise to its feet. After it stabilized its footing, it spread its wings and began to flap them, stirring up the wind and causing birds to fly away in shock. It somewhat resembled a Pegasus at this moment. Although Yingzhao's current condition was not dissimilar to an injured tiger that could even be bullied by a dog, its natural noble aura was still more than enough to scare away ordinary fierce beasts into fleeing in all directions. Wizard cried out softly at Yingzhao. With this, Yingzhao hurriedly tucked away its wings and nodded twice at Wizard as though it was saying, "I understand, eldest brother. I'll listen to you." Wizard looked at Yingzhao, clearly satisfied with its attitude. Lu Zhou broke the silence and said, "You have to think this through. Once you commit to it, there's no going back." Yingzhao flapped its wings lightly and nodded at Lu Zhou. "Very good. Ding. You've obtained the mount, Yingzhao. Let's return." "Understood." In the evening, in the royal palace's preservation hall, Lu Zhou paced back and forth as he fired questions after questions at Yingzhao. Yingzhao obediently answered Lu Zhou's question. Naturally, there were questions he did not have the answers to. Needless to say, Conk was present to act as a translator. "It doesn't know where the Great Void is?" Lu Zhou asked Conk with his hands on his back. Conk replied, "That's right. To be precise, it has never heard of the Great Void. However, it knows of incredibly powerful humans. It said the powerful humans and the Beast Kings had reached an agreement that they wouldn't fight each other needlessly in the past. However, not all humans and fierce beasts adhere to the agreement. Until now, there are humans who hunt fierce beasts for their life hearts, and there are fierce beasts who invade cities to eat humans. Doesn't this mean humans are strong enough to contend with fierce beasts?" Lu Zhou asked. Conk translated Yingzhao's reply and said, "That's what the Beast Kings think. However, Yingzhao thinks fierce beasts are much stronger than humans. It said all the human territories added up aren't even comparable to a corner of the endless ocean." Si Wuya, who was sitting nearby, nodded in understanding. In conclusion, powerful fierce beasts and powerful humans reached an agreement to stop killing each other needlessly to prevent both sides from falling into a hopeless situation. At the same time, both sides turned a blind eye to the violation of the contract by the lower-level fierce beasts and weak humans to promote their respective growth. As for captivity plans, it seemed like some highly intelligent fierce beasts did implement them. Apart from that, powerful fierce beasts were also limited by the heaven and earth shackles. Unlike humans, the energy in human cities was not enough for them to cultivate. Humans were blessed in terms of cultivation. They did not need to live in harsh conditions to make progress in their cultivations like fierce beasts did. Si Wuya asked, "Have you heard of the 4 great uncharted lands?" Yingzhao shook its head as it opened and closed its mouth, making a string of noises. Conk translated its words as best as she could. It said it doesn't know. It also said that it doesn't understand why. She hesitated for a moment before she continued. "It doesn't understand when humans fight. They jump around like clowns, farting out various colors of energies and stepping on lotuses. It said it really hates these things." Lu Zhou and Si Wuya. They could not refute Yingzhao's words. After all, Yingzhao only had an IQ of a 10-year-old child. It was normal that it viewed humans in this way. Conk continued to say, "Yingzhao also said it did not agree to Master's words immediately because humans are inferior, so how could he let a human ride on its head? Then why did it agree to it now?" Si Wuya laughed. Yingzhao spun around once as it flapped its wings. The sound it made was rather cheerful. Conk said, "Humans and fierce beasts have one thing in common. They both fear the strong." Yingzhao thinks Master is strong, so it decided to follow Master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard in satisfaction. He was very used to humans flattering him. This was his first time being flattered by a fierce beast. It felt pretty good. Conk continued to say, "Yingzhao's hometown is 10,000 miles south of the land of chaos. The places it has been to are limited since it dared not travel too far. Hence, it doesn't know much about the outside world. When the herd of fierce beasts it belonged to learned of its intention to escape, they labeled it as a traitor. It said that some powerful fierce beasts will definitely come for him, so it hopes Master will protect it." Lu Zhou nodded. "Since you decided to follow me, I will naturally protect you. However, you have to understand the evil Sky Pavilion doesn't keep idle people around." Little Yuaner immediately corrected Lu Zhou. "Master, it's not idle people, it's idle beasts. You talk too much." Lu Zhou raised his hand and knocked little Yuaner's head lightly. Yingzhao spread its wings and let out a loud cry. Conk said, "It said it'll do its best, and it wants its life heart back." Lu Zhou said, "When your injuries are healed, I'll return your life heart to you. All right, bring it away." With this, Conk brought Yingzhao out of the preservation hall. After that, Lu Zhou turned to see Wuxia and asked, "Old Seventh, what do you think? If Yingzhao is telling the truth, the problem is more complicated than I thought. Disputes between humans can be solved with human thinking. With the addition of high-level intelligent fierce beasts, things have become troublesome," Si Wuxia replied. Lu Zhou said skeptically, "Is it even possible for fierce beasts to be more intelligent than humans? Even if they're not more intelligent than humans, they're definitely stronger. Yingzhao is right about one thing. The beasts occupy more territories than humans, hence, it's clear their numbers are higher as well. If they were more intelligent than humans as well, I'm afraid humans would have gone extinct a long time ago. Even the weakest humans know how to think. The same can't be said for the weakest beasts," Si Wuxia said. Lu Zhou nodded as he continued thinking to himself. "All right, you may take your leave." "Yes, Master. I'll return to the Sky Martial Court first," Si Wuxia said. With this, the others left the preservation hall as well. When Lu Zhou was the only one left in the hall, he brought out Yingzhao and Puyi's life hearts. The two life hearts were crystal clear. Lu Zhou said mockingly, "Fierce beasts think humans' avatars and energies are like farts while humans treat fierce beasts' life hearts like eggs." Lu Zhou thought the world was getting more and more interesting. Following that, he flicked his hand. His lotus appeared in front of him. 5 birth zones flashed in his birth palace. His birth charts were stable, so he could activate his 6th birth chart now. He put Puyi's life heart into the earth area of the birth palace, and a crisp sound rang in the air, indicating the life heart was successfully embedded into its position. All there was left to do was for him to wait now. While waiting, he opened the system interface and began to buy reversal cards. Current merit points, 1,233,860. Remaining lifespan, 287,230 days, 786 years, in which 263 years are from reversal cards. With his lifespan, he could live for almost another 1,000 years. If he used more reversal cards, who knew if he would return to his mother's womb? At that time, no matter how high his cultivation base was, it would be useless. With more than 700 years now, he still needed more years to activate the 6th birth chart. It takes 1,500 years to activate a birth chart. This means I need to purchase more than 900 reversal cards. One card costs 500 merit points. Lu Zhou was rendered speechless after he did the calculations. He would have to spend at least 450,000 merit points just to activate this birth chart. He felt distressed even though he had more than 1,000,000 merit points now. Lu Zhou thought he should also think of ways to extend his life while he increased his cultivation base. If ordinary life hearts were useless, there should be other ways to do it. He was not a 5-chart cultivator. Theoretically, he could live for 5,100 years. He only had more than 700 years left now. He was confident that he would be able to extend his lifespan as he continued to break the upper limit of his cultivation. At this moment, a crisp sound rang in the hall again, as Pu Yi's life heart sank an inch into Lu Zhou's birth palace. With that, Lu Zhou felt a pain in his Dantian sea of qi. Following that, the scorching heat came along with a piercing pain that was even more intense than before. It felt like a venomous scorpion was repeatedly stinging his birth palace. Sweat broke out on Lu Zhou's forehead. It's really not easy to activate the sixth birth chart. Just activating it is so painful. How difficult would the birth trial be? Lu Zhou thought about the purple glazed ceramic. The cool energy from it could soothe the pain slightly. It was unfortunate he had depleted its energy earlier when he was sparring with Lan Shiha. He really regretted trying to act cool earlier. If he had known this would happen, he would have used 3 thunderblasts to deal with her instead of using the purple glazed ceramic. The heat grew hotter and hotter. This can't continue. Otherwise, I'd die from the heat sooner or later. Indeed, the heat was very dangerous even though Lu Zhou possessed the fire-resistant ability. He needed to neutralize the heat with something cold. This would not be a problem if he was still in the White Lotus domain where it snowed everywhere. Black Water Mystic Cave? The scene where Yu Shangrong was in the Black Water Mystic Cave appeared in his mind. It was also very cold there. However, it was too dangerous. A 5-chart 1,000 realms whirling cultivator was a delicious meal for the fierce beasts there. Activating his birth chart, there was equivalent to throwing sheep into a tiger's mouth. What about the cold pond? Lu Zhou recalled the cold pond north of Cloud Mountain. It was incredibly cold there due to its towering height. Back when he was a guest on Cloud Mountain, he had heard Nie Qingyun speak about it. At that time, he was only a 9-leaf cultivator. If he had entered the cold pond that time, he would only die. Lu Zhou no longer hesitated. While his birth chart had yet to activate, he quickly left the preservation hall and made his way to Cloud Mountain. Lu Zhou flew under the cover of the night with his lotus next to him. He would look at his birth palace from time to time. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had shrunk his lotus to an inconspicuous size. From afar, he looked like a shooting star. When he flew at top speed, his speed was inferior to Wizard's speed. Although it required him to use primal qi, he knew now was not the time to save his primal qi. After flying at top speed for 2 hours, Lu Zhou finally arrived at Cloud Mountain. He hovered in the night sky quietly as he looked at the 12 peaks. Each of the peaks was protected by Dao inscriptions. The inscriptions resembled the waves from the sea from afar. Under the moonlight, they sparkled conspicuously. Even the birds in the sky would instinctively avoid the sparkling Dao inscriptions. According to etiquette, Lu Zhou should greet Nie Qingyun first. However, he was in a rush now, so he directly flew north of Cloud Mountain. Some of the Cloud Mountain disciples on the cloud platform were surprised by the streak of light in the sky. What's that? It looks like a shooting star. It was not surprising that the disciples could not see Lu Zhou with their cultivation bases. He's coming over. Wait, our Dao inscriptions. One disciple exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! Like a stone being thrown into a still lake. Faint ripples appeared in the air as the streak of light made its way north. In just a second, the ripples disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The Cloud Mountain disciples were baffled by this sight. Quickly report this to the sect master. Lu Zhou flew past the 12 peaks of Cloud Mountain. He flew high above the clouds as he flew north. Below him, the ground was white as far as his eyes could see. Snowed here all year round after all. Occasionally, strange and jagged rocks could be seen, giving the white land a few strokes of ink. At this moment, Lu Zhou heard another crisp sound. Pu Yi's life heart had almost completely sunk into his birth palace. The scorching energy in his Dantian sea of qi felt like molten lava at this moment. He knew if he allowed Pu Yi's life heart to enter his birth palace completely, he would not be able to reuse it. Lu Zhou endured the unbearable heat, tightly clenching his hands into fists as he did so. Soon enough, a vortex appeared, and his lifespan began to decrease. Fortunately, he had more than 700 years of life, so he still had time. -100 days. minus 200 days, minus 100 days. As Lu Zhou rushed to the highest peak, the air grew thinner. The pressure was very uncomfortable. Humans were tiny-faced with the universe, just like a speck of dust. Even a 5,000 realms whirling cultivator could not withstand the law of the universe. When he finally reached the highest peak of the snowy mountain, he looked down at the cold pond. It was like a bowl. Lu Zhou did not hesitate and flew toward the pond. After surveying his surroundings for a moment, he entered the pond. Splash! As soon as he submerged himself in the pond, Lu Zhou felt as though his pores were like gills. It felt like he did not need to come up for air at all. One had to know that although cultivators could hold their breaths for a long time, they still needed to come up for air at some point. Is this Pu Yi's ability? He recalled Pu Yi's power had something to do with ruling the four seas. This was a pleasant surprise. Lu Zhou looked at the vortex in his birth palace and his remaining lifespan. He only had 500 years left now. With this, he began to buy reversal cards. In the end, he bought 900 reversal cards. Use. Above the cold pond on the peak of the snowy mountain, vitality energy began to gather. Lu Zhou's lifespan was swiftly replenished. The numbers of his lifespan on the system interface kept increasing and decreasing. At the same time, his wrinkles slowly vanished. His hair turned even inkier than before. Time kept rewinding for him in the cold pond. After who knew how long had passed, there was a slight stirring in the cold air. On the peak of the snowy mountain, a light pillar with a diameter of a few meters appeared 1,000 meters away from the cold pond. In just a few breaths, the light pillar disappeared. At this moment, two figures appeared near the peak of the snowy mountain. One of them said, "Young Master Qin, I'm afraid of the consequences of opening the runic passage without permission." The elegant young master's name was Qin Mozhang. He wore his hair in a bun. He wore a brocade robe, and a jade pendant hung from his waist. His phoenix-like eyes and slender eyebrows made him look somewhat feminine, but they did nothing to diminish the imposing air about him. He said, "Why are you worried about the consequences? If there are any, I'll bear them." The servant stammered, but the higher-ups prohibited everyone from opening a runic passage or leaving. "Since we're already here, what's the point of worrying? Don't worry, I'll just have look. I won't do anything else." The servant remained quiet. Qin Moshang's nose twitched slightly. He pointed in front of him and said, "How lucky! Look at the rich vitality energy up ahead. Indeed, it's rare. Let's go and have a look. Don't stop me. It's fine for me to walk around the snowy mountain. Ordinary people can't come up here after all." With that, the master and the servant flew toward the cold pond. Like curious rabbits, they approached the edge of the cold pond and looked at the water before they looked at the rich vitality energy above it. Qin Mozhang was overjoyed. He unhooked the jade pendant from his waist and closed his hand around it. Following that, his palm blossomed with a burst of light. As his jade pendant thrummed, the vitality energy in the sky began to flow toward it. "What a rich vitality energy! Who said this place is barren?" "They're all lying," Qin Mozhang said. "Perhaps they haven't been here for a long time. Things can change after all." The servant scratched his head in confusion, looking to the left and the right. Following that, he flew up and surveyed his surroundings. There was nothing out of the ordinary. There was nothing on the vast expanse of the snowy mountain. Not even the shadow of a fierce beast could be seen. At the same time, Lu Zhou, who was at the bottom of the cold pond, opened his eyes. He looked at his birth palace. The cold in the pond suppressed the heat and kept the balance. He had been focused on cultivating, so he did not pay attention to the changes in his birth palace. "It's still not completed?" Lu Zhou was suspicious. Based on his experience, after overcoming the heat, he should have completed the activation of his birth chart by now. He glanced at the system panel. Minus 100 days. 200 days. His lifespan was still decreasing. Something was amiss. He had bought 900 reversal cards that were equivalent to 1,500 years of life. If this continued, his existing lifespan would decrease as well. Why was this happening? A bubble rose from his nostrils as he raised his head to take a look. He could not see vitality energy up above. Someone's here. He had seen shadows moving by the cold pond and inwardly cursed his bad luck. Nie Qingyun had once said the cold pond located at the peak of the snowy mountain was uninhabitable for both humans and fierce beasts. The temperature was so low here that it was almost impossible for them to survive. As for the cold pond, most cultivators would freeze to death in there. Why were there people here? Lu Zhou was still thinking about the matter when a voice clearly pierced through the pond and rang in the bottom of the pond. What kind of monster is hiding at the bottom of the pond? Quickly come up and face your death. He looked at his birth palace. His surroundings were dark, and it was even darker below. If it were not for his experience in the Black Water Mystic Cave, he would not want to stay here at all with his phobia of the deep sea. Splash! A figure dove into the water headfirst as he struck with his palm. Lu Zhou raised his head. In the darkness, he could naturally see the person above him clearly. On the other hand, the people above could only see the glowing light from the birth palace. Lu Zhou mobilized his primal qi and forced the water away from him as he met the palm strike with his palm. Swoosh! A vertical wave of energy shot out, splashing water high up in the air. The young man who did not expect to encounter a person below was caught off guard and was sent flying out of the pond by the huge force. Thud! Young Master Qin. Qin Mozhang landed on the shore and took a few steps back. His palms and arms were sore and numb. He looked at the pond in shock. It's not a fierce beast. It's a person. Young Master Qin, quickly retreat. The servant hurriedly pulled Qin Mozhang toward the runic passage. Qin Mozhang finally managed to come out after so much difficulty. How could he be willing to leave so easily? Moreover, he was infuriated by the opponent's palm strike. He struck with his feet, stirring up the water from the pond. Splash! Lu Zhou emerged from the surface of the pond and hovered in the air. His lotus hovered under his teeth. He looked at Qin Mozhang and asked coldly, "How dare you disturb this old man?" This old man. Qin Mozhang frowned. You don't even look old. And yet, you have the nerve to refer to yourself as this old man? Don't look old. Lu Zhou looked down. He saw the reflection of a slender young man on the surface of the pond. His facial features were well defined, and his bearing was outstanding. The robes he wore were rather loose, but it gave him an otherworldly air. Lu Zhou looked at his hands and his arms. His wrinkles had vanished. His hair was completely black. He swung his arms and moved his fingers. He found his movements light and comfortable. Ah, to be young again. Was there anyone who did not want to stay young forever? Now that he regained his youth, he felt as though he was dreaming. He could not tell if it was real or not. He felt as though he had just transmigrated to this place again. However, soon enough he was hit with reality. He could feel his body was suddenly and rapidly aging. He could feel the years being stripped from him. It was as though some invisible force was sketching wrinkles and lines on his face and body. At the moment, the changes were not too obvious yet, but he could acutely feel them. When Lu Zhou looked up, he discovered the vitality energy in the surroundings was moving toward Qin Mozhang. Then, his gaze fell on the jade pendant hanging from Qin Mozhang's waist. So you're the one stealing my vitality? Little brother, how can you say such words? The vitality energy is converging in the sky. How did it become yours? Qin Mozhang laughed. Although Lu Zhou had regained his youthful appearance, it was still difficult for him to change his manner of speaking like an old man. Brat, hand over the jade pendant in your hands, and I will spare your life. You want my jade pendant? Little brother, you really have a pair of discerning eyes. This is the green cicada jade, an item coveted by many. Are you sure you want it? Lu Zhou extended his right hand. Qin Mozhang was slightly startled. When he recovered, he laughed. You'll die if you dare to take it away from me. Consider yourself lucky to have met me. I won't stoop to your level. I'll take my leave first. Qin Mozhang turned around and began to walk toward the runic passage. Young man, Lu Zhou said. Ha! Didn't your elders teach you that there are consequences for acting arrogant? Lu Zhou asked. Qin Mozhang was dismissive of Lu Zhou. You're just a 5-chart cultivator, but you think you're qualified to teach me a lesson? When Qin Mozhang dove into the pond, he clearly saw Lu Zhou had 5 birth charts. Lu Zhou frowned. He made up his mind that even if a 12-chart cultivator came today, he was going to take the green cicada jade and teach the ignorant young man a lesson. Young man, you are too arrogant. Whoosh! Lu Zhou's body flew out like an arrow as he extended his hand. Qin Mozhang spun around instinctively when he felt a chilly air at his back. When he saw Lu Zhou, he hurriedly raised his hand and manifested his astrolabe in front of him. When Lu Zhou saw the back of the astrolabe, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure as usual. Bang! Lu Zhou's palm landed on the astrolabe. The supreme mystic power suddenly erupted from his palm, causing the astrolabe to cave in immediately. Isn't he a 5-chart cultivator? Qin Mozhang widened his eyes in shock. Alas, his realization came too late. Bang! The astrolabe smacked against his chest, sending him flying back. The servant cried out in surprise, "Young Master Qin! Stop him!" Qin Mozhang did not expect a 5-chart cultivator to be so powerful. He held his chest and turned to look at the runic passage. Without wasting another word, he shot toward the runic passage. Lu Zhou gave chase. The servant manifested his avatar and charged toward Lu Zhou. When Lu Zhou saw the avatar only had 10 leaves, he said in a deep voice, "If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." After launching a palm strike that cleaved the 10-leaf avatar into 2, Lu Zhou shot toward Qin Mozhang at lightning speed. Qin Mozhang leaped up. Just as he was about to land on the runic passage, Lu Zhou launched an attack. The might of the heavens shook the sky. A golden palm seal with the script for lightning shot out, blocking Qin Mozhang's path and attracting lightning bolts in the sky. Boom! Qin Mozhang was sent flying back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. I have 9 birth charts. How can I be unable to fight back? Qin Mozhang felt really unresigned. He manifested his astrolabe again. As his astrolabe shone brightly in the night, he grabbed the jade pendant on his waist and tossed it out. Lu Zhou looked at the green cicada jade and flew toward it. Qin Mozhang sneered. I'll send you to hell today. Qin Mozhang looked up before he pushed his astrolabe out with 2 hands. The 9 birth charts flashed dangerously with venomous green light before 9 beams of light shot out. Lu Zhou turned around and struck with an ordinary deadly strike. The Great Seal of Fearlessness. The Buddhist palm seal shielded him, could both protect him and destroy his opponent's birth chart. In Lu Zhou's eyes, the young man was already a dead man. He planned to reduce the young man to an 8-chart cultivator before using the enhanced deadly strike to make the young man regret coming to the Red Lotus domain. Qin Mozhang did not think the golden palm seal would be able to block the power of his 9 birth charts. Unfortunately, he was proven wrong. When the 9 beams of light landed on the golden palm seal, its effect was like the legendary sun Wukong peeing on the 5-fingered mountain. It was futile. All of a sudden, the palm seal increased in length by several meters. Qin Mozhang did not hesitate to retreat. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. However, he discovered the palm seal seemed to have eyes. It tailed him closely. Finally, he shouted using a sound technique out of desperation. You dare to kill me! I'm the young master of the Qin family. The Great Seal of Fearlessness was fearless. It did not matter if the young man was from the Qin family or the Li family. Bang! Everything was over in just a blink of an eye. The palm strike landed swiftly and accurately on Qin Mozhang's body. His huge green avatar that was covered with symbols along with his avatar increased in size before shrinking and disappearing into his body. Qin Mozhang cried out miserably. His disheveled hair danced wildly in the cold wind. His teeth were chattering as he felt a searing pain in his soul. Lu Zhou flew toward the cold pond and caught the green cicada jade. The jade was cold to the touch. It felt as though he was holding onto an ice cube. The vitality energy it contained seemed limitless. He had no time to study the jade for now. he quickly turned around. An enhanced deadly strike card appeared in his hand. This young man's origin is unknown. At such a young age, he has already activated 9 birth charts. He can't be left alive. Lu Zhou rushed out. At this moment, Lu Zhou spat out a mist of blood energy and manipulated a green energy to obscure Lu Zhou's vision. When Lu Zhou could see again, Qin Mozhang was already standing on the runic passage. He slammed his palm down on the runic circle. A pillar of light shot into the sky. Lu Zhou launched another golden palm seal. The Buddhist's great Vajra will hand sign struck the pillar of light at lightning speed. Bang! The pillar of light rippled slightly before it disappeared. He didn't die. Lu Zhou was extremely curious. An enhanced deadly strike should have killed that young man. He checked his items on the system panel. Items: Enhanced Deadly Strike Card X1, Impeccable Card X1, Critical Block Card X145, Passive, Golden Taishu Mirror Disguise Card X2, Synthesis Card X2, Deconstruction Card X4. The Enhanced Deadly Strike card was still there. It didn't trigger? When he recalled the scene from earlier, it seemed like the young man was no longer standing in the pillar of light. Lu Zhou thought it was a pity. It would be a great disaster to leave such a vile creature alive. On second thought, it was not entirely a bad thing the young man escaped. After all, the young man definitely had a life stone. If the young man's life stone shattered, the force the young man belonged to would definitely send people over to investigate. It would be equivalent to poking the hornet's nest. However, he thought the hornet's nest would still have to be poked eventually. Lu Zhou looked at the green cicada jade and felt the surging vitality energy within. This jade collects vitality energy? He closed his eyes. He closed his eyes. He could sense vitality energy as vast as the ocean in the jade. The vitality energy he had lost earlier that was equivalent to several hundred years was nothing compared to the vitality energy contained within the green cicada jade. Lu Zhou nodded his head in satisfaction. He had made a huge profit this time. However, now was not the time to admire the green cicada jade. He rushed over to the runic passage and destroyed the runic circle with a few palm seals. Boom! 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 The runic passage that was hidden by the snow was destroyed just like that. Lu Zhou rushed back to the cold pond. He silently chanted the mantras for the power of sight and the power of hearing. With this, he could monitor everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. He looked around the peak of the snowy mountain. He could see through the rocks and everything. After a moment, he confirmed there was no other runic passage in the vicinity. After cutting off the heavenly writing powers, he brought the green cicada jade out again. Ding! Obtained the green cicada jade. Can store large amounts of vitality energy. Calm one's mind and energy. Impervious to all poisons. Not bad. Following that, Lu Zhou stepped into the cold pond again. He moved to the center of the pond before he sat down cross-legged. After manifesting his lotus in front of him, he brought out the green cicada jade. With just a thought, the vitality energy in the jade surged out toward the birth palace. Plus 100 days. Plus 200 days. Plus 100 days. In the unknown land. In the quiet forest, withered leaves covered the ground and the foliage was mostly yellow. A pillar of light with a diameter of several meters shot up into the sky, stirring up the dried leaves. In just a breath, the light disappeared. Thud! Qin Mozhang appeared in a runic circle. In a breath's time, the light completely dissipated. His body was trembling violently. His face was flushed red. Blue veins were popping on his arms as his fingers clenched the soil tightly. His eyes that looked as though they were going to pop out of their sockets flashed with fear. He gasped for air for a long time like a fish out of water. After a long time, when he finally caught his breath and calmed down, he chuckled. Good fortune will definitely follow after surviving a disaster. Not to mention I'm the young master of the Qin family. Qin Moshang's blood-red lips curved into a sinister smile as his eyes shone with hatred. I'll definitely make you pay with your blood. If I don't seek revenge from you, I'm not human. At the peak of the snowy mountain in the Red Lotus domain, Lu Zhou saw his lifespan continuing to increase. It was only after it reached 800 years that it began to slow down considerably. A bottleneck? It seems like I can only replenish 500 years at a time. If he did not consume any more vitality energy, to be able to replenish 500 years of life at a time was rather good. Even Ji Liang could only replenish around 100 years of life. Moreover, it needed a long rest after doing so. After putting away the green cicada jade, Lu Zhou looked at the birth palace. His sixth birth chart flashed brightly. Water control. The birth palace spun. The water from the pond parted as though it was avoiding him. He did not feel the cold at all, and he could breathe easily. He moved around easily as well as though he was walking on land. Lu Zhou was very satisfied with the ability. Who knew if he would have to enter the sea at some point? At this moment, Lu Zhou looked down at the dark depths of the pond and felt a jolt of fear. Following that, he hurriedly left the pond. He stood in the air. Even without the power of his birth charts, the coldness from the pond did not affect him at all. The next step is to pass the birth trial. To trigger the test, I have to be in an extremely harsh environment. However, since I possessed Pu Yi's life heart ability, the cold no longer affects me. This means incredibly cold environments won't be enough to trigger and help me pass the birth trial. In that case, I should go somewhere that's incredibly hot. It has to be a place that's so hot that even the fiercest beast can't withstand it. Taking into consideration Ying Zhao's, Pu Yi's, and the other beasts' life hearts, this was the best choice. Finally, Lu Zhou landed next to the pond. He looked at his reflection again. There was nothing old about him at all. It was even more exaggerated than if he were to use a disguise card that could only change his appearance, not his age. He looked at the jade-like young man who looked like a peerless young master when realization suddenly dawned on him. The person reflected in the water was not a young Ji Tiando. It was his original appearance. Lu Zhou looked at his robe. It was a size bigger now. He stayed by the cold pond a little longer, stretching his limbs and getting used to his young body before leaving. Needless to say, with the activation of his sixth birth chart, his cultivation base, strength, and speed had improved. The pressure he felt when flying up no longer affected him when he left. As he flew, he wondered if the pressure was the so-called heaven and earth shackles. Soon after, Lu Zhou arrived near the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain. He landed in front of the entrance at the foot of the main peak of Cloud Mountain. It was best for him to act with restraint now that his appearance had changed. He planned to rest in Cloud Mountain and change his clothes before returning to the capital. As soon as he landed, he heard the discussion of two disciples near the entrance. A month ago, a meteor landed on the peak of the snowy mountain. Sect Master Nya initially planned to have a look but changed his mind later. This morning, a green light phenomenon appeared, attracting the attention of many sections. Two birth chart beasts were even found at the foot of the mountain. It's really auspicious. Finally, it's time for our Cloud Mountain to shine. Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback. He was sure he had only stayed in the cold pond for a night. How did it become a month? However, he did not find it strange. After all, he was focused on reversing his physique and the increase and decrease of his lifespan. Apart from that, he was also cultivating while he activated his sixth birth chart. It was not surprising he had lost track of time. At this moment, another voice rang from the foot of the mountain. "Nye Qingyun, you're really shameless. How dare you snatch our life heart? Quickly hand it over." Lu Zhou turned around. He saw dozens of cultivators flying down from the main peak. Nye Qingyun, who was flying in the lead at top speed, wore an unsightly expression on his face. When he flew past the elegant young man dressed in a long robe by the entrance, he landed and said, "There's an intruder, everyone. Be careful." After the other cultivators landed, they drew their weapons and aimed them at Lu Zhou. Nye Qingyun glanced at Lu Zhou and asked, "Are you from the Heavenly Fire Sect?" Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Are you talking to me?" It was rather difficult to change his manner of speech after such a long time. Nye Qingyun found Lu Zhou strange. After all, Lu Zhou's mannerism and speech did not match his youthful appearance. He said, "Please leave. Cloud Mountain isn't receiving guests today." Lu Zhou asked, "Nye Qingyun, Do you not recognize me? Recognize my ass. Silence descended. Lu Zhou saw everyone's expressions and thought that his question was pointless. Even if he announced he was the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion now, he would probably be regarded as a lunatic. In fact, he could also use the Blue Lotus to prove his identity. However, how should he explain his youthful appearance? At this moment, more than 100 gray-clad cultivators rushed to the foot of the mountain. A Cloud Mountain disciple exclaimed, "They're here!" Nie Qingyun said to Lu Zhou in a deep voice, "Since you're not a member of the Heavenly Fire Sect, please leave." Lu Zhou turned around and looked at the newly arrived cultivators. A gray-clad old man with white hair and a white beard walked over while stroking his beard. Lu Zhou instinctively raised his hand to stroke his beard as well and ended up stroking the air. At this moment, the old man's eyes were shining like torches as he said, "Nie Qingyun, I won't be unreasonable. However, you should at least give up one of 2 life hearts, right?" Lu Zhou was in the middle of both sides. This was a very eye-catching position. The old man looked at Lu Zhou carefully. Nie Qingyun said, "Since when did the Heavenly Fire Sect have the guts to go around robbing life hearts from others? Did you not suffer enough losses at the Sky Will Mountain Range?" With this, Lu Zhou vaguely recalled the Heavenly Fire Sect. At that time, he had brought the dead Yong to the Sky Will Mountain Range. At that time, the first one to rush over seemed to be a member of the Heavenly Fire Sect. His name was Fengzai, the old man said in a deep voice. "Nie Qingyun, don't try to intimidate others with the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion Master is indeed powerful. But the Cloud Mountain thinks too highly of itself. Didn't you offend the Evil Sky Pavilion in the beginning? Later on, you had to throw away your pride and dignity and became a dog of the Evil Sky Pavilion to avoid the annihilation of your sect." Nie Qingyun did not pay attention to the old man's provocative words. He asked, "Feng Qiu, if I don't hand it over to you, are you going to rob it from me?" "What do you mean by rob? We're taking what belongs to us. We killed that birth chart beast, so its life heart belongs to us," Feng Qiu said. An elder of Cloud Mountain said indignantly, "Before you came, we've already been fighting that beast for a long time. The beast was already on the verge of death. You're the ones who came and took advantage of the situation. Feng Qiu, don't you have any shame?" Feng Qiu shook his head and said, "It's useless to waste words. Even if the gods descend from the heavens today, you still have to hand the life hearts over." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With this, many cultivators from the Heavenly Fire Sect rushed forward. The sabers in their hands shot out energy sabers one after another. Nie Qingyun's side retreated a few steps. Feng Qiu looked at Lu Zhou, who was standing in the most eye-catching and awkward position. He wondered inwardly, are all the disciples from Cloud Mountain stupid? What is this reckless young man doing here? Feng Qiu was about to speak when Lu Zhou asked indifferently, "You're from the Heavenly Fire Sect?" Feng Qiu said, "Why do you ask a question you already know the answer to?" The cultivator who tried to snatch the life heart in the Sky Will Mountain Range was Fengzai from the Heavenly Fire Sect? Lu Zhou asked. Someone said, "Eldest senior brother Fengzai?" "It seems like this old man's memory is rather good," Lu Zhou said. Feng Qiu studied the young man in front of him. He was convinced there was something wrong with the young man. However, despite the young man's oddities, based on his composure, speech, and bearing, it seemed likely the young man was a cultivation genius or expert from a force far superior to Cloud Mountain. He asked tentatively, "Aren't you from Cloud Mountain?" Lu Zhou shook his head. Feng Qiu laughed out loud. "Not bad, young man. You're rather outstanding. Are you interested in joining the Heavenly Fire Sect?" Lu Zhou replied, "You think your sect is worthy of me?" As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, silence descended. Feng Qiu, who felt suffocated by these words, finally said, "Since you're not willing, then move aside. We're here to collect a debt today. It has nothing to do with you." Lu Zhou shook his head. "What about the debt between us?" At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed from the group of Heavenly Fire Sect disciples. He wielded a saber with both hands as he manifested his avatar. The 250-foot avatar indicated the person had activated his birth chart. He would probably be able to form his Thousand Realms whirling avatar in a few days. Young man, you've blocked the wrong path. The person launched an energy saber that was dozens of feet long as he advanced with his avatar. Lu Zhou did not move or avoid the attack. Bang! The energy saber landed. Ha! The person from the Heavenly Fire sect was shocked. He thought his attack had landed, but he saw his energy saber had actually stopped half an inch above Lu Zhou's head, as though it was blocked by some invisible force. Nie Qingyun and the others cheered inwardly. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. As it turned out, the young man was an expert. Lu Zhou leisurely pushed a hand out. Bang! A golden palm seal shot out, landing on the cultivator from the Heavenly Fire sect accurately and sending him flying back. His internal organs were instantly ruptured. Golden palm seal? Ning Qingyun thought about the Evil Sky Pavilion and what the young man had said earlier. He asked happily, "Are you a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Lu Zhou flashed in front of Feng Qiu before he raised his hand. An astrolabe as big as the sky appeared. Feng Qiu's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, "Thousand Realms whirling! Run! Flee!" Many cultivators turned tail and ran. "Do you think you can leave?" The astrolabe fell like Mount Tai. Boom! More than 100 people fell. Their bodies trembled as their blood and energy surged violently. They felt pain and discomfort. Even those with high cultivation bases did not fare any better. They were in great pain as well. Nie Qingyun and the Cloud Mountain disciples looked at the young man with the golden astrolabe in shock and disbelief. With a simple wave of his hand, he severely injured more than 100 people from the Heavenly Fire sect. Feng Qiu, who finally realized the error of his ways, fell to his knees and kowtowed to Lu Zhou. "Little brother, please spare my life. Please spare my life. What did you call me?" Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back. His voice was cold, causing chills to run up people's spines. It was obvious he was displeased by the way Feng Qiu addressed him. That was right. How could one judge cultivators based on their appearances? The powerhouse from the Heavenly Fire sect who had activated his birth chart was not even a match for the young man. It was obvious the young man was an expert. It was normal for cultivators to look young despite being thousands of years old. Judging someone by their appearance was a rather foolish thing to do. Moreover, apart from age based on strength alone, the young man's seniority was definitely higher. With all these thoughts in mind, bang, 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 Feng Qiu realized he had committed a grave mistake. He kowtowed thrice before he said, "Senior, please spare my life. Please spare my life." Lu Zhou knew he would only be rewarded with 3,000 merit points for killing that expert from the Heavenly Fire sect, and he would not earn anything from the others at all, so he did not intend to kill them. He turned to look at Nie Qingyun and said, "These people are Cloud Mountain's problem. Deal with them yourselves." Nie Qingyun was overjoyed. "Thank you for your help, senior." With Feng Qiu serving as an example, how could Nie Qingyun dare to address the young man before as little brother? As the saying went, don't judge a book by its cover. Although Nie Qingyun found it rather strange to address someone so youthful as senior, he quickly got used to it. After all, strength was the most important thing. Other things were extraneous. After a moment, Nie Qingyun called out, "Senior, what's the matter? Are you from the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Nie Qingyun asked. He knew the Evil Sky Pavilion had 10 peerless disciples. When Lu Zhou first came to Cloud Mountain, Xianxia had whispered in his ears every day, so he knew a thing or two. Moreover, was there anyone in the Red Lotus domain who did not know about Lu Zhou and the Evil Sky Pavilion? Nevertheless, the cultivation world was not like the modern world on Earth. Pictures and videos could be quickly shared in just a blink of an eye. For this reason, despite Lu Zhou's widespread fame, not many people knew what he looked like. Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback by Nie Qingyun's observation. "You're very smart." "I'm right." Nie Qingyun sorted his knowledge of the Evil Sky Pavilion's 10 peerless disciples in his mind. There was only one disciple whom he had yet to meet. Therefore, he cupped his fists together and said, Nya Qingyun greets Mr. 8th. The Cloud Mountain disciples followed suit and greeted Lu Zhou. Greetings, Mr. 8th. Lu Zhou frowned slightly and said, How can that silly fellow be compared to me? Nya Qingyun was confused. Things were truly complicated. Lu Zhou could use the Blue Lotus to reveal his identity. However, he deemed it unnecessary. Not many people knew what he looked like. It was enough to come up with an explanation for the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Forget it. I will rest in Cloud Mountain tonight. Nya Qingyun was moved by these words. He no longer dwelled on his confusion. Prepare a room for the senior. Understood. At this moment, Lu Zhou turned around and said, Prepare a long robe that fits me. Understood. 2 disciples led Lu Zhou toward the 12 main peaks. Meanwhile, Nya Qingyun looked at Feng Qiu, the sect master of the Heavenly Fire sect, and its members as he said, Feng Qiu, I was unreasonable before this. I'll give you one of the 2 life hearts. He brought out a life heart and walked toward Feng Qiu. Feng Qiu hastily waved his hands and said, No, no, no. I don't want it. I don't want it. Bam, bam, bam. Feng Qiu cried out in pain as Nya Qingyun stepped forward and kicked on him a few times without saying a word. Perhaps, Nya Qingyun had exerted too much force. His blood and energy roiled, causing him to cough violently. On the contrary, Nya Qingyun felt very comfortable after kicking Feng Qiu a few times. This bastard, Feng Qiu, had been very ruthless to him previously. He looked at Feng Qiu and said, This is called leaning against a big tree to enjoy the shade. Understand? Later in the night. At this moment, a female disciple who had been sent to Lu Zhou's residence called out softly, Senior, may I come in? Come in. The female disciple pushed open the door and entered the room. She was young and beautiful. Her body was slender and willowy. When she walked, she lowered her gaze and looked at her feet. Her footsteps were as light as a cat's. Lu Zhou, who was looking out of the window, frowned when he turned around and saw the female disciple. A woman, the female disciple said. The sect master asked me to serve senior and also to measure senior for the clothes. She moved to stand in front of Lu Zhou before she brought out the measuring tape. Lu Zhou spread his arms without thinking too much. Perhaps, Nya Qingyun had warned her beforehand. The female disciple seemed nervous. She measured Lu Zhou, moving back and forth several times, before she respectfully stood at the side to wait for his orders. Lu Zhou looked at her suspiciously. What are you waiting for? Serve. To serve senior. Get out. Ha! Tell Nya Qingyun not to be presumptuous. Get out, Lu Zhou said. The female disciple naturally did not dare to stay any longer. Her heart trembled as she quickly nodded and left. Lu Zhou's expression remained the same as he looked up at the bright moon outside of the window. He raised his hand and studied it. Then he flipped his hand around and studied the back of it. He still felt like he was dreaming. He also felt like something was amiss, but he could not put his fingers on it. After a moment, he returned to the side of the table and sat down cross-legged. He began to meditate as usual. His breathing was normal. He could not find anything wrong at all. Am I dreaming? Perhaps. I'm still in the cold pond. Lu Zhou pinched himself. The pain was real. It seemed like he was not dreaming. After thinking for a while, he still could not figure out what was wrong. In the end, he dismissed the matter and meditated on the heavenly writing. In the morning, when Lu Zhou opened his eyes, he thought he finally figured out what was wrong. To be precise, he figured out what was different. The speed of comprehending the heavenly writing has grown faster. He brought out the purple glazed ceramic. Unfortunately, it was still in the recovery state. Initially, without the help from the purple glazed ceramic, it would take him 7 days to fully replenish the supreme mystic power. With the flood-grade purple glazed ceramic, it was reduced to 2 days. After it was upgraded, it only took him a day and a night. Now, without the help from the purple glazed ceramic, he gauged it would only take him 3 days. Following that, Lu Zhou adjusted his breathing and began to cultivate. After an hour, Lu Zhou came to the conclusion that his cultivation speed had also increased a little. Is this the advantages of youth? Previously, when he had reversed more than 100 years, his best cultivation state was when he was around 800 years old. Now that he was young, it was reasonable for his cultivation speed to increase. Just like the people on Earth, it was easier for young people to learn compared to old people. However, the strange feeling still persisted after he thought he had figured out what was wrong. Lu Zhou opened the system panel to have a look. Remaining lifespan, 292,000 days, 800 years, in which 600 years are from reversal cards. This was within his expectations. He looked through the system panel. Apart from the green cicada jade that contained a vast amount of vitality energy, there was nothing new. Suddenly, what is this? Lu Zhou saw a new item card in the Items tab. Reduction card. Reduces target's lifespan with a mysterious space for 10 seconds. Price, 10,000 merit points. Following that, a new quest appeared on the Quests tab. Find the answer to the price of youth. Accept or decline. Lu Zhou said without any hesitation. Decline. Lu Zhou was determined to give up on this quest. Ever since Lu Zhou's 10 disciples returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, apart from having to train them, the system rarely gave out quests. Now that his cultivation speed had increased slightly, it could be considered that he had gained some benefits. What was the point in seeking answers now? Nevertheless, Lu Zhou could not help but wonder as he closed the system interface. What's the price of youth? Knock. Knock. Senior, your clothes are here, a female disciple said from outside. Come in. The Cloud Mountain female disciple walked in and placed the long robe in front of Lu Zhou. When Lu Zhou glanced at her, she hurriedly lowered her head and retreated. Lu Zhou changed into his long robe. It fit him better than the previous one. Although the size difference was not very big, the previous robe was rather old after being worn for such a long time. With his new robe, he was able to accentuate his otherworldly air. Following that, Lu Zhou went to the main peak. Lu Zhou learned that after the Black Tower Council stopped monopolizing the birth chart beasts, Great Tang's cultivators had been fighting and competing to kill birth chart beasts. He thought it would be the same in the future in the Golden Lotus domain. Apart from that, he also learned that the fierce beasts seemed to have gotten stronger and more cunning. It was within his expectations. When humans progressed, there would be no lack of obstacles. Lu Zhou did not stay on Cloud Mountain for too long. When Nie Qingyun was respectfully seeing Lu Zhou off, he suddenly asked, Nie Qingyun, how long has the cold pond on the snowy mountain peak existed? Nie Qingyun shook his head. I don't know. It's been there since the founding of Cloud Mountain. There's nothing unusual about it? No. Moreover, ordinary cultivators can't go up there, so even if there were anything unusual, no one would notice it. However, a month ago, a meteorite fell into the cold pond. Nie Qingyun replied. I entrust a matter to you. If you notice anything unusual, notify the Evil Sky Pavilion immediately, Lu Zhou said. Understood. Since Lu Zhou had destroyed one of Qin Moshang's birth charts, he was sure Qin Moshang would not let the matter rest. If Qin Moshang was going to return, it was likely he would appear at the snowy peak. However, since he had destroyed that runic passage, it would take some time for it to be repaired. It was most appropriate to let someone monitor the place. In the capital, to the outside world, Lu Zhou had disappeared for a month, which was rather long. Fortunately, his reputation had spread far and wide now, so it had been peaceful while he was gone. Conk asked, Seventh senior brother, Master has been away for a month. If this continues, will there be a problem? Si Wuya replied, Yes. Although Master's whereabouts are unknown, there's no need to worry. Jiang Aijian, who was holding a blade of grass in his mouth, jumped down from the roof and said, The people from the White Tower Council have sent the obsidian essences here, but they still refuse to leave. They said they want to personally old Senior Ji. How are you going to deal with them? Do they deserve to see Master? Si Wuya shook his head. You're right. How about I drive them away? There's no need to rush. Since they want to wait, let them wait, Si Wuya replied. On the 10th day after Lu Zhou disappeared, the White Tower Council had sent 10 obsidian essences to the royal palace. They claimed they had something important to tell Lu Zhou face to face. Si Wuya could have insisted they leave, but since it seemed like they really had something important to say, he did not drive them away. At this moment, Xianxia, who came from the political announcement hall, said, "Mr. Seventh, the people from the White Tower Council said again that the matter is important and they need to speak to the pavilion master in person." "Let them wait," Si Wuya said, clearly not worried. "They look very anxious, and it doesn't seem like they're harboring ulterior motives," Xianxia said. Then, he asked, "The pavilion master hasn't returned yet?" Si Wuya shook his head and said, "I know it seems like they're not harboring ulterior motives. However, since master hasn't returned, this matter is difficult to handle. Let's stall for time first. If it's necessary, I'll deal with them." "All right." When Xianxia was about to leave, 3 white figures flew over from the political announcement hall. 3,000 realms whirling avatars flew at their backs. 2 had 6 birth charts while the remaining 1 had 8 birth charts. As soon as they landed, Bai Shuo, the leader and the 8-chart cultivator, cupped his hands together and greeted Si Wuya. "Mr. Seventh." Everyone's expression changed slightly when they saw Bai Shuo, the White Tower Council's judge. Si Wuya maintained his composure. "You're quite bold. I didn't drive you away because I think highly of you. However, you dare trespass into the preservation hall? Are you tired of living?" Bai Shuo quickly waved his hand and said, "Mr. Seventh, you misunderstand me. I really have something important to say." "You can tell it to me," Si Wuya said. "I'll convey your words to my master." Jiang Aijin discreetly gave Si Wuya a thumbs up while he wore "You're so awesome" expression on his face. Bai Shuo, naturally, did not dare to force his way in. He brought a brocade box out and said, "The Tower Master has repeatedly instructed me to hand this thing over to the Pavilion Master personally." "Open it," Si Wuya said expressionlessly. Creak. Inside the box lay a crystal that emitted a faint blue light. A ring light could be seen around it. "We don't know what this is either." The Tower Master said only the Pavilion Master knows what it is, Bai Shuo said. After he finished speaking, he closed the box. With that, the blue light disappeared as well. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Si Wuya asked curiously. Bai Shuo sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, ever since the Tower Master and Pavilion Master Lu sparred, news of the Tower Master's defeat has spread. Great Ming and Great Yuan's royal families are secretly colluding and sending experts to pressure the White Tower Council. With every day that we spend here, the Tower Master will fall into a more disadvantageous position." Si Wuya chuckled and said carelessly, "I thought it was something important." Your Tower Master's well-being has nothing to do with my master," Si Wuya said. Jiang Aijin spat out the blade of grass in her mouth and smacked his thigh. Si Wuya's words were irrefutable and cool. Bai Shuo said with a troubled expression, "I believe Pavilion Master Lu will definitely change his mind after seeing this crystal." This time, Bai Shuo spoke using a sound technique. For this reason, his voice naturally resounded everywhere. He was, after all, a judge of the White Tower Council. He had deliberately used the sound technique so Lu Zhou would hear him. Si Wuya was about to drive Bai Shuo and the others away when a voice rang from the preservation hall. "Who dares to cause a commotion outside?" Everyone bowed. Now that Lu Zhou had returned, Si Wuya and Xianxia sighed in relief inwardly. Bai Shuo said in a clear voice, "This junior, Bai Shuo from the White Tower Council, requests an audience with Pavilion Master Lu. Come in." "Thank you, Pavilion Master Lu. From now on, if you have anything to say, you can say it to Si Wuya. He represents me." Bai Shuo replied, "Understood." His eyelids twitched as he looked at Si Wuya, who was standing respectfully, with a complex expression on his face. Si Wuya was expressionless, so he could not tell what Si Wuya was thinking at all. When everyone entered the preservation hall, they did not even see Lu Zhou's shadow. There was only an opaque screen. Bai Shuo held the brocade box with both hands and said, "Pavilion Master, I have been ordered by the Tower Master to personally hand this item to you. Swoosh! The box disappeared from Bai Shua's hands and flew to the back of the screen in just a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou, who was sitting behind the screen, opened the brocade box that contained the crystal that emitted a dazzling blue light. Ding! Obtained from the blue crystal formed from the mysterious soil in the Great Void. Soil? How did soil turn into a crystal? Which part of it looks like it's made of soil? At this moment, Bai Shua said again, "The Tower Master had repeatedly instructed me to personally hand this over to Pavilion Master Lu." What else did she say? "This item came from Great Yuan's royal court. That's all," Bai Shua replied. Lu Zhou held the blue crystal in his hand. He could feel a strange energy from it. Hence, he silently chanted the incantation for the heavenly writing's power of sight. With that, he saw the incredibly rare Great Void energy in the blue crystal. It was to be expected that the soil from the Great Void contained the Great Void energy. However, how did something like this end up in Great Yuan's royal court? Lu Zhou finally said, "Tower Master Lan is really kind to toss this hot potato to me." Bai Shua immediately fell to the knees with a loud thud. This isn't the White Tower Council's intention. Rather than letting something so valuable fall into the hands of others, it's better to give it to Pavilion Master Lu. There was just a trace amount of the Great Void energy in the crystal. It was basically useless and could not be considered valuable. However, this probably explained the Great Void energy that Lan Xia possessed. "You may return and tell Tower Master Lan that I appreciate her good intentions." Understood. Bai Shua left respectfully. Following that, Si Wuya, Conk, Shen Shi, and the others bowed in unison and said, "We'll take our leave as well." Si Wuya stay. During the journey back, Lu Zhou had been thinking about how to explain the change in his appearance to his disciples. Although he was their master and none of them would dare to challenge him or doubt him if he unleashed his blue lotus, it would still arouse suspicions and questions from not only the Evil Sky Pavilion, but outsiders as well. Moreover, up until now, the strange feeling still had not gone away. He wanted to find out what exactly the sense of unease was and where it came from. Until he figured it out, he could not remain independent of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The best candidate to help him with this was Si Wuya, the smartest among his disciples. After everyone left, before Lu Zhou could speak, Si Wuya said, "Master, the runic passage to the Golden Lotus domain is open now. Apart from that, I made a new discovery regarding the 4 great uncharted lands and the Great Void." "Oh, this was rather unexpected." Si Wuya brought out a scroll from his sleeve. Before he could walk over, the scroll flew out of his hand to the back of the screen and landed in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou frowned as he looked at the content of the scroll. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After he calmed down, he waved his hand, and the scroll flew back to Si Wuya. Then, he asked, "The hint came from the ancient goatskin map?" "With the ancient goatskin map, we used the connections between the runic passages to make a guess. Of course, this is just a guess. We still need to confirm it," Si Wuya replied. "Apart from the Great Void, you suspect there are 4 other domains?" Si Wuya said, "Little junior sister and I spoke to Ying Zhao. From what I can infer, it seems like the Golden Lotus Domain's Moonlight Woodland, the Red Lotus Domain's Land of Chaos, and the south of the Black Lotus Domain should be once the same place. In fact, I suspect all the domains are one in the beginning. The language and cultivation methods should be once the same as well. As for the reason why it was divided, I still don't know. Now, we have the Golden Lotus Domain, the Red Lotus Domain, the Black Lotus Domain, the White Lotus Domain, and the Yellow Lotus Domain. There should still be another 4 domains. When all is said and done, there should be 9 domains that were once one." Lu Zhou lifted his hand to stroke his beard and ended up stroking the air again. He shook his head. Si Wuya's analysis made sense. After a moment, he asked, "Do you know why I asked you to stay?" Si Wuya shook his head. Lu Zhou continued to say, "You're very smart, so I don't have to worry when you're handling matters." "Thank you for your praise, master," Si Wuya said. At this time, Lu Zhou suddenly asked, "What do you think of immortality?" "Immortality?" Si Wuya was puzzled by Lu Zhou's question. So far, there's no evidence of humans being able to live forever. Perhaps this is just wishful thinking? However, humans have been constantly breaking the limits with cultivation, defying the heavens, and increasing their lifespans. Perhaps we'll attain immortality once we reach supremacy in cultivation. Then, do you believe in perpetual youth or regression to youth? Wuxia replied confidently, the earlier humans cultivate, the more likely they are to retain their youthful appearances. Ninth junior sister and little junior sister are examples of this. Since they started young, it's likely they're able to maintain their youthful appearance for a long time. However, regressing to one's youth or maintaining one's youth is incredibly difficult. Naturally, some are able to achieve it through some unique cultivation method, and some can achieve it after their cultivation bases reach a certain stage. Xianxia, the Tower Master of the White Tower Council, is probably part of the latter. Xianxia looked very young. No one knew her true age, and no one dared to question her. After cultivating to a certain level, perhaps appearances no longer meant anything. As soon as Wuxia finished speaking, he saw something flash from the corners of his eyes. When he raised his head, he was stunned. Is this my master? The person standing in front of Wuxia, who was dressed in a long robe, was tall and well-built. He had valiant and dignified air about him. He stood with his hands resting on his back, looking awe-inspiring. Despite his youth, he looked as though he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. His extraordinary bearing made him seem peerless. When Wuxia met the young man's gaze, he saw the cunning, calmness, and vast knowledge behind the young man's eyes. Since the birth of mankind, one's eyes would not change no matter what from birth to death. Moreover, as the saying went, the eyes are the windows to the soul. When Wuxia recovered from his shock, he called out without any hesitation or doubt, Master! Lu Zhou nodded slightly. You still recognize me? Wuxia took a deep breath to further calm down before he said, In fact, I've had my suspicions but didn't dare to believe it. When Master was still in the Evil Sky Pavilion, there were already signs that show you're becoming more youthful. Even the four elders showed slight signs when they gathered to absorb the excess vitality energy when Master cultivated. This was the reason Lu Zhou had asked Wuxia to stay back. He knew he would not need to explain much. Wuxia said, I'll speak to the others immediately. Lu Zhou interjected, There's no need for that. There are some mistakes in my cultivation. Before I rectify it, you can't tell anyone about it. Mistakes. Wuxia was aware that mistakes in cultivation were not trivial matters. He finally understood why he was the only one who was asked to stay back. After a beat, he said, I'll do as Master wishes. There's no need to worry, Lu Zhou said. Then he added, Since Xianxia sent me the blue crystal, now that she encountered some difficulties, I'll go and have a look. Go and make the necessary preparations. You'll come with me. Understood. Everything would go much more smoothly if he handed it to his seventh disciple. After Wuxia left, Lu Zhou brought the blue crystal out and studied it. There was no doubt there was a faint trace of great void energy in it. Ding! You've declined the quest, the price of youth. The system is making necessary adjustments. Did the system crash after I declined the quest once? Apart from Yu Zhenghai and Ming Shirin, the quests to educate and train his 8 disciples were still there. Below the 8 quests, a new quest appeared in the place where the price of youth once was. After he pressed on the new quest, ding! Completed the quest, the price of youth. Reward, 10,000 merit points. Ding! Quest completion triggering a new quest. All lives have origins and destinations. Take back what belongs to you. Lu Zhou was wary and suspicious of this series of notifications. At this time, he received another notification of the new quest. Ding! New quest. The second avatar. Collecting blue crystals. 0/9. Is there such a coincidence? Lu Zhou picked up the blue crystal in front of him. Ding! Quest progress. Second avatar. Collecting blue crystals. 1/9. In other words, if he did not decline the quest before, who knew how long he might get stuck at the quest, the price of youth, before he could learn about the blue crystals. It seemed even he could defeat the system once in a blue moon. After a while he frowned. What does the second avatar mean? Lu Zhou was still lost in his thoughts when Si Wuya's voice rang from outside the preservation hall. Master, the runic passage is ready. Bring Di Jiang and Wizard along. Understood. Since Lu Zhou had made it clear to Si Wuya that he did not want anyone knowing about his youthful appearance for now, Si Wuya knew he would have to deal with a few trivial problems on his master's behalf before his master resolved the problem with his cultivation. After sending away the experts in the palace, Si Wuya and Lu Zhou made their way to the Hall of Runes. The Hall of Runes was a temporary passage. Zhao Hongfu and Si Wuya had been busy for a long time trying to open up runic passages between the golden, red, black, and white domains. Naturally, the domains involved had agreed to the opening of the passages, and they were not illegally opened. How's Zhao Hongfu's performance during this time? Lu Zhou asked. Si Wuya nodded and said, She's a rare rune genius. She's not good at cultivation and is very carefree about most things. However, when it comes to runes, she's very serious. After listening to Si Wuya's appraisal, Lu Zhou brought out the top heaven-grade magistrate brush and said, Give this to her. Also, there's no need to save the fire spirit stones. Understood. After putting the magistrate brush away, Lu Zhou, Si Wuya, Wizard, and Di Jiang entered the runic passage. On the roof of a building near the Hall of Runes, Jiang Aijin held a blade of grass in his mouth and muttered to himself when he saw Si Wuya entering the runic passage with another person. Since when did he meet that young man? It seems like even the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion have a lot of free time recently. At this time, woof, 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 a fierce beast that looked like a big wolf dog leaped over. Damn, you scared me. Jiang Aijin hurriedly stood up. Ming Shirin jumped up and asked, What are you mumbling about behind everyone's back? Did the Evil Sky Pavilion recruit new people again? New people? I just came back so I don't know anything, Ming Shirin said as he sat down. Jiang Aijin's eyes lit up and he laughed. The new person looks very young and fun to tease. Ming Shirin rolled his eyes. Do you have a lot of free time? After saying that, he leaped off the roof. Jiang Aijin chuckled. Where are young going, Mr. Fourth? To sleep. Meanwhile, in a vast snow land that was filled with mountains, a beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. Soon after, Lu Zhou and Si Wuya appeared in the runic circle. A few cultivators guarding the runic passage rushed over from afar upon seeing this. It was normal for cultivators to guard official runic passages. Si Wuya did not beat around the bush and said, The Evil Sky Pavilion requests an audience with Tower Master Lan. The white-clad cultivators were briefly stunned. Following that, one of them hastily said, Please follow me. Lu Zhou leaped onto Wizard. Wizard raised its head and let out a long cry. Lu Zhou raised his right hand and slowly placed it on Wizard's back. Don't worry. I'll treat all of you as I always have. Wizard bleated before it rose into the air swiftly and steadily. As expected of his first mount, its flight was very stable. Swoosh! At this moment, Di Jiang flew forward at lightning speed. Wizard. Lu Zhou was not in a hurry. Instead, he stood with his hands on his back and looked at the snowy mountains and scenery around him. On the 81st floor of the White Tower Council, a female attendant in blue led Lu Zhou and Si Wuya through a corridor before they arrived in front of a hall. According to the female attendant, Lan Shiha was unwell. That was why she was not receiving guests on the 72nd floor. This hall was Lan Shiha's training hall. Dao inscriptions were densely inscribed on the doors, windows, and pillars. On top of that, the pillars were all arranged in a formation. The hall was as bright as it was outside. It was spacious and the primal chi was rich. It was indeed a good place to cultivate. At this moment, the training hall was empty. Not even Lan Shiha's shadow could be seen. Si Wuya asked, Where's Tower Master Lan? The female attendant said, Tower Master Lan is sick so she's resting at the back of the training hall. If you have anything to say, you can say it to me. I need to speak to Tower Master Lan directly, Si Wuya said. This? The blue-clad female attendant looked troubled. But, Tower Master Lan's orders. As soon as she finished speaking, a slightly lazy voice rang from the back of the training hall. Clearly belonged to Lan Shihe. How's your master? Si Wuya turned and glanced at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou raised his hand and gestured for Si Wuya to continue. My master is very good. Bai Shuo just returned, but you're already here. Why didn't your master come? Lan Shihe asked, slightly puzzled. After a beat, she said with a sigh. Your master really has no regard for me at all. Si Wuya felt slightly embarrassed. He was about to speak when the blue-clad female attendant suddenly bowed. Tower Master. The door leading to the back of the training slowly swung open. Lan Shihe's long hair was draped over her shoulders as she walked out. Lu Zhou and Si Wuya were stunned when they saw her appearance. Both of them could not help but wonder what happened. Lan Shihe did not look well at all. She looked tired and dispirited. Dark bags could be seen under her eyes. She looked haggard and slightly old. After taking a seat in the hall, she looked at Si Wuya before her eyes finally landed on the young man next to him. She thought he looked familiar. However, she was tired and her mental state was not at its peak, so she did not dwell on the matter. She closed her eyes slightly after she sat down. Si Wuya asked curiously, Tower Master Lan, what happened? After exchanging 3 moves with your master, I lost a lot of primal qi. After all of you left, Gongsun Yuanxian from Great Ming's royal court came at just the right time. Lan Shihe replied. Si Wuya said, There's a spy in the White Tower Council, right? Lan Shihe did not say anything. There were so many people in the White Tower Council. How could there be no spies? If Si Wuya were part of Great Ming's royal court, he would have planted spies here as well. Lan Shihe said, If it weren't for those people, do you think the Black Tower Council would have such an easy time? Although the Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council seemed on par, in fact, Lan Shihe was far stronger than Xia Zhengrong. There was a reason why Xia Zhengrong never fought head-on with Lan Shihe and hid in the Black Tower Council. Although the Dark and Light Alliance and Great Yuan's royal court had an alliance, they still could not contend with Lan Shihe, who had 13 birth charts. Who knew she and the White Tower Council had to deal with Great Ming's royal court as well. Senior, you have 13 birth charts. They're no match for you at all, right? Si Wuya asked. Lan Shihe only said, That person from Great Ming has 12 birth charts, 13 life forms. Why are you afraid of them? Si Wuya asked. Si Wuya. Needless to say, if I'm at the peak of my strength, it'd be indescribably easy for me to deal with them. It's really unfortunate. If it weren't for your master, I wouldn't have fallen to this state. Si Wuya glanced at his master furtively, feeling awkward. Lu Zhou did not reveal his identity. Initially, he was planning to reveal his identity and ask about the blue crystal. However, as a bystander, he discovered he could learn many things as well. Therefore, he decided to hold back on revealing himself. He asked, So you're saying Gongsun Yuanxian injured you? Lan Shihe looked at Lu Zhou again. Not only did she find his appearance somewhat familiar, but even his actions and speech seemed familiar. Alas, she had only been in contact with Lu Zhou for a short time, so she did not make the connection. After a beat, she nodded. Gongsun Yuanshuan's cultivation base is decent. When he found out I only have 5 years to live, he turned the members of the White Tower Council against me. It was no wonder Lan Shihe tried her best to conceal the fact that she only had 5 years to live. If this news spread, the White Tower Council would undoubtedly fall a long time ago. He's the Grand Tutor of Great Ming. Did you ask Bai Shuo to hand the blue crystal over to form an alliance with the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou asked. Lan Shihe nodded slightly. May I know what Pavilion Master's thoughts are about this? Si Wuya. Si Wuya wondered how he should answer this question. At this moment, another female attendant appeared outside the training hall. She bowed and said, Tower Master, Gongsun Yuanxian is here again. The blue-clad female attendant's expression changed immediately. She looked at Lan Shihe worriedly. On the contrary, Lan Shihe's expression remained the same. It seemed like she had predicted he would come again. All right, the blue-clad female attendant said. Tower Master, there's no need to pay attention to him. Let the Elders' Council send him away. No need, Xianxia said gently. Then, she rose to her feet and looked outside the training hall as she said, Bring him up. The blue-clad female attendant bowed before she left. Understood. Lu Zhou was in no hurry to reveal his identity. He did not want to scare his prey away. Soon after, the blue-clad female attendant led an old man in his 60s into the training hall. The hair at his temples was slightly white. The old man came alone. Nobody came with him. He cupped his fists together and said, Gong Sun Yuanxian greets Tower Master Lan. The Grand Tutor is too polite. Please take a seat. Xianxia waved her hand casually. Gong Sun Yuanshuan's gaze swept past Si Wuya and Lu Zhou, but he did not think too much of them. After taking a seat, he said, Tower Master Lan, you don't look too well. Xianxia did not say anything. Gong Sun Yuanxian said, blaming himself, It's all my fault. During our last sparring session, I was too eager to win and was too enthusiastic. I didn't know Tower Master Lan was injured. I'm willing to apologize. After he finished speaking, he brought a bag of obsidian essences out from his sleeve and placed it in front of him. Everyone knew the White Tower Council monopolized most of the obsidian essences. Great Ming's royal court had long been dissatisfied with this fact. To obtain obsidian essences, they had to pay a high price to trade with the White Tower Council every year. What did it mean now that Gongsun Yuanxian was able to bring out this bag of obsidian essences? It meant that Great Ming's royal court had long sabotaged the White Tower Council's monopoly over obsidian essences. Gongsun Yuanxian might seem like he was apologizing, but he was, in fact, telling Xianxia that the White Tower Council's dominion was coming to an end. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, Little Lan, take it. Just as the blue-clad female attendant was about to reach out for the bag, Gongsun Yuanxian suddenly waved his hand and said, In fact, apart from apologizing, I came today because I have a presumptuous request. Xianxia raised her jade-like hand slightly, indicating for him to speak. Gongsun Yuanxian smiled and said, I want to spar with Tower Master Lan again. Spar. Previously, Tower Master Lan's injuries had yet to heal, so I felt that I had an unfair advantage. Now that a month has passed, I'm sure Tower Master Lan has recovered. I hope Tower Master Lan will acquiesce to my request. Gongsun Yuanxian said. Unless they witnessed it with their eyes, no one would believe the White Tower Council was in a dire strait. Everyone thought Xianxia was invincible. In everyone's eyes, the White Tower Council had always been lofty and held indisputable authority. Gongsun Yuanshuan's ambition was not small at all. He wanted the credit for taking down the seemingly indestructible White Tower Council and its seemingly invincible Tower Master. The White Tower Council's training hall was very unique and elegant. It was exquisite and was built according to a woman's aesthetic preference. The Tao inscriptions were as light as water and flowed like waves in the hall. It was a very tranquil place. Nevertheless, even such a tranquil place could not escape the buzzing of a fly. The fly in question was none other than Gongsun Yuanxian. His voice was as annoying as the buzzing of a fly. Xianxia coughed a few times. When she saw the blue-clad female attendant stepping forward to help her, she waved her hand to stop her. She was in an unfavorable situation. She had just struggled to defeat Gongsun Yuanxian, but he was here to take advantage of the situation and challenge her again. Nevertheless, she did not refuse him. She said, If you want to spar, I'll grant you your wish. Gongsun Yuanxian decided to be shameless and disregarded everything. His goal was to spar with Xianxia, so he did not care about anything else. He said, Thank you, Tower Master Lan. He looked around the hall before he said, Let's decide the winner in this training hall. The blue-clad female attendant frowned. She could no longer hold back and said, Don't you think you're too shameless? Tower Master Lan hasn't even recovered from her injuries. And yet, you still dare to say it's a fair fight. Gongsun Yuanxian replied, Perhaps, it would be unfair if it were someone else. However, Tower Master Lan has 13 birth charts and possesses the sun, moon, and star wheel. If I were to fight Tower Master Lan when she was at the peak of her strength, then it would be a truly unfair fight since I would have no chance of winning at all. What's the point of sparring if it's like that? The blue-clad female attendant no longer paid any mind to etiquette and spat at him. She thought the old man's face was so thick that it was even more exaggerated than the height of the White Tower. Xianxia asked, "Do you think I can't kill you just because I'm injured?" With the word kill, Xianxia shed all pretenses and ended the hypocrisy. Everyone knew Gongsun Yuanshuan's purpose of visiting. It was pointless for him to spout those high-handed reasons and grand excuses. All right. With this, Gongsun Yuanshan no longer hid his intention. His eyes burned as he said, "Let's have a life-or-death battle." Dark clouds gathered in the sky above the White Tower. The primal chi gathering like a flurry of tornadoes was so rich that it could be seen with the naked eyes. No one had ever touched the top of the 100,000-foot-tall tower. It was like a huge white pillar that pierced through the 9 heavens. No one knew when it was built or why it was built so high. Some people said perhaps some immortals wanted to stand on the high ground to admire Earth's beauty. The tip of the tower above the clouds seemed to flow with electricity. At the same time, primal chi flowed down the wall of the White Tower until reached the 81st floor. With this, the entire training hall darkened. Xianxia straightened her back. Gongsun Yuanshuan's expression was grim at this moment. He retreated a few steps as he said, "You've made preparations?" Xianxia said, "Haven't you?" Xianxia's movements were as light as a swallow as she pushed her hand out. The sun, moon, star wheel in her hand burst with light as the primal chi between heaven and earth gathered. In just a blink of an eye, Xianxia arrived in front of Gongsun Yuanshan, wielding the sun, moon, and star wheel. Gongsun Yuanshan manifested his astrolabe and brought out the infinite shield to block the strike. Bang! The impact from the collision rippled out into the surroundings. The two opponents were in a stalemate. Lu Zhou was about to defend himself when he saw the rippling energy in the training hall move like waves on the surface of a lake. He realized the rippling energy was being absorbed by the White Tower. Wuxia was inwardly amazed when he saw this. The White Tower was really mysterious. It could even absorb power from the outside world to protect itself. Xianxia said with a faint smile, "The Grand Tutor is really carefree about using the infinite shield. Tower Master Lan, good move." Gongsun Yuanshan was on guard. "What do you think will happen to you if I aim all the power of my birth charts at you?" Xianxia said as her astrolabe appeared behind her. "You?" Gongsun Yuanshan looked to the left and the right. "It's the training hall?" Most cultivators had their own personal training halls. By using formations, the halls would give them the advantage in a fight and boost their strength. This was the case for Yizhen and Yuqinshu as it was for Xianxia. Nevertheless, Gongsun Yuanshan did not seem frightened. "Alas, there's nothing you can do to me. The sun, moon, and star will press forward." The infinite shield creaked and caved in. Gongsun Yuanshuan's heart raced in his chest. He pushed the infinite shield forward and advanced 2 steps. Xianxia was hovering in the air, so she was half a body taller than Gongsun Yuanshan. From above, the astrolabe behind her grew more distinct. The 36 triangles glowed before 13 triangles were lit up. Gongsun Yuanshan glared at Xianxia and said, "Unresigned, Tower Master Lan. This is unfair. You use the White Tower's power." Xianxia shook her head and calmly said, "You're not worthy. Then don't blame me." It was clear Gongsun Yuanshan had a trump card as well. Since he dared to challenge Xianxia in her territory, how could he not have tricks up his sleeve? Gongsun Yuanshan stomped his feet, causing the White Tower to tremble slightly. Grand technique. The 1,000-hand Buddha seal. Gongsun Yuanshuan's astrolabe appeared at his back. As the 12 birth charts lit up, countless hand seals appeared behind him as well. Wuxia said, "It's an ancient grand technique." Xianxia said calmly and confidently, "You took a potion. To cast the 1,000-hand Buddha seal, one needed enough energy." Gongsun Yuanshan said, "As long as I win, what does it matter?" Fairness? From the start, there was no such thing as fairness. Taking a potion was no different from taking a forbidden drug during a competition. With this admission, the extent of Gong Sun Yuanshuan's shamelessness could be seen. Following that, the energies from both sides collided. Boom! With the point of collision in the center, a wave of verticals swept through the entire hall. Cracks that looked like tree roots and lines appeared on the 81st floor. Following that, energy seals flew out of the White Tower, cleaving the two buildings at the sides into two. Similarly, the cedar tree on the snow mountain nearby was split into two halves as though it had been cut by a sharp blade. Lan Shihe extended his hand and flew back gracefully before she landed on a chair. Gong Sun Yuanxian was pushed back. He slid back on the ground toward the railing dozens of meters away from the training hall. Bang! He crashed into the railing, causing pebbles to fall. From the beginning to the end, the two opponents only used one move. Tranquility returned to the training hall. The Tao inscriptions flashed before it mended the cracks on the White Tower. It was a rather impressive sight. Gong Sun Yuanxian praised. As expected of the strongest tower in the world. As expected of Tower Master Lan. At this moment, Lan Shihe suddenly grunted softly. A small trace of blood appeared at the corner of her lips. Although it was just a slight trace, it was more than enough to reveal her weakness. Upon seeing this, Gong Sun Yuanshuan's fighting spirit was greatly aroused. He said energetically, "Again!" Lan Shihe frowned. "Do you really want to die?" Although her voice was not loud, there was no mistaking the killing intent in her voice. Everyone could tell she was truly angered at this moment. "Since I dare to come here, I'm naturally confident. I even took the potion. Do you really think you can intimidate me?" Compared to Lan Shihe, there was no doubt Gong Sun Yuanxian was in better shape than Lan Shihe at this moment. This put him in a good mood. "It's my greatest honor to be able to defeat Tower Master Lan." At this moment, Lu Zhou's indifferent voice rang in the air. "That's enough." Gong Sun Yuanxian turned around. His gaze swept past Si Wuya and Lu Zhou once again. Since he entered the training hall, he had totally disregarded them. He said, "This matter is between me and Tower Master Lan. It has nothing to do with both of you. Please leave." Si Wuya said, "It's time to stop." Since his master had spoken, Si Wuya knew it meant that the evil sky pavilion would intervene. Gong Sun Yuanxian said, "Tower Master Lan hasn't even spoken. What right do you have to interfere?" Lan Shihe said, "That's right, Grand Tutor. I forgot to introduce you. This is the 7th disciple of Pavilion Master Lu of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Si Wuya." Fortunately, she asked for Si Wuya's name twice previously. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. With the Evil Sky Pavilion's intervention, the White Tower Council's crisis would come to an end sooner or later. The Evil Sky Pavilion? Gong Sun Yuanxian cupped his hands at Si Wuya and said, "So you're from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Please send my regards to Pavilion Master Lu." From what Gong Sun Yuanxian knew, the relationship between the Evil Sky Pavilion and the White Tower Council was not good. He had heard that Nangong Yutian and Ning Wanqing had offended the Evil Sky Pavilion. "There's no need for that," Si Wuya said. "My master is here with us after all." Lan Shihe was shocked. She turned around instinctively and studied the expressionless young man in front of her. The more she looked at him, the more familiar he looked to her. When she saw the frown on the young man's face, a complex and indescribable emotion rose in her heart. It was really difficult to associate the dignified young man in front of her with the old Pavilion Master Lu she knew. After a moment, she shook her head. She did not believe Si Wuya's words. Meanwhile, Gong Sun Yuanxian laughed heartily before he said, "Young man, I believe that you're from the Evil Sky Pavilion, so there's no need for you to do this." Si Wuya shook his head and looked at Gong Sun Yuanxian as though he was looking at a fool. He tried to look at Gong Sun Yuanxian from his master's point of view and nodded. As it turned out, this was how it felt to have the status and strength to look down on others. Following that, he only said, "Of course, there's a need for it." Gong Sun Yuanxian said, "I have no enmity with the Evil Sky Pavilion. I don't see why both of you want to intervene. After all, it's better to gain a friend than an enemy. At this moment, Lu Zhou finally said, I already have many enemies. Another one won't make a difference. Lu Zhou's tone, aura, and attitude were similar to when he looked old. Lan Shihe exclaimed in surprise, Pavilion Master Lu? Lu Zhou walked over with a straight back. Then he said to Gongsun Yuanxian tonelessly, Lan Shihe can't die yet. Gongsun Yuanxian was slightly on guard. He surveyed his surroundings warily. His expression was solemn as he looked to the left and the right before he looked outside. After a while, he asked, Fine, I'll take it that you're Pavilion Master Lu. Let me ask you, is the Evil Sky Pavilion really intent on intervening? How could Gongsun Yuanxian give up when his goal was so close at hand? Lu Zhou said, It can't really be considered intervening. Like I said, Lan Shihe can't die yet. Before I change my mind, it's best if you leave now. This was the first time Gongsun Yuanxian was spoken to in such a manner. To begin with, he had doubted Lu Zhou's identity. Moreover, he was of the opinion that the stronger one was, the less likely one would brag. Very well. If that's the way you want it to go, let's settle this according to the old rules, Gongsun Yuanxian said. He got into his fighting stance in the center of the training hall. At this time, Lu Zhou said indifferently, My words are the rules. Gongsun Yuanxian felt stifled by Lu Zhou's words. He was the Grand Tutor of Great Ming's royal court, after all, and was respected by tens of thousands of people. Even the emperor would not speak to him in such a manner. Nevertheless, he endured it and said politely, Today, I won with 1.5 moves against Tower Master Lan. Since the Evil Sky Pavilion insists on intervening, I can only ask to exchange a move with Pavilion Master Lu. Is this your so-called old rule? Lu Zhou asked. Please begin. Gongsun Yuanxian's words were marvelous. With those words, not only could he show off his cultivation base and strength to the Evil Sky Pavilion, but he could also take down Lan Shihe later. He would not give up because the Evil Sky Pavilion interfered. It was just a sparring session. After he achieved his goal and eradicated the White Tower Council, he was certain he would be able to win the favor of the Evil Sky Pavilion by offering them benefits. Why do you have to seek trouble? At this time, Gongsun Yuanxian moved his arm around. His astrolabe spun and seemed to increase and decrease in size. Astrolabes can also be used in this manner? Lu Zhou thought to himself as he looked at Gongsun Yuanxian. Gongsun Yuanxian moved to the left and the right. Soon after, shining palm-sized talismans that looked as though they were written with white calligraphy brush appeared around his hands. At the same time, his feet did not stop moving. At this time, Lan Shihe reminded Lu Zhou, Pavilion Master Lu, you have to be careful. The Grand Tutor is very skilled in the cultivation methods of the schools of Confucian, Buddhism, and Taoism. These talismans gather the heaven and earth's essence before channeling it into the astrolabe, so his strength is much greater than before. With this, he can easily tear down the White Tower. Currently, the cracks that resulted from Lan Shihe and Gongsun Yuanxian's previous exchange had already been mended. The reason the 100,000-foot White Tower managed to withstand the test of time and the corrosion of time was all thanks to the special Dao inscriptions in the White Tower. Compared to the 3,600 Dao inscriptions in the Black Tower Council, there was no clear winner. Each had its own merits. At this moment, the white talismans had already occupied half of the training hall. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The white talismans flew into the astrolabe as though they were being pulled into it by a vortex. Lu Zhou looked at Gongsun Yuanxian with great interest. He instinctively raised his hand before he put it down again. It was as though he was watching a monkey performing martial arts. After all the white talismans entered the astrolabe, Gongsun Yuanxian waved his hands around, turning his astrolabe into the size of a small ball. The entire process only took a few breaths, but Lu Zhou looked at it carefully. After the astrolabe that had been shrunk to the size of a snowball shone with a brilliant white light, Gongsun Yuanxian said, I deliberately slowed down so I could demonstrate it to Pavilion Master Lu. Pavilion Master Lu, are you ready? Lu Zhou said, "Using the heaven and earth's essence in such a manner is a waste. Please advise." As soon as Gong Sun Yuanshuan's voice fell, he moved, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. When he discovered Lu Zhou had no intention of moving, he felt somewhat indignant. After all, he had 12 birth charts. How could he tolerate being underestimated to this extent? Gong Sun Yuanxian crossed his hands before he pushed them forward. A white light flashed in the training hall. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou suddenly froze. He felt a strange feeling in his Dantian sea of qi before he suddenly discovered he was stuck. Did he go too far this time? Swoosh! The burst of blinding white light stirred the primal qi in the training hall. Violent winds raged as the Tao inscriptions began to flash in a frenzy. Lan Shiha flicked her sleeve, calming down the air in the training hall with the Tao inscriptions. She called out, clearly weakened and no longer capable of fighting, "Pavilion Master Lu." Even Gong Sun Yuanxian felt this move was too powerful. In his opinion, even if Lan Shiha was at the peak of her strength, she would still have to treat this move with caution. After the light dissipated, Gong Sun Yuanxian withdrew his hands and looked ahead. Lu Zhou was still in the same position and posture as before. No one knew what was through his mind at this moment. What's this strange feeling? Why is my Dantian sea of qi blocked? Lu Zhou looked at his critical block cards and saw that they had decreased by 1. At this time, he was without any defenses. At most, he was comparable to a cultivator at the 9th stage of the body tempering stage. On the other hand, Gong Sun Yuanxian was thoroughly shocked. His heart raced as an uneasy feeling rose in his heart when he saw Lu Zhou was completely unharmed. What went wrong? Gong Sun Yuanxian was in disbelief. He was convinced something must have gone wrong. He pushed back with 1 foot, retreating dozens of meters. Then, he said loudly as he spread his arms, "The effect of the potion is still here. Thousand-hand Buddha seal." Gong Sun Yuanshuan's astrolabe covered his body. At the same time, a circle of palm seals appeared around his astrolabe. Following that, the attack shot out like a bolt of lightning. At this time, Lu Zhou was still ruminating over the problem he encountered. He tried to mobilize his primal qi in his Dantian sea of qi and found they were no longer blocked. Alas, the thousand-hand Buddha seal landed on Lu Zhou's body at this time. The trace amount of primal qi he had mobilized was negligible. Boom! Countless Buddha seals fell from the sky. At the same time, cracking noises rang from the White Tower. Gong Sun Yuanshuan's eyes widened in anger. He withdrew his hand and looked around motionlessly. No! Gong Sun Yuanxian used his grand technique along with his astrolabe as he rose into the air. The 12 birth charts lit up at the same time. Boom! The attack passed through the White Tower as though they were the air. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou still did not move. He was like an immovable mountain. As usual, his expression was calm. Gong Sun Yuanshuan's heart was thumping so fast that he felt as though he could hear the sound of it thumping in his chest. Following that, he began to cast his grand technique in a frenzy. His every move was perfect, displaying the results of his thousands of years of cultivation. The grand technique mixed the best techniques from the schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism and could be used 10 times. The attacks seemed to be able to cover the sky as they fell on Lu Zhou. Boom! 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 The White Tower cracked, but the cracks were quickly mended. This happened repeatedly. Every time a crack appeared, it would be mended. The earth shook, causing the nearby snowy mountain to shake from the violent tremors as well. At this time, Gong Sun Yuanxian had almost used up all of his most powerful moves. His eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at the young man in front of him. Was the young man really the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion? He felt that something was amiss but could not put his finger on it. After a moment, he said, "The last move." This move was different from the previous one. This move's attacks were continuous. Energy swords began to appear in the air. Similar to when the white talismans first appeared, Gong Sun Yuanxian moved the astrolabe around with movements that looked as though he was practicing Tai Chi as he moved. More and more energy swords began to appear. Soon enough, the energy swords filled the entire training hall. Swoosh, 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 as the energy swords flew around Gongsun Yuanxian. He took a deep breath before he charged out with his astrolabe above his head. At the same time, the energy swords lined up in a neat row and shot out as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Zhou frowned slightly and said, "You've used all your strength to attack, but I haven't even made a move yet." Following that, Lu Zhou raised his big hand and pushed it out. A blue great seal of fearlessness flew out. Boom! Gongsun Yuanshuan's energy swords vanished immediately. Caught off guard, he was sent flying back immediately. The seal that contained the supreme mystic power landed on his face and chest heavily as his eyes widened in horror. He tried to control his body and flipped in the air. When he finally landed, he groaned in a muffled voice as he staggered backward. At the same time, blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. From the beginning until the end, Lu Zhou had only used one move, the simple and unassuming Buddhist's great seal of fearlessness. With this, Gongsun Yuanxian switched from attacking to defending. He started making Tai Chi movements again, manifesting a Taoist seal. "I'll defend, you attack." Very showy, but useless. Lu Zhou liked living targets like Gongsun Yuanxian the most. He moved quickly and struck at the white Taoist seal with the might of the supreme mystic power. Crack! The Taoist seal shattered immediately. The blue energy broke through Gongsun Yuanshuan's defenses tyrannically, striking his chest. He was sent flying out of the training hall immediately. Bang! The Tao inscriptions of the White Tower could barely repair the damage in time when Gongsun Yuanxian was sent crashing through the wall. Boom! Just like that, Gongsun Yuanxian fell from the 81st floor, landing on the snow-covered ground. His four limbs were spread far apart as he lay facing the sky. His body trembled as he looked at the snowflakes falling on his face one after another. Gongsun Yuanxian was the Grand Tutor of Great Ming. He was a famous expert with 12 birth charts since 2,000 years ago. Together with another expert from Great Ming, they were known as Great Ming's twin saints. In the White Lotus domain, only experts with at least 12 birth charts dared to challenge Xianxia to a sparring session in the White Tower Council. When Great Ming's royal court received news that Xianxia was injured and the injuries were not light, they thought it was a great chance to take down the White Tower Council no matter which angle they analyzed it from. Moreover, rumor had it that the White Tower Council was at odds with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Apart from that, the Black Tower Council's 7 towers were recently destroyed, and its tower master was recuperating. With the Black Tower Council serving as an example, the Dark and Light Alliance and Great Yuan's royal court did not dare to act rashly. With all these factors, they truly felt they had been given a golden opportunity to take down the White Tower Council. Alas, Great Ming's royal court was soundly defeated. The snowflake melted into icy droplets of water that rolled down Gongsun Yuanshuan's cheeks. It felt as though ants were crawling on his face. It felt cold and itchy. A bone-piercing cold permeated his internal organs that began from his chest. The remnant energy from Lu Zhou's strike continued nailing him to the ground, rendering him immobile. The temporary numbness he felt slowly gave way to excruciating pain. It had been a long time since he last felt this way. Gongsun Yuanshuan's thinking was rather twisted. He wanted to savor the excruciating pain. He wanted to remember this feeling. This pain was nothing compared to the knowledge that he had failed and lost one of his birth charts. That was right. When he was sent flying out of the training hall, one triangle had darkened on his astrolabe. This felt even worse than death. Lu Zhou remained calm. He was no stranger to this scene. Moreover, he only destroyed one birth chart and gained 6,000 merit points. It was nothing to get worked up about. It was expected that the palm strike that contained the supreme mystic power would destroy at least one birth chart. On the other hand, Si Wuya and Xianxia were in awe. Xianxia was aware that even if she was at the peak of her strength, she would not be capable of such a feat. It was impossible for her to stay motionless and let Gongsun Yuanshuan's grand technique hit her without suffering any damages. In the end, she could not help but clap her hands. Amazing, truly amazing. At this time, Xianxia's condition seemed to have improved slightly. Perhaps it was due to her good mood. Meanwhile, Si Wuya, the blue-clad female attendant, and a few other female attendants moved to the railings and looked down at Gongsun Yuanxian, who was lying on the ground and facing the sky. That's enough. Si Wuya transmitted his voice from the 81st floor. When Gongsun Yuanxian heard these words, he felt his chest tighten and spat out a mouthful of blood. What familiar words! It seemed like they were mocking him. If he had listened to these words earlier, would he have ended up in such a state? Come up, Si Wuya said before he walked back into the training hall. Below the White Tower, many white-clad cultivators hovered in the air as they looked at Gongsun Yuanxian, who was sprawled on the ground. At this moment, Ning Wanqing flew out of the crowd of white-clad cultivators and asked, "Grand Tutor, are you all right?" Gongsun Yuanxian ignored Ning Wanqing. He supported himself with his hands as he sat before he glared at Ning Wanqing. "Did you come to mock me as well?" "I'm not that kind of person," Ning Wanqing said. "I just feel bad for the Grand Tutor." Gongsun Yuanxian snorted coldly. "Don't be hypocritical and smug. The one who defeated me is Pavilion Master Lu of the Evil Sky Pavilion, not your Tower Master." "Of course, I know it's Pavilion Master Lu." Ning Wanqing was blind. He could never judge someone by their appearance since he could not see them. Does this mean the White Tower Council and the Evil Sky Pavilion have been colluding for a long time now? If you want to live longer, I suggest you restrain yourself. I feel like I'm talking to a pig when I'm talking to you. To think you're the Grand Tutor of Great Ming, a 12-chart expert. If you think anger can solve your problem, by all means, continue what you're doing, Ning Wanqing said. Gongsun Yuanxian was about to lose his temper when he heard Ning Wanqing referred to him as a pig. But, after listening to Ning Wanqing's subsequent words, he felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of ice water. Naturally, he knew anger would not and could not solve his problem. After a moment, Gongsun Yuanxian shakily rose to his feet. He patted off the snow on his body before he raised his head to look at the white tower that pierced through the clouds. He sighed. After sensing that Gongsun Yuanxian had calmed down, Ning Wanqing said, "I have a piece of advice for you." "Speak. I'll listen," Gongsun Yuanxian said. "Don't judge the Evil Sky Pavilion using common sense. They're far more powerful than you think. To be honest, I really want you to die. However, that won't be beneficial to the White Tower Council for now. Take care." Ning Wanqing left after he said those words. Gongsun Yuanxian was in a daze. To think he was speechless after being scolded by a junior. In the training hall, Lan Shihe looked at Lu Zhou's back skeptically and asked, "Which one is the real you?" Lu Zhou turned around and said, "That's not important." Si Wuya helped his master out by saying, "Tower Master Lan, why is it so hard to believe? You can maintain your youth. What makes you think my master, whose cultivation isn't weaker than yours, can't do the same?" Lan Shihe nodded and said softly, "You have a point. It's just that it's slightly difficult to adapt to the sudden and drastic change." Lan Shihe no longer dwelled on the matter. After all, she had lived for so long that she no longer measured someone by their appearance. Although she looked very young, many people treated her like an old witch who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Finally, she asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, why didn't you kill him? After losing a birth chart, he'll definitely hold it against you." Lu Zhou had used up all his supreme mystic power, and he did not think it was worth it to waste his item cards on killing Gongsun Yuanxian. He did not respond to Lan Shihe's question directly. Instead, he said, "Not bad. You used such a trick to borrow others' hand to kill your enemy." First, Lan Shihe had used the blue crystal that contained the great void energy to lure Lu Zhou over. Then, she tried to instigate him to kill Gongsun Yuanxian. Lan Shihe said, "I admit that I have selfish motives. However, Pavilion Master Lu, you won't just stand at the side and do nothing, right?" Lu Zhou did not respond to her question again. Instead, he said, "You've overlooked a crucial problem." "What?" "Since I can kill Gongsun Yuanxian, I can also kill you." Lan Shihe was rendered speechless for a moment. It was true that schemes and cunning were nothing in front of absolute power. At this moment, Gongsun Yuanxian, and flew up to the 81st floor. He clutched his chest as he walked into the training hall with an unsightly expression on his face. After he came to a stop about 10 meters away from Lu Zhou, he bowed. "Thank you for showing mercy, Pavilion Master Lu." Absolute strength could also easily dispel doubts and suspicions. At this time, Gongsun Yuanxian had already completely regarded the seemingly young Lu Zhou as the powerful Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. "If you'd listened to the advice you were given, you wouldn't have ended up in such a state," Lu Zhou said. "Pavilion Master Lu, you're right. Please let me live, Pavilion Master Lu," Gongsun Yuanxian said bluntly and humbly. However, he could not help but feel stifled inwardly. Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment before he glanced at the smiling Lan Shihe from the corners of his eyes. Lan Shihe was indeed not simple. How could he let her reap the benefits of his hard work? "In the end," he said directly, "if you want to live, send 100 obsidian essences to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Gongsun Yuanxuan's eyes widened when he heard Lu Zhou's words. How could take out 100 obsidian essences just like that? The bag he brought out earlier only contained 20 obsidian essences. Even the White Tower Council that had monopolized obsidian essences for so many years only managed to accumulate roughly 100 obsidian essences at most. "Pavilion Master Lu, can the obsidian essences be replaced with other items? I really don't have 100 obsidian essences." Gongsun Yuanxian bowed and said, "Perhaps one would need at least 1,000 years to accumulate 100 obsidian essences. Moreover, the White Tower Council had monopolized the obsidian essences for such a long time." Lu Zhou said, "That's not my problem. However, I can give you another option." Then, he brought out the blue crystal from his sleeve and showed it to Gongsun Yuanxian as he said, "One of these can be exchanged for half of the obsidian essences I asked for." Blue crystal. Gongsun Yuanxian instinctively turned to look at Lan Shihe. Gongsun Yuanxuan's expression was even more unsightly than before. He hemmed and hawed before he finally said, "Pavilion Master Lu, I don't even have 100 obsidian essences. How can I possibly have the blue crystals?" Lu Zhou said, "Since you don't have them, you can leave your life here." Lan Shihe said with a faint smile, "Grand Tutor, it's not good to lie. You don't have them, but the royal family has them, right? If I'm not mistaken, I remember the royal family obtained a blue crystal as well." Gongsun Yuanxian knew Lan Shihe was trying to push him to his death. After all, during their earlier sparring session, they were fighting to the death. On the surface, the White Tower Council and Great Ming's royal court seemed to have an amicable relationship, but the royal court had long wanted to destroy the White Tower Council. The royal family's blue crystal is useless. It has been depleted of its great void energy. Isn't the one in Pavilion Master Lu's possession better? Gongsun Yuanxian asked, puzzled. "Do I need to explain to you why I want the blue crystals? I've already made myself clear." Gongsun Yuanxian, "Don't step on my bottom line," Lu Zhou said. Gongsun Yuanxian frowned. He was only left with 11 birth charts now. There was no doubt his status would decline when he returned to the royal court. Moreover, now that he was defeated, what right did he have to negotiate? After mulling over it for a moment, he said decisively, "All right, I agree to Pavilion Master Lu's request. However, I ask that word of what happened today be kept a secret. Otherwise, I won't be able to get the blue crystal if the royal family finds out about this." "Very good." Lu Zhou looked at Gongsun Yuanxian and said, "Don't try to play tricks. Otherwise, what happened to the Black Tower Council will happen to you." Gongsun Yuanxian had long heard about the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council. It left a deep impression on him. Initially, he did not believe anyone was capable of defeating the Black Tower Council in such a thorough manner. However, after his sparring session with Lu Zhou, he knew now it was true. It was true that there was always someone stronger and better in the world. He knew very well if he did not agree to this request, he would not be able to leave the White Tower today. Lu Zhou waved his hand, signaling Gongsun Yuanxian to leave. When Gongsun Yuanxian was walking out, he walked past the bag of obsidian essences. Just when Gongsun Yuanxian was about to bend down to pick it up, Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Gongsun Yuanxian stiffened and laughed awkwardly before he left in a hurry. Lu Zhou allowed Gongsun Yuanxian to live because there was more value to letting Gongsun Yuanxian live compared to killing him. Moreover, he would not allow Lan Shihe to succeed in her plan. Great Ming could restrain Lan Shihe, who had been invincible for such a long time. Apart from that, he wanted to use this chance to obtain blue crystals and strike at Great Ming. Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Lan Shihe. Did you obtain the blue crystal from the Great Void? Since there was no reason for Lan Shihe to hide this, she said. Over 300 years ago, many cultivators went to the unknown land together. The environment in unknown land was very harsh and inhabitable. However, there were many treasures there. Some lucky cultivators had fortuitous encounters while others tried to look for the Great Void Seed. When the Great Void Seeds disappeared for unknown reasons, leaving only soil in the place where they grew. The soil was the blue crystals. When the soil was brought out of the unknown land, they solidified into blue crystals. Only those who had seen this knew this secret. This was not the first time Lu Zhou heard about the Great Void Expedition from 300 years ago. Every time he heard about it, there would be new information, stirring up new feelings within him. He recalled the memory crystal. Was it really a coincidence that the damaged part contained Ji Tiandao's memories in the Great Void? Ji Tiandao wanted the limits of the 8 leaves. How could he contend with that group of people at the Thousand Realms whirling stage for the Great Void Seeds? Moreover, when he went to the unknown land, his cultivation base was not even at the 8-leaf stage. When he returned, even Luo Xian was capable of stealing one of the Great Void Seeds from him. After a moment, Lu Zhou asked, "Did you obtain the Great Void energy from the blue crystal?" Lan Shihe nodded slightly. Then, she straightened her back before she asked, "Pavilion Master Lu, you won't be angry because of this matter, right? I have no choice. I could only attract your attention in that manner." Lu Zhou asked, "You only have one blue crystal?" "That's right," Lan Shihe replied. "However, it was the only one that contained the most great void energy. The others are almost useless and the improvements they provided were limited." "Where are the others?" Lu Zhou asked. Lan Shihe asked curiously, "Pavilion Master Lu, are you looking for the blue crystals to obtain the great void energy? Is there anyone who doesn't want it?" Lan Shihe smiled and nodded before she said, "In the past 3,000 years, there were 5 great void expeditions. The first and second time, humans suffered heavy losses and only managed to return with a few rare treasures. The remaining 3 times, humans brought back 6 blue crystals. I only know the location of 3 blue crystals. One is with the Emperor of Great Ming. One is in the possession of Great Yuan's Lu Qianshan. The final one is in Pavilion Master Lu's possession." "Only 6. Lu Zhou frowned. The quest was to collect 9 blue crystals. Only 6 were brought out of the unknown land, and out of the 6, 3 were missing. Was this the system's way of pushing him to go to the unknown land? Only, Lan Shihe caught the peculiarity of Lu Zhou's choice of words. Lu Zhou casually came up with an excuse. "What I mean is that it's a pity that after 5 expeditions, humans only managed to obtain 6 blue crystals. The unknown land is too dangerous. 300 years ago, I was already invincible in the White Lotus domain. Even then, it was difficult for me to contend with those beasts in the unknown land," Lan Shihe said. Lu Zhou thought of Qin Mozhang, whom he met by the cold pond at the peak of the snowy mountain in Cloud Mountain. Perhaps, there are stronger cultivators in the 4 great uncharted lands. Lan Shihe did seem surprised by Lu Zhou's words. There have always been stronger cultivators, but they've long isolated themselves. Isolated themselves? Si Wuya asked curiously. Lan Shihe nodded and said, "Yes, I don't know if it's their own decision or a shackle by heaven and earth. Think about the Kuan in the endless ocean. No one has been able to kill it until now. The entrances to the unknown land are all littered with incredibly deadly fierce beasts or separated by moats or oceans that are impossible for humans to cross. However, there's a place." Lu Zhou and Si Wuya looked at Lan Shihe, waiting for her to reveal the answer. Lan Shiha smiled as her eyes moved between Lu Zhou and Si Wuya before resting on Lu Zhou. The Purple Lotus Domain. The Purple Lotus Domain? Lu Zhou was not surprised. Strictly speaking, it's not one of the 4 great uncharted lands. It's not powerful. It's also the first place the Black Tower Council and Great Yuan implemented the captive plan. They implemented the same plan in the Red Lotus Domain and had planned to implement it in the Golden Lotus Domain. The plan is the reason there are so many thousand realms whirling cultivators in the Black Tower Council. Lan Shiha said. What about the White Tower Council? Originally, the White Tower Council wanted to monopolize the Golden Lotus Domain but eventually gave up. Great Ming's resources are bountiful, and there are many fierce beasts, so there's no need for us to monopolize another domain's fierce beasts. Moreover, what's the point when, at most, one would get 1 or 2 intermediate life hearts in a year? They're not useful at all for cultivators above the level of a judge. Those who are truly strong and smart know the proper way to subjugate the weak. Lu Zhou did not expect these words from Lan Shiha. He remained silent. This reminded him of the ancient emperor on earth, the Emperor of Qin, who burned the works of scholars to make the common folk stay ignorant, destroyed city walls, killed heroes, and confiscated weapons to weaken the people's resistance against the emperor. In any case, there was no point in talking about this matter. Lu Zhou picked the blue crystal up and said, "Let's talk about the blue crystal. Where's Lu Qianshan now?" He would obtain the blue crystals with known locations first. Pavilion Master Lu, you can go to Great Yuan and ask around. The Lu clan and the Emperor of Great Yuan have a close relationship. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to obtain the blue crystal. Why don't you stay in the White Tower? When I recover, I'll go to the Black Lotus Domain with you. In order to thank you for your help today, I'll help you obtain Lu Qianshan's blue crystal. At this moment, Lu Zhou stood up and said, "There's no need for that." When Lan Shiha saw that Lu Zhou was about to leave, she hastily said, "Pavilion Master Lu, I have a question I'd like to ask." "Go ahead." "Which one is the real Pavilion Master Lu?" Lan Shiha asked. Lu Zhou did not answer her immediately. He continued walking out of the training hall. Only when he reached the entrance of the training hall did he say, "Both are real. All of them are the same?" Lan Shiha muttered to herself. In the first place, cultivation was going against the order of nature. After cultivating, one's lifespan would increase, the aging process would slow down, one would become impervious to illnesses, and one's body would grow stronger. Every breakthrough was heaven-defying. Did he disguise himself previously? Although Lan Shiha managed to maintain her youth for so long, it was done over a period of time, and despite her appearance, she could not return to her youth. For Lu Zhou to revert to his youth in such a short time, it seemed rather impossible. "Pavilion Master Lu?" Lan Shiha called out again, planning to ask more questions. However, when she looked up, Lu Zhou had already vanished from sight. Not even Si Wuya could be seen. The duo had long left the White Tower. She sighed lightly and said, "Tell Ning Wanqing to send them off." "Understood." North of the White Tower Council, on miles of snow-capped mountain ranges, Ning Wanqing said, "Pavilion Master Lu's strength seemed to have increased again." Lu Zhou was puzzled. Previously, when he came, he had 5 birth charts. Now he had 6 birth charts. Indeed, he had gotten stronger, but it was still far from possessing 12 birth charts. Where did Ning Wanqing get this feeling from? He asked curiously, "You can sense my strength?" Ning Wanqing pointed at his nose and ears as he said, "These are probably God's gift to the blind. I can't see, but I can hear and smell very well." Pavilion Master Lu's aura seemed smoother, more stable, and filled with vitality. Although Pavilion Master Lu has hidden his strength, you can't hide your aura and bearing much. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "You're much smarter than Nangong Yutian. Thank you for your praise, Pavilion Master Lu." Ning Wanqing bowed. After he straightened his back, he looked at Lu Zhou with his lifeless eyes and said, "Pavilion Master Lu, I have a clue about the blue crystals you're looking for." Lu Zhou did not pay much attention to their conversation until this moment. He turned around immediately to look at Ning Wanqing. Ning Wanqing smiled. Pavilion Master Lu, you must be very curious. I'm from the White Tower Council. But why didn't I inform the Tower Master about the clues I have and choose to reveal them to you instead? I'm not curious, Lu Zhou replied. Ning Wanqing felt as though he had been dealt a heavy blow. In the end, he only said helplessly, one of the blue crystals is in the possession of Xiao Yunhe, the former Tower Master of the Black Tower Council. Xiao Yunhe, Lu Zhou frowned. He's been searching everywhere for ways to recover his destroyed birth charts. It's not surprising that he wants the great void energy that can change one's fate. Xiao Yunhe is incredibly cunning. I won't be surprised if he has found all 6 of the blue crystals. However, I heard later that the blue crystals were useless in helping him to recover his destroyed birth charts. At this moment, Wuxia said, thank you for providing us with such an important clue. In return, I will give you a piece of information. Please speak. Tower Master Lan has experienced the vicissitudes of life and has met many people. In my opinion, she has long seen through your petty tricks, Wuxia said. Ning Wanqing was stunned. Wuxia did not continue speaking and walked up the snowy mountain with his master. When they arrived at the runic passage, he activated the runic passage. Lu Zhou asked, are you deliberately trying to sow discord between them? Master, I'm not that idle. There's something wrong with Ning Wanqing. When Lan Shihe and Gongsun Yuanxian were sparring earlier, anyone who isn't a fool can tell it's a life-or-death battle. However, Ning Wanqing didn't seem to care at all, nor did he try to intervene. I have enough reasons to suspect he's the spy that Great Ming's royal court planted in the White Tower Council, Wuxia replied. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. His disciple's analysis was very reasonable. Master, where are we going? Let's return to the preservation hall first. We'll look for Lu Qianshan another day. Understood. In the evening, in the preservation hall, Lu Zhou was sitting cross-legged, thinking about the day's events. Why did my Dantian Sea of Qi suddenly get blocked? Why is there a blockage in my Dantian Qi Sea? Due to the momentary blockage, Gongsun Yuanxian could act pretentiously for a while longer. Otherwise, he was confident he could Gongsun Yuanxian behave with just a slap. In fact, even an ordinary deadly strike card would be able to deter Gongsun Yuanxian from acting recklessly. Lu Zhou tried to mobilize the primal qi in his Dantian Sea of Qi again. Once again, the feeling like his Dantian Sea of Qi was blocked appeared again. This was an extremely terrifying thing for a cultivator. Let alone half a beat, even the delay of half a breath could be fatal. Is it related to the price of youth? Is this the price of youth? If it is, then the price is really too high. Lu Zhou looked at the quest panel on the system interface again. Second avatar. Collecting blue crystals, 1/9. He had triggered this quest after declining the price of youth quest. It seemed like to solve this problem, he had to collect all 9 blue crystals first. Lu Qianshan. His surname is Lu as well. Lu Zhou muttered to himself. Currently, there was a slight problem with his Dantian Sea of Qi. If he wanted to go to Great Yuan now, he would have to make sufficient preparations. He looked at his items on the system interface. Merit points, 781,610. Items, Enhanced Deadly Strike Card X1, Impeccable Card X1, Critical Block Card X133. Passive, Golden Taishu Mirror, Disguise Card X2, Synthesis Card X2, Deconstruction Card X4. Apart from the Peak Trial card that was missing, he felt his item cards were rather complete. What will happen if I synthesize the deconstruction cards? Following that, he looked at the reduction card on the system panel for 10 seconds. He felt like it was not too useful now. Fortunately, its price was quite low. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste time thinking about it. He could just directly buy the cards. Lu Zhou bought 3 reduction cards. After buying the first card, the price of the second one did not increase. When he bought the third one, the price increased by 1,000 merit points, which was not too bad. Following that, he brought out a synthesis card and stacked it with the 3 reduction cards. He said silently, "Synthesize." Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained. Enhanced reduction card. Ding! Enhanced reduction card. Can permanently reduce the target's birth charts by 1. Note: it's different from destroying a birth chart. It can be understood as lowering the number of birth charts the target can activate. Upon reading the effect of the card, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He recalled when he helped Xiao Yunhe recover his birth charts. There was no doubt that one could restore one's damaged birth chart even if it was difficult. To be able to directly lower the number of birth charts his opponents were able to activate was like nipping the problem in the bud. It seems like just one card is too little. Purchase 6 reduction cards and 2 synthesis cards. After synthesizing the 6 reduction cards into 2 enhanced reductions cards, Lu Zhou used his final synthesis card to synthesize the 3 enhanced reduction cards. I wonder if it'll be a success. Synthesize. Ding! Synthesis successfully. Obtained Advanced Enhanced Reduction Card. Additional effect: Life Heart Extraction. Ding! Advanced Enhanced Reduction Card. The target's birth charts will be permanently reduced by 5. Out of the 5 birth charts, there's a chance you might be able to extract the highest level life heart. Not bad. Lu Zhou was very satisfied with this additional effect. He was as satisfied with it as he was with the Enhanced Deadly Strike card. However, it might seem cheap in the beginning. In fact, the actual cost was not low. He had spent quite a bit synthesizing the cards. If he wanted to quickly kill his enemy, he could combine the reduction card with the Deadly Strike card. He nodded again in satisfaction. Following that, he closed the system panel and brought the purple glazed ceramic out. He gauged it and found that half of its energy had been recovered. After that, he mobilized his primal chi and activated the purple glazed ceramic. Its speed was slower than when it had full energy. With that, Lu Zhou entered his meditative state and began to meditate on the heavenly writing. 3 days later, in the morning, the sun shone into the hall through the window. At this time, Wuxia was already in the preservation hall. The pair of master and disciple was ready to leave for the Black Lotus Domain's Great Yuan. Wuxia said, "Master, the runic passage is ready. I've made sure we won't run into anyone during our journey there." Lu Zhou nodded and asked, "I heard old Fourth is back?" "Fourth senior brother has been sleeping since he returned. Should I ask him to come and pay respect to you?" Wuxia asked. "No need. Let's go," Lu Zhou said. Wuxia was slightly startled. His master had always been strict and hated his disciples sleeping in or being lazy. Why was his master not angry this time? The duo had walked out and had just reached the entrance of the hall when Lu Zhou suddenly came to a halt. His ears twitched slightly before he said, "Someone's here." When Wuxia saw his master suddenly stop moving, he followed suit and surveyed his surroundings. At the same time, he used his cultivation to sense for movements around him. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou silently chanted the incantation for the power of hearing. In a moment, the range of his hearing covered thousands of meters in the royal palace. The sound of every movement of the eunuchs, palace maids, officials, and cultivators entered his ear immediately. Following that, he concentrated on the creaking noises from the roof 300 meters to the back of the preservation hall. After a moment, the noises were 200 meters away. Soon enough, a familiar voice rang in Lu Zhou and Wuxia's ears. "Mr. Seventh, Mr. Seventh, did you take advantage of Senior G's absence to hide a man? I didn't know you swing that way." Lu Zhou called out with the power of speech, "Jiang Aijian." The words rolled out like a clap of thunder toward the back of the preservation hall. All the buildings within 200 meters were instantly destroyed by the sound technique. When the sound wave rolled over Jiang Aijian, he was still holding a blade of grass in his mouth and dragon song in his arms. His eardrums felt as though they were being pierced, and he felt a stinging pain on his cheeks. Boom! Jiang Aijian was sent flying back before he fell to the ground. After a while, he finally sat up after much difficulty. His ears were still ringing, causing him extreme discomfort. Based on the sound technique, it seemed like Wuxia not hiding his lover. There was no doubt the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion had returned. Lu Zhou transmitted his voice. The runic passage between the Red Lotus domain and the Golden Lotus domain has been opened. You should return to Penglai sect. The island is very good. There'll definitely be a lot of fierce beasts. Your cultivation is so weak. You return and reflect on yourself. Jiang Aijian nodded repeatedly and said, Senior Ji is wise. In fact, I came here to bid you farewell. Following that, Lu Zhou no longer paid attention to Jiang Aijian and left the preservation hall with Si Wuya. After Lu Zhou left, Jiang Aijian scratched his head and muttered to himself, He can hear me from so far away. I better go and look for Zhao Hongfu. Nothing's more important than preserving one's life. Moreover, staying in the Red Lotus domain isn't conducive to my cultivation. It did not take long for Lu Zhou and Si Wuya to arrive at the Hall of Runes. After stepping into the runic passage, Lu Zhou turned around and asked, Old Seventh, what's your current cultivation base? An embarrassed expression appeared on Si Wuya's face as he said, I'm sorry for letting you down, Master. I'm still looking for a chance to break through to the 10-leaf stage. Lu Zhou nodded. It's not easy for you to find time to cultivate amidst your busy schedule. Since Si Wuya was with him, he could take advantage of the effects from Eternal Paragon and Mentor. After Si Wuya placed his palm on the ground, the runic passage lit up before a pillar of light shot into the sky. Soon enough, the duo disappeared. 15 minutes later, Lu Zhou and Si Wuya appeared at the entrance of the capital of Great Yuan. Si Wuya said, Master, we've arrived. This is the capital of Great Yuan. Zhao Hongfu is very familiar with this place. Since I handed her the magistrate brush, her ability has more than doubled. Just by relying on her memory, she found the Runic Academy's runic passage and snuck here to make the runic passage ours. Lu Zhou looked at the capital as he said, Pay attention to her loyalty. Understood. The importance of a rune master was obvious. Proportionate to the importance of a rune master, the consequences would be disastrous if they were betrayed by a rune master. It would mean all their runic passages would become someone else's runic passages. After entering the capital, Si Wuya said, Shun she had inquired about Lu Qianshan 2 days ago. He's original, a capable officer and general of Great Yuan. He managed to fend off the foreign tribes and had many outstanding military achievements. However, his achievements were too much for the emperor. In order to weaken his military power, the Black Emperor summoned him back to the capital and demoted him. In less than 500 years, he became a general whom no one cared about. Lu Zhou did not care about anything else but the blue crystals. He asked, The Black Emperor didn't confiscate his blue crystal? Very few people know that he has a blue crystal in his possession. Moreover, he has made great military achievements. Although he's now a shadow of his former self, the Black Emperor wouldn't be able to truly harm him if push comes to shove. According to Xianxia, in order to show his loyalty 500 years ago, Lu Qianshan donated all his family assets to Great Yuan. There was nothing said about a blue crystal. Somehow, Lu Zhou was reminded of the historical figure on Earth, Zhang Liang. He felt there were similarities between the two. At the Lu clan's estate in the capital, Si Wuya stepped forward and said, My master wishes to see General Lu. Please inform him of this. As he spoke, he stuffed a gold ingot into the gatekeeper's hands. For a cultivator like Si Wuya, gold, silver, and money were no longer useful. The gatekeeper's eyes lit up as he said, Please wait for a moment. Soon enough, the gatekeeper returned with an old butler with a big belly. It had to be said that the Lu clan was not ordinary despite losing much of its prestige. Its estate was not like those of ordinary people. It occupied a prime area in the capital. The buildings in the estate were magnificent and huge. Most importantly, there were many steps in the estate. In the capital, the number of steps was a symbol of status. The old butler asked, Who wants to see the master? Si Wuya shook his head. It seemed like there was an extra person to bribe. Unexpectedly, the old butler stood at the entrance and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Si Wuya and Lu Zhou. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He looks familiar. The old butler was a cultivator and one of the top experts in the Lu clan's estate. He had followed Lu Qianshan for many years and had learned to be cautious. He felt the young man in front of him look very familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen the young man before. At this moment, the gatekeeper asked, "Sir, should I send them away?" The old butler waved his hand, dismissing the gatekeeper and the other servants. Then he quickly walked down the steps. When he came to a stop a few meters in front of Lu Zhou, he muttered, "How familiar! Do you know me?" Lu Zhou asked curiously. The old butler scratched his head. For the sake of being cautious, he asked, "May I ask for your name, sir?" "My surname is Lu," Lu Zhou replied. Upon hearing these words, it seemed like a bolt of lightning had hit the old butler. He seemed to have vaguely thought of something before he said, "Please come in. I'll inform my master of your visit." With that, the old butler led the duo into the Lu clan's estate. The corridor alone stretched hundreds of meters long. It was comparable to those in the royal palace. After leading the duo to a hall, the old butler left in a hurry to Lu Qianshan's study. However, when he pushed the door to the study open, he discovered Lu Qianshan was nowhere to be found. Although Lu Qianshan had repeatedly stressed that his study was an important place and outsiders were not allowed to enter without permission, the old butler felt the current situation warrant for the breaking of the rule this one time. He gritted his teeth and entered the study. When he lifted his head, his eyes coincidentally fell on the portrait of a handsome young man with an aloof air about him. He was painted standing with his hands resting on his back, and even through the portrait one could see his bearing was extraordinary. The old butler trembled before he fell limply to the ground. How's this possible? In the spacious and bright hall, Wuxia said thoughtfully, "Master, I suspect there's a trap here." "A trap?" With Lu Qianshan's identity, it goes without saying it's difficult to meet him. Therefore, I've come up with 3 ways to ensure Master will be able to meet him. However, so far I only spent 1 gold ingot to meet him. Something doesn't feel right, Wuxia said. "It doesn't matter. I'm only here to get the blue crystal," Lu Zhou said. "You're right, Master. Petty tricks and schemes are useless in front of you," Wuxia said with a smile. With that, the duo continued to wait. However, after waiting for a long time, the old butler still did not return to the hall. Lu Zhou sat with his back straight and his eyes closed while Wuxia paced back and forth in the hall, waiting for the old butler and Lu Qianshan's arrival. After surveying the hall, Wuxia discovered the pillars in the hall were all red. There were all kinds of distinct engraving on them. Apart from that, the paintings and the calligraphy hung in the hall were all rather exquisite. After a moment, he said with a smile, "Master Lu Qianshan is quite interesting." "What do you mean?" "He's clearly a martial artist, but he decorated this place according to the preference of scholars. The decoration is romantic and sentimental. He uses a lot of plums, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums as motifs in the paintings." Lu Zhou opened his eyes and took a casual glance at the things Wuxia pointed out. He said in an even tone, "They're only mediocre decorations. They're only ordinary mortal objects. It's only natural they can't catch Master's attention," Wuxia said with a bow. The cultivation world did not place much importance on mortal objects. Lu Qianshan's cultivation base was not low. It was indeed strange that he collected these things. Meanwhile, the servants of a wealthy family were rather obedient. Moreover, with the old butler personally leading the duo into the hall, they wisely remained silent. The most they would do was serve tea to the duo as instructed by the old butler before he left. In the study in the Lu clan's estate, the old butler suppressed his excitement and struggled to his feet shakily. Then, he studied the painting in front of him again. This was a portrait that Lu Qianshan deeply cherished. He had served Lu Qianshan for hundreds of years, so he was familiar with Lu Qianshan's habits. He knew whenever Lu Qianshan encountered difficulties, Lu Qianshan would look at this painting. How could the old butler not feel shocked now that it seemed like the person in the painting had come to life? Bang! The doors to study suddenly slammed open. "Old Zhang, how dare you!" The old butler turned around and saw Lu Qianshan walking into the study with his hands on his back, looking at him angrily. He said incoherently as he pointed at the painting. Mas, a master. He. Lu Qianshan said angrily. Didn't I tell you before that no one's allowed to enter my study without permission? Do my words mean nothing now? I know the Lu clan is no longer what it once was. Old Jiang, after being my confidant for so long, are you going to betray me as well? The old butler waved his hand and hastily said, Master, it's not like that. That person in the painting. He's here. He did not know how to address the person in the painting, so he could only use the word, he. After saying this, the old butler let out a long breath. He felt much more comfortable after saying those words. Lu Qianshan did not take the old butler's words seriously. Old Jiang, do you think I'm foolish or old? The old butler had calmed down so he was able to speak coherently now. Master, I'm not lying. That person is waiting in the hall now. It's really strange. Master, after so many years, this is the first time I've entered your study without permission. I needed to confirm my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. I've been with you for such a long time. Don't tell me you don't know my character, Master. He fell to his knees as he spoke. His eyes reddened as well. Lu Qianshan was slightly taken aback. He admitted he had overreacted earlier. He was not in a good mood after encountering a troublesome matter. He planned to return to his study to calm down when he discovered the old butler in the study and lost his temper. The old butler had been with him for so many years. If the old butler wanted to betray him, the old butler would have done so a long time ago. There was no need to wait until now. Finally, he asked, Is it true? Master, why don't you go and have a look? Lu Qianshan nodded as he glanced at the painting on the wall. The master and servant hurried out of the study to the hall. When they arrived outside of the hall, Lu Qianshan came to a halt. He tidied his hair, his long robes, and cleared his throat before he finally entered the hall. At the same time, he tamped down his expectations. After all, it was likely it was just someone who shared the same resemblance, and there was no other meaning. After entering the hall, Lu Qianshan saw two people. One was Si Wuya, and the other person was Lu Zhou, who resembled the person in the painting. He was shocked that he almost lost his footing. The old butler's reflexes were quick as he reached out to support Lu Qianshan. Lu Zhou and Si Wuya looked over and Lu Qianshan. Lu Qianshan was tall, and his body looked strong. He had a valiant air about him, befitting of a general. Lu Qianshan broke the silence first. It's really you? Lu Zhou and Si Wuya were puzzled. Do you know me? Lu Zhou asked. When Lu Zhou spoke, Lu Qianshan trembled and looked as though he was going to burst into tears. He mumbled to himself excitedly, So similar, so similar. Similar to who? It took a while for Lu Qianshan to calm down before he finally greeted the two guests. Sorry. I'm really sorry for losing my composure. After all, Lu Qianshan was an old general who had spent many years on the battlefield. He naturally regained his composure quickly. Moreover, after a brief moment, he still maintained his rationality and did not jump to conclusions. Just because the person in front of him resembled the person in the painting, he would not treat the person in front of him as though he was the person in the painting. Lu Qianshan asked, May I know your names? Lu Zhou replied, My surname is Lu. Despite his calm exterior, Lu Qianshan's heart stirred upon hearing these words. Then, he asked, May I know the purpose of your visit? Lu Zhou bluntly replied, I heard you have a blue crystal in your possession. Lu Qianshan exclaimed in shock, How do you know that? Only a few select people knew Lu Qianshan had a blue crystal. Lu Zhou did not answer Lu Qianshan's question. Instead, he said, The blue crystal is useless to you. Why don't you give it to me? To express my gratitude, I'll compensate you in return. Lu Qianshan looked at the young man in front of him with a complex expression as his heart raced in his chest. Meanwhile, upon seeing the strange expression on Lu Qianshan's face, Lu Zhou asked, Are you unwilling? Lu Qianshan asked, Can I ask 2 questions? Go ahead. Where did both of you come from? What do you want the crystal for? Lu Qianshan asked. If it were not for the fact that Lu Zhou resembled the person in the painting and carried the surname Lu, he would have driven the two guests out as soon as they brought up the blue crystal. Si Wuya replied, I come from the Evil Sky Pavilion. I'm Si Wuya, the seventh disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. This is my teacher. Lu Qianshan was stunned. Both of you are from the Evil Sky Pavilion? Do you have any proof? Lu Zhou and Si Wuya looked at Lu Qianshan silently. Lu Qianshan immediately said, Don't misunderstand. I, Lu Qianshan, have always done things openly and honestly. If it's not the right person, even if they kill me, I won't hand over the blue crystal. If you're really from the Evil Sky Pavilion, I'll naturally hand it over. As you wish. Lu Zhou suddenly pushed his hand out. A blue lotus shot out immediately. Lu Qianshan's eyes burned with enthusiasm when he saw the blue lotus shooting toward him. When he finally realized the blue lotus was aimed at him, he hurriedly lifted his arms to block the blue lotus. Bang! A huge energy seal appeared. Even so, Lu Qianshan's arms trembled from the impact and grew numb. He was pushed back until he hit one of the red pillars in the hall. At this time, he gulped when he recalled the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council and Lan Shiha's defeat. The young man was undoubtedly the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. He had made the mistake of judging a book by its cover. The young appearance should be a disguise. After a moment, Lu Qianshan collected his emotions and endured the pain before he lowered his head and said, Lu Qianshan greets Pavilion Master Lu. Have I met you before? Lu Zhou asked. Lu Qianshan replied, Pavilion Master Lu and I have never met, but Pavilion Master Lu has met my nephew. Your nephew? My nephew's name is Lu Li, Lu Qianshan said. Lu Qianshan continued, Lu Li lost his parents when he was young. He stayed in the Lu clan's estate before he was sent to the land of Shu to cultivate. Later on, he joined the Black Tower Council. Lu Zhou nodded and asked, Did you send Zhao Hongfu from the Runic Academy to me? Lu Qianshan said immediately, No. However, he turned to the old butler and said, Old Jiang, close the doors. No one is allowed to come close or enter. Understood. The old butler left the hall and drove everyone away before he stood guard outside. Then, Lu Qianshan said, After Lu Li went missing, I began to investigate in secret. At first, I thought it was Pavilion Master Lu who killed him. Later, I found out from people in the Black Tower Council that Lu Li's lifestone was still intact. I got in touch with Yan Zhenlua since I knew he had a close relationship with my nephew. I learned from Yan Zhenlua that Pavilion Master Lu had saved Lu Li. Therefore, I sent Zhao Hongfu to you as a gesture of appreciation. Lu Zhou felt very at ease now that he discovered Lu Qianshan was Lu Li's uncle. Everything would be much easier now. It seemed like fate with so many coincidences. At this moment, Lu Qianshan asked, Pavilion Master Lu, can you show me your true appearance? After all, it felt strange for Lu Qianshan to face someone whom he had been worshipping. This is my true appearance, Lu Zhou said. His back was straight and his expression was as calm as always. Lu Qianshan. Si Wuya smiled and said, General Lu, you already know my master's identity. Why bother beating around the bush? Lu Qianshan was taken aback. These words made sense. Lu Zhou noticed Lu Qianshan's awkward expression and asked, Who did you say I look like? Well, Lu Qianshan hesitated. On second thought, if the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion harbored ill intentions, Lu Li would have died a long time ago. What's more, with Lu Zhou's cultivation base, there was no need for him to waste his breath talking if he truly wanted to act. Finally, he turned toward the entrance and said, Old Jiang, bring the painting here. Understood. Soon after, the old butler returned to the hall with the painting. Lu Qianshan took the painting and unrolled it in front of Lu Zhou, holding it in the air. When Lu Zhou and Si Wuya saw the painting, they were both taken aback. Lu Zhou. Si Wuya. It was already a huge coincidence that they resembled each other so much, but they even shared the same surname. Si Wuya, being the rational person he was, had already begun to analyze the situation. Did someone see his master and fake the painting? However, the ink of the painting did not seem fresh. Or, perhaps, this branch of the Lu family came from his master when his master was young. However, that seemed unlikely as well. This was the Black Lotus domain after all. When his master was young, his cultivation base was unlikely to be high enough to survive in the Black Lotus domain. After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a plausible theory. He's the ancestor of the Lu clan. His name is Lu Tiantong, and he's known as Taoist Master Lu, Lu Qianshan replied. Lu Zhou felt this matter was too bizarre as well. It was too difficult to understand. Moreover, the surname of the body he had transmigrated was Ji, not Lu. So what was this situation? At this moment, he recalled the memory crystals that had 26 scripts. What was that so? Si Wuya asked. So my master looks like your ancestor? Lu Qianshan said. Strictly speaking, he's not my ancestor. Tell me. Lu Zhou did not have any important matters to attend to at the moment, and he was curious. Patriarch Lu was born 30,000 years ago when the world was in turmoil and chaotic. He was from an ordinary family but was extraordinarily talented in cultivation. In less than 1,000 years, he shook the world and crushed countless enemies. Cultivators who shared the same ideals with him worked with him to bring the chaos and turmoil to an end, garnering them the worship of the following generations. He was a person who stood at the peak. That's all I know. My ancestors, the children and grandchildren have all worshipped him since a long time ago. In my generation, he was highly revered as well. It was only about 10,000 years ago that the world gradually forgot about his achievements. Some people even covet the things he left behind. For the sake of the future generations' protection, we took on the surname Lu and regard him as our ancestor. As he spoke, he raised his hand in a gesture of reverence. Lu Zhou asked, So you're not real descendants of the Lu clan? Lu Qianshan shook his head and said frankly, He is an old man who cultivated and wandered the world. How could he have useless descendants like me? On the contrary, the Patriarch has blessed and protected us. We need not worry about a roof over our heads, food, or clothing. Silence descended briefly in the hall. After a moment, Lu Qianshan looked at Lu Zhou and said, I was really shocked when I first saw Pavilion Master Lu earlier. To think there's another person who resembled him so much. That's why I lost my composure. It's all right. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, There are all kinds of strange things in this world. 30,000 years ago was a long time. Perhaps it was truly a coincidence. This kind of thing should only be treated as an anecdote. At this time, Si Wuya asked, What do you mean by the protection of the future generation? What are you protecting? Faith, Lu Qianshan replied with his bright eyes. One's life can't be without faith. The faith of the Lu clan is the Patriarch. Just like how ordinary families worship their respective ancestors, not everything has to be about benefits. Faith serves as a kind of spiritual comfort as well when times are tough. As though he realized he had spoken too fervently, Lu Qianshan smiled sheepishly before he said, I apologize for getting carried away. Following that, he waved his hand, indicating to old Jiang to bring the painting back to the study. Lu Zhou said, There's nothing wrong with having faith or worshipping one's ancestors. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, where's the blue crystal? This time, Lu Qianshan did not ask the old butler to retrieve it. Instead, he excused himself and told Lu Zhou to wait for a moment. He went to the back of the mountain and dove to the bottom of a lake to retrieve a specially made brocade box. When he returned to the hall, he was still drenched from the lake water. He did not use primal chi to dry himself to show his sincerity. Upon seeing the brocade box, Lu Zhou nodded slightly. You're very cautious. Where did you find it? 300 years ago, I was lucky enough to encounter it when I was up north, Lu Qianshan said. You participated in the Great Void Expedition? No, I didn't go to the unknown land. I was only outside of it. At that time, cultivators were warring with the fierce beasts, and the casualties were high. My ambitions weren't that high. I only wanted to obtain life hearts. Who knew I'd encounter such a thing? I managed to obtain the blue crystal from a fierce beast. It was later on that I found out the blue crystal was once the soil from where the great void seeds grew. Alas, as time passed, the great void energy in it depleted as well. Currently, there's not much value to it, Lu Qianshan explained. Why didn't you absorb the great void energy in it? Lu Zhou asked. Lu Qianshan laughed and said, in fact, I originally planned to offer it to the Black Emperor, but he shook his head before he said, in any case, it's not easy to absorb the energy in the blue crystal. I thought it was best to seal it. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He opened the box. Clack! A blue crystal lay quietly inside the brocade box. It was crystal clear like the cloudless sky. After he picked the blue crystal up, the quest on the system panel registered a change immediately. Second avatar. Collecting all the blue crystals. 2/9. This time, everything went smoothly. Lu Zhou thought he would have to use force. He had even prepared an advanced enhanced reduction card. To think Lu Qianshan and Lu Li were so closely related as well. After putting the blue crystal away, Lu Zhou asked, are you willing to give this to me? I have no use for it. The Lu clan has lost power. It's not impossible that one day the Lu clan would be seized. I'll give this to Pavilion Master Lu, as a way to repay you for saving Lu Li's life. I've always appreciated tactful people. I won't just take without giving in return. This is my principle. Just leave the matter regarding the Black Emperor to me. Lu Qianshan was overjoyed. He bowed and said, thank you, Pavilion Master Lu. Lu Zhou added, do you know where the other blue crystals are? Lu Qianshan said, there are 6 blue crystals altogether. Lan Shihe has 1. Great Ming's royal family has 1. As for the other 3, we'll have to speak to Xiao Yunhe, the former tower master of the BTC. Lu Zhou cocked an eyebrow, slightly surprised. The remaining 3 blue crystals are in his possession? Lu Zhou felt like he had really underestimated Xiao Yunhe. Even after losing 5 birth charts, Xiao Yunhe still managed to secure 3 blue crystals. He's the only one left whom I could think of. After all, he's one of the few survivors from the Great Void Expedition, Lu Qianshan replied. One should not judge a book by its cover. When Lu Zhou first met Xiao Yunhe, outwardly, Xiao Yunhe was rather ordinary. However, Xiao Yunhe's formerly undamaged 12 birth charts and his hexagonal weapon spoke of his past glory. The problem now was Lu Zhou did not know where Xiao Yunhe had gone. Since the time they parted, he had not heard any news of Xiao Yunhe. Do you know of Xiao Yunhe's current location? Lu Zhou asked. Lu Qianshan shook his head, indicating that he did not know. At this moment, Wuxia said, Tower Master Xiao will return to the Black Tower Council sooner or later. Lu Zhou nodded. Send a message to Zhang Juli and ask him to pay attention to this matter. Wuxia said, Zhang Juli is just a judge. It's likely he's not privy to many matters in the upper tower. Apart from that, the Black Tower Council knows of Master and Tower Master Zhao's good relationship, and they probably wish that isn't the case. I think we can directly approach the 4th Elder of the Black Tower Council, Lu Si, and ask him to pay attention to this matter. Lu Si was unharmed during the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council. He's cunning and a notorious conservative. I think he's the easiest to manipulate. All right, I'll leave this matter to you, Lu Zhou said. Understood. The collective demotion of the Black Tower Council was all thanks to the Supreme Mystic card. Now that Lu Zhou did not have the card, he did not feel safe dealing with the Black Tower Council. It was best to let his 7th disciple use his wits to deal with the Black Tower Council. Lu Zhou looked at the sky outside. Just as Lu Zhou was about to rise to his feet and leave, the old butler suddenly rushed into the hall. Master, someone from the palace is here. Lu Qianshan stood up and said angrily, They're going too far. Lu Zhou had just taken the blue crystal from Lu Qianshan. Most importantly, Lu Qianshan had been extremely cooperative about it. It would be too cruel for him to ignore this matter. Moreover, this was Lu Li's family, and the Lu clan's ancestor, and he shared a resemblance. It was fate. Therefore, he asked, What's going on? Lu Qianshan said angrily, Back in the day, I led an army to the west and fought against the foreign tribes. In those days, I traveled far and wide and subdued many barbarians. Now that the country is peaceful, they want to get rid of me." After a moment of silence, he calmed down and said with a sigh, "It's all my fault that the Liu clan didn't live up to expectations. I can't blame anyone." At this moment, a group of people forced their way into the spacious yard outside the hall. A eunuch's loud voice rang in the air soon after. "General Liu, come out and receive the imperial edict." Liu Qianshan ignored the eunuch. He only placed his hands on his back as he looked outside. On the other hand, the old butler was so anxious that his face grew red. He looked to the left and the right, not knowing what to do. "General Liu, come out and receive the imperial edict." This time, the voice reverberated through the Liu clan's estate after being infused with energy. With this, the guards in the Liu clan's estate rushed over. Following that, the members of the Liu clan arrived one after another as well. When the eunuch saw the elegant and graceful Madame Liu, he said, "Madame Liu, where is General Liu? It's time for him to come out and receive the imperial edict." Liu Qianshan's wife, naturally, did not dare to speak on behalf of her husband. At the same time, the other members of the Liu clan began to persuade Liu Qianshan's wife with troubled and anxious expressions on their faces. "Madame Liu, hurry up and persuade Master to receive the imperial edict. Our Liu clan can't afford to offend the royal family. Refusing to receive the imperial edict is a great crime." The members of the Liu clan knew the clan's status was declining day by day and had already foreseen this situation. However, they did not expect it to come so early. In the end, Madame Liu looked at the women of the Liu clan and said, "All of you, come with me." "Understood." With that, the women from the Liu clan began to make their way to the hall. However, before they could enter the hall, a voice rang from inside. "No one's allowed to enter the hall." Madame Liu and the other women came to a halt immediately. Following that, Liu Qianshan said, "Eunuch Zhang, you can leave the imperial edict behind and take your leave. If I don't witness General Liu personally receiving the imperial edict, I'm afraid I won't be able to explain myself. I hope General Liu won't make things difficult for me," Eunuch Zhang said rather defiantly despite being just a eunuch. After a moment, Liu Qianshan walked out of the hall. When Eunuch Zhang was about to read the imperial edict, he grabbed the imperial edict and said, "There's no need for you to read it. I've already received the imperial edict. You can leave now." Eunuch Zhang did not get angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, "The imperial edict represents the emperor. If it weren't because we have such a good relationship, just this act of yours is enough to sentence you to death." Liu Qianshan said, "Eunuch Zhang, do you think I am scared? Are you fiercer than the barbarians I'd faced? When I roamed the battlefield, you didn't even have the right to speak." Eunuch Zhang said nonchalantly, "General Liu, what's the point of venting your anger on me? Fine, I'll leave. It doesn't matter that I don't read the imperial edict as long as you've received it. Let's go." Then, he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and turned to this troubled place. Although Eunuch Zhang was just a eunuch, he would sometimes use his power to bully those below him. However, no matter how the Liu clan had declined, he still did not dare to bully the Liu clan. It would be the end of him if word spread that he had bullied the Liu clan. At this moment, Liu Zhou's calm voice rang from the hall. "Wait!" Eunuch Zhang was stunned. He was a cultivator as well, so he could tell the voice that was laced with slight energy was directed at him. He spun around instinctively and looked at the hall. He watched as two young men emerged from the hall. The young man on the left walked out with his hands resting on his back, while the young man on the right seemed rather respectful of the person next to him when he walked out. The members of the Liu clan looked at each other in confusion. "Who are these people? I didn't know we have guests. They're both young. Could one of them be a young master of a wealthy family in the capital?" Fortunately, not many of the members of the Liu clan had seen the portrait of their ancestor. Hence, they did not think anything was strange. Liu Qianshan turned around and bowed. "Pavilion Master Liu." Eunuch Zhang was dumbfounded. There was actually a young man in this world who could make Lu Qianshan act so respectfully? He shifted his eyes to Lu Zhou and wondered about Lu Zhou's identity. At this moment, Lu Zhou raised his hand casually. The imperial edict flew out of Lu Qianshan's hand into his hand. He unrolled it to have a look. The words were euphemistic, but the message was simple. To sum it up, Lu Qianshan was being ordered to retire, leave the capital, and return to his hometown. The Lu clan's estate in the capital was to be returned, or more truthfully, confiscated, to the royal family in exchange for a comfortable courtyard in the Annan province. After reading the imperial edict, Lu Zhou casually tossed it into the air and reduced it to ashes with his karmic fire. Eunuch Zhang was shocked. He wondered what kind of background the young man in front of him possessed that he was so bold as to knowingly destroy the imperial edict. For a moment, he wondered if the young man was from the White Lotus domain. Eunuch Zhang, who was by the emperor's side all year round, knew that cultivators could not be judged by their appearances. The stronger they were, the easier it was for them to disguise themselves. For this reason, he did not dare to underestimate the seemingly young man in front of him. Lu Zhou said with a hint of haughtiness that was engraved into his bones, "Return and tell your emperor that this old man had received the imperial edict on Lu Qianshan's behalf." This old man? Eunuch Zhang was slightly stunned. Was the young man a monstrous cultivator like Lan Shiha? Alas, the eunuch next to Eunuch Zhang was not as wise as Eunuch Zhang. He said, "Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You dare to treat the imperial edict in such a manner." Lu Zhou glanced at the eunuch briefly and called out tonelessly, "Lu Qianshan, your orders." Lu Qianshan straightened his back before he faced Lu Zhou. "Slap," Lu Zhou said curtly, true to his style of speaking. "Slap? Slap what?" Lu Qianshan was confused. Perhaps, he was so used to enduring that he had yet to adapt to Lu Zhou's bold style of doing things. However, when he saw the direction of Lu Zhou's gaze, realization dawned on him immediately. Swoosh! Without any more words, Lu Qianshan flashed in front of the eunuch next to Eunuch Zhang and slapped him. Smack! The eunuch was sent flying back. The pain on his cheek was unbearable as he rolled on the ground after landing. Before he could even scream in pain, he had already fainted. Alas, this slap probably cost him half his life. Lu Qianshan was a martial artist, not a civil servant. He had dreamed countless times about beating up the cunning officials. Therefore, he felt rather moved after slapping the eunuch. "Lu Qianshan, you..." Eunuch Zhang did not dare to speak to Lu Zhou. However, he knew Lu Qianshan very well. He directed his words at Lu Qianshan and angrily said, "Lu Qianshan, this is His Majesty's decree. Nothing will change even if you kill all of us. You can't change the result." Lu Qianshan felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of ice water after listening to these words. At this time, Lu Zhou, who was standing on the steps, said, "I can change it." "What?" Lu Zhou said, "Are you returning to the palace?" "Now that I've passed on the imperial edict, I naturally have to return to the palace," Eunuch Zhang said. "All right, let's go together." Lu Qianshan and Eunuch Zhang. They both thought, "What a direct person." Lu Qianshan, "Come with me," Lu Zhou said. Lu Qianshan was stunned. When Lu Zhou saw Lu Qianshan hesitating, he asked, "Are you afraid?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Qianshan said, "Who's afraid? Let's go then." Originally, Lu Zhou only planned to visit Great Yuan's royal palace after he had 7 or 8 birth charts. However, today's incident called for a change of plan. Currently, he already activated 6 birth charts. Coupled with his deadly strike card and the reduction card, even a 12-chart expert would not be a match for him. Apart from that, he still had quite a lot of merit points. Finally, there were not many 12-chart experts around. For all these reasons, he decided to visit Great Yuan's royal palace today. Meanwhile, Lu Qianshan's blood was boiling. His fighting spirit had been reignited. On the contrary, Eunuch Zhang was dumbfounded. He stammered, and not everyone. Not everyone's allowed to meet His Majesty," Lu Qianshan said with a touch of arrogance. Will His Majesty refuse to meet me, General Lu? Yes, yes, yes. Eunuch Zhang was flustered. He was no longer arrogant. He was rather certain Lu Qianshan had lost his mind. It was best not to provoke a madman. He would be done for if Lu Qianshan acted recklessly in a moment of insanity. Lu Qianshan turned around and said to his clan members, "Stay in the estate. No one's to leave without permission." After walking out of the Lu clan's estate, Lu Zhou, Si Wuya, and Lu Qianshan rode in Eunuch Zhang's carriage back to the royal palace. Meanwhile, the members of the Lu clan who had gathered at the entrance of the estate discussed among themselves. One of the concubines asked in a low voice, "Old Jiang, who's that young man?" "It's best not to ask too many questions," Old Jiang said in a low voice. Madame Lu said, "At this time, you're still being so secretive. He's handsome and possesses an extraordinary bearing. It's clear he's not from an ordinary family. Even Master was respectful toward him. Perhaps we can form a marriage alliance with him. Yuer is 28 years old and is compatible with him." Madame Lu's train of thoughts was truly admirable. Even at such a time, she could miss the main point. The old butler wished he could tell these people that the young man was the ancestor of the Lu clan. However, he remembered his master's words and could only say with a bow, "Madame Lu, I'm afraid that's inappropriate." "Why is it inappropriate? Is the young miss of the Lu clan not worthy of him?" The old butler looked troubled. He said in an increasingly soft voice, afraid of angering Madame Lu, "In fact, that's truly the case." He forced himself to say these words. Some things had to be nipped in the bud before they became troubles. Madame Lu was taken aback by those words. After a while, realization seemed to dawn on her. She looked at the carriage that was getting further and further away as she said, "What a pity!" Meanwhile, in a forest in the Red Lotus domain, Yu Shangrong had been testing the height and limits of his avatar for a few days now after sprouting the 11th leaf. He let his avatar grow to 450 feet tall, which was equivalent to the height of the avatar of a 4-chart cultivator. When he increased his avatar's height to 500 feet, he discovered he had the strength of a 5-chart Thousand Realms whirling cultivator. When it grew to 550 feet tall, he found that it was getting difficult to control his avatar. In other words, after sprouting the 11th leaf, his strength was roughly around that of a 4-chart cultivator to a 6-chart cultivator. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with this result. He murmured, "Problems will eventually resolve themselves with time." It did not matter to Yu Shangrong if he had birth charts or not. After all, the powers from the life hearts were deeply engraved in his bones and flowing through his extraordinary 8 meridians. Moreover, he still preferred to rely on his sword to kill people. It was not his style to kill people from afar. All in all, he was very satisfied with his current state. He wondered out loud, "I wonder what will happen if I continue absorbing life hearts? Will I sprout the 12th leaf?" Swoosh! At this moment, Ji Liang landed in the forest. Yu Shangrong smiled. "Old friend, I knew you'd come. What do you think about returning to the royal palace with me?" Ji Liang neighed. "Don't worry about Master. Let's go," Yu Shangrong said as he leaped onto Ji Liang's back. In the indestructible hall of Great Yuan's royal palace. "Your Majesty, General Lu requests an audience," a eunuch said. A middle-aged man dressed in a casual but fine robe was playing with something in his hand at this moment. He was none other than Mu Erdi, Great Yuan's emperor, otherwise known to others as the Black Emperor. Lu Qianshan. Mu Erdi appeared confused. "Hasn't the imperial edict been sent out? Why is looking for me?" Eunuch Zhang's people had informed us that Lu Qianshan openly disobeyed the imperial edict and destroyed the imperial edict, the eunuch said. Mu Erdi grew unnaturally still when he heard these words. After a moment, he slowly turned around and looked at the eunuch who had prostrated himself on the ground. He walked to the dragon throne and took a seat before he said, "Pass down my orders. Punish Lu Qianshan for the crime of disobeying the imperial edict. Due to his meritorious deeds in the past, he won't be sentenced to death. Instead, He will be exiled to the Black Sea and is prohibited from ever returning to the capital. Understood, the eunuch replied before respectfully leaving the hall. At this time, Eunuch Zhang led the way. The royal palace was very vast after all. However, only a few guards, eunuchs, and palace maids could be seen within a few thousand meters. Lu Qianshan said bluntly, "Eunuch Zhang, you're walking abnormally slow today. Are you stalling for time? You're thinking too much. We're already in the royal palace. What's the point of stalling for time?" As soon as Eunuch Zhang finished speaking, four figures arrived from afar in just a blink of an eye. His Majesty has decreed that Lu Qianshan is to be sentenced to death for disobeying the imperial edict and insubordination. It was normal for orders to change after it was passed down from the top. Lu Qianshan said with a frown, "I want to see His Majesty." The four experts swooped down. One of them said, "You're just a condemned criminal now. Please come with us." Before Lu Qianshan could make a move, Lu Zhou raised his left hand to stop Lu Qianshan. Then he pushed his right hand out. To save time, he decided to act instead. Lu Qianshan was about to make a move. To save time, Lu Zhou raised his left arm and placed it in front of him. He raised his right palm. The 9 cuts hand seal. The golden palm seal sent the 4 experts flying in the air. Lu Qianshan was rather calm at this moment. With the help from the pavilion master of the evil SK Pavilion, everything should be fine. After regaining their footing, the 4 experts stood in a row in the air and said, "This is the royal palace. It's not a place where random people can behave as they please. Senior, you've come to the wrong place." Lu Zhou said indifferently, "I'm here to see the Black Emperor." "You want to see His Majesty?" The 4 experts did not ask any other questions and charged toward Lu Zhou again. Lu Zhou shook his head and sighed, "You don't know what's good for you." Lu Zhou thought it would not be difficult to meet the emperor with Lu Qianshan's status. Who knew it would be so troublesome? In the end, he still had to resort to force. He flashed forward before launching a blue palm seal. His speed, boosted by Dizhang's life heart, was so fast that the 4 experts only saw his afterimages. In fact, Lu Zhou had launched 4 separate palm seals. However, due to his speed, it seemed to the others that he only launched a palm seal. Bang! 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 The 4 palm seals landed on the 4 experts respectively, shattering their protective energies and breaking their ribs before sending them flying back. Lu Qianshan and Eunuch Zhang. Si Wuxia, who had gotten used to scenes like this, said, "Since my master dares to enter the royal palace, do you think he'd be afraid of mediocre cultivators?" Mediocre cultivators? Those 4 are expert internal guards. Eunuch Zhang's face was drenched in sweat. He hastily said, Please follow me. His Majesty is waiting for you in the indestructible hall." Lu Zhou ignored the 4 cultivators. He placed his hand on his back and continued following Eunuch Zhang to the indestructible hall. When they were just 100 meters outside of the indestructible hall, everyone suddenly came to a stop. A man dressed in brown armor, wielding a long sword, hovered 10 meters above the ground. His eyes were slightly closed, and his head was lowered. It looked as though he was asleep. Lu Qianshan said, "He's the strongest expert in the royal palace." And say, "Strongest expert?" Lu Zhou looked at the swordsman who was hovering motionlessly in the air. "He's the only expert in the capital who's allowed to carry a sword. Those 4 earlier can't be compared to Insei at all. Even at my peak, I was no match for him," Lu Qianshan said. Lu Zhou asked, "How strong is he at his peak?" "At his peak, his strength should at least be that of a 10-chart expert," Lu Qianshan said. "However, that's not the terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is Insei went from a 1-chart cultivator to a 10-chart expert in less than 300 years. He's known as the most promising cultivator in the Black Lotus domain. Many predicted he'll be able to surpass the Black Tower Council's Xia Zhengrong in another 300 years. Xia Zhengrong was the tower master of the Black Tower Council. Although Lu Zhou beat him up, he could not be considered useless or weak. Even after Lu Zhou used the supreme mystic power to attack Xia Zhengrong with 20 consecutive strikes, Xia Zhengrong only lost one birth chart. With this, one could see how profound his cultivation base was. Not counting the 3,600 Dao inscriptions and his armor, he would need 10 palm strikes with the supreme mystic power to destroy one of Xia Zhengrong's birth charts. Even the Grand Tutor of Great Ming, Gongsun Yuanxian, could not take one palm seal filled with the supreme mystic power even though he and Xia Zhengrong were both 12-chart cultivators. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. To think Lu Qianshan said the so-called strongest expert in Great Yuan's royal palace would surpass Xia Zhengrong in 300 years. Lu Qianshan said, to be able to become a 10-chart expert from a 1-chart expert in 300 years is difficult as it is. However, he had also done a lot of research on the sword path. He even came up with a sword path called the Infinite Sword Path. The Infinite Sword Path? The name sounded intimidating and Lu Zhou thought perhaps Say was really an expert. Nevertheless, he did not think it was worth it to use his item cards on Say. At the same time, Lu Zhou was calculating how to maximize the number of merit points he could earn. He thought he would just use the Deadly Strike card, worst come to worst. Eunuch Zhang said with a smile, he's the only one who mastered the Infinite Sword Path. Warrior and Say's birth charts are very distinct, and none of them overlapped with each other. The most impressive thing is he only has one elementary life heart. The others are all intermediate and advanced life hearts. Birth charts and life hearts are the most important after all. His peers who are 10-chart experts can't compare to him at all. They'll definitely be defeated by his sword. His high-pitched voice rose and fell as he spoke like a performer. As though he was putting on a show, he would point and gesture with his hands once in a while. Eunuch Zhang continued to say, 3 months ago, Warrior Say went to the western grassland and killed the barbarian king there. The barbarian king was an 11-chart expert. He has made great contributions to Great Yuan and is His Majesty's most capable arm. Lu Qianshan nodded and said, he's right. I have fought with the barbarians for many years, but I didn't expect Say to be able to kill the barbarian king. There's no doubt Say is a rare cultivation genius. Eunuch Zhang raised his hand and said in a conspiratorial manner, General Lu, you only know one part of it. The reason Warrior Ance is able to kill 11-chart experts and fight on even ground with 12-chart experts isn't because of the Infinite Sword Path alone. It's because he obtained a life heart from the unknown land. Say's master, the sect master of the Dark Soul sect, participated in the Great Void Expedition and obtained the life heart at that time. His master was seriously injured from the expedition and passed away when he returned. With that, the life heart from the unknown land was given to the disciple he was most proud of, Warrior Say. According to Lu Zhou's established strategy, he would not waste time and would slap Say with his absolute strength to make Say behave. However, now that Eunuch Zhang mentioned the life heart from the unknown land, his interest was piqued. He asked, what life heart was it? Eunuch Zhang said, no one knows. Those who saw him used the power of that life heart had all died. Warrior Say is smart and won't simply provoke 12-chart experts. Therefore, no one could do anything to him. Lu Qianshan scoffed. So that's why he has the courage to challenge Pavilion Master Lu? This? Eunuch Zhang, who was caught up in bragging, regained his senses. Then, he bowed and said, it should be His Majesty's decree. Lu Qianshan glared at Eunuch Zhang before he walked forward. He only walked a few meters when Say suddenly opened his eyes. Primal chi surged like a tsunami. Say flew forward, unmoving like a statue, for about 10 meters. Then, he said in a gentle voice, I'm following His Majesty's orders to behead you. Lu Qianshan, do you have any last words? In Say's eyes, Lu Qianshan was already a dead man. Initially, Emperor Mu Erdi had no intention of killing Lu Qianshan. He did not want Great Yan's royal family to gain the reputation of being ruthless and vicious. However, Lu Qianshan was stubborn and did not consider the dignity of the royal family. Therefore, he decided to sentence Lu Qianshan to death. Lu Qianshan said, I want to see His Majesty. A faint smile appeared on Say's face as he said, since you know who I am, there's no need for us to waste time. I've heard your last words, and I'll convey them to His Majesty when I bring your head to him. You! Whoosh! 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 At this moment, hundreds of energy swords shot out of Insei's swords. They looked incredibly dazzling. Their speed and angle were rather strange as they circled around Lu Qianshan. Lu Qianshan had no choice but to send the annoying as flies energy swords away with a few slaps. However, despite how many times he sent the energy swords away, their number kept increasing like locusts. It had to be said that Insei's control of the energy swords was rather good. Bang! 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 The energy swords suddenly shot at Lu Qianshan as Insei dove. Lu Qianshan flipped a few times to avoid the attack, causing his blood and qi to surge. When he landed on his feet, he staggered a few steps back. His face was ashen. The energy swords that covered the sky earlier had also disappeared. Insei said tonelessly, "As it turns out, General Lu, who used to rule the western region, is just average. Lu Qianshan had an illustrious past. It was rather glorious. However, after enduring the unhappiness for such a long time after being unfairly suppressed, he was easily angered by these words. For this reason, he lost his reason. He stomped his feet like a clumsy bear and rushed out. Crack! 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 The commotion attracted many of the royal palace's experts. When they saw Insei, who was the Black Emperor's close confidant, they did not dare approach and only watched from afar. It would definitely be fun watching Great Yuan's royal palace's strongest expert in action. Meanwhile, Insei suddenly flew back and brandished his long sword. He said, "General Lu's best life heart is from the Black Bear. Its defense is said to be astonishingly rough. Today, I'll use this sword to destroy this ability of yours." At this moment, Lu Zhou was silently observing from the side. He wanted to see Insei's abilities before he decided what to do. If it was not worth it, he would deal with Insei using the supreme mystic power or lower the number of his birth charts. Insei's energy swords formed the 8 trigrams of yin and yang and spun out. His control was flawless. It seemed like it was a speed-type ability. Soon after, the energy swords glowed with a distinct light. Lu Zhou could tell Insei had used the ability of an offense-type life heart, and that Insei's weapon was at the flood grade. Buzz! An astrolabe that shielded Insei completely appeared. Due to shining triangles, it was difficult to see how many birth charts he had activated. The lights grew brighter and brighter. At this moment, Insei suddenly rushed forward with his astrolabe. Lu Qianshan had many experiences in combat, so he was able to react quickly and manifested his astrolabe to block Insei's incoming attack. Boom! The two opponents collided. The ground in front of the indestructible hall cracked. The cracks snaked out for thousands of meters. Lu Qianshan was sent flying by massive force. Although he was not gravely injured, the posture was rather miserable. Insei flashed forward and said with a faint smile on his face, "Farewell." At this moment, Lu Qianshan suddenly felt as though he had lost control of his body. He could feel his body grow heavier and heavier. Apart from that, his primal qi seemed frozen, making it difficult for him to mobilize. What was going on? The countless energy swords that appeared at Insei's back shot out swiftly and fiercely at this moment, looking like a black dragon from afar. Eunuch Zhang had a smile on his face when he saw this. He could not help but nod his head with a satisfied and approving expression on his face. Si Wuya did not expect Lu Qianshan would be so easily beaten up as well. At this moment, when the black dragon was about to land on Lu Qianshan, Lu Zhou finally made his move. Boom! A blue palm seal firmly blocked the path of the black dragon formed by energy swords. The black dragon pushed against the blue palm seal, creating a sizzling noise. Insei finally noticed something was amiss. Buddhist palm seal? Insei rose higher in the sky to have a look. Then he saw the owner of the blue palm seal, a young man who looked dignified, elegant and calm, standing with his right hand pushed outward. The palm seal was as immovable as a mountain, perfectly blocking the black dragon. Insei frowned. "You shouldn't have intervened." Insei waved his hand casually. Just like before, countless energy swords appeared in the air again, forming the second black dragon. At the same time, his black astrolabe surged with the power of his birth charts. Lu Zhou raised his head and said, "Ignorant." Then, he confidently tossed out the advanced enhanced reduction card with his left hand. When it shattered, a golden net shot out. Ans was unmoved. He brandished his sword. Bang! The golden net was still there. And Sei waved his sword again. Bang! Just like before, the golden net was unaffected. And Sei waved his sword again and again, but it was futile. The golden net continued to advance as though it was going to capture Sei. At this moment, Sei finally felt a slight sense of urgency. He hurriedly withdrew the black dragons and retreated at top speed. At this moment, the golden net suddenly increased its speed and shot toward Sei at lightning speed. Bang! Answer's astrolabe appeared instinctively. The golden net suddenly transformed into 5 spots of light and flew into Sei's astrolabe. Ans was shocked and let out an involuntary cry. He could sense something was very wrong with his astrolabe, and he could see a bump on it that was expanding swiftly. It looked like it was going to explode at any time. Swoosh! A crystal-clear life heart flew out of the astrolabe. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the life heart flew into his hand. At the same time, a mysterious energy suddenly surged into 5 triangles on Sei's astrolabe. Just like that, they dimmed as though they had never been activated in the first place. With that, the astrolabe shrank in size as well. The energy in Sei's Dantian Sea of Qi dissipated and returned to the world immediately. At the same time, his cultivation base dropped rapidly. He had fallen from a 10-chart cultivator to a 5-chart cultivator. It was not simple as just having his power halved. In fact, the mysterious power had consumed at least 80% of his strength. Unable to adapt to the sudden change, Sei fell rapidly from the sky. Bang! When Sei landed, he looked at his hands in a daze. He was dumbfounded when he felt the changes in his Dantian Sea of Qi. How's this possible? Let alone Lu Qianshan and the others. Even Si Wuya was baffled. They did not know what happened. Lu Zhou did not pay attention to them. Instead, he looked at the life heart in his hand. Ding! The giant turtle's life heart. Advanced life heart. Ability, gravity control. As expected, it's gravity control. While Lu Zhou was observing Sei and Lu Qianshan's fight earlier, he had found it strange. It looked to him as though Lu Qianshan weighed down by gravity. Lu Zhou nodded. Indeed, this was a rather good life heart. He had profited by exchanging the advanced enhanced reduction card for the life heart. It was a pity that the life heart had already been used once, so he could not give it to his disciple. In any case, he saw it as a positive thing. After all, he urgently needed to increase his lifespan. Meanwhile, the experts gathered near the entrance of the indestructible hall to watch the strongest expert in Great Yuan's royal palace was puzzled. They only saw the 2 black dragons vanishing into thin air before 5 spots of light struck Sei's astrolabe. Just like that, the battle seemed to have ended. They did not even have time to enjoy the show. Buzz! Sei manifested his astrolabe in front of him. He studied the triangles on the birth disk carefully. He stroked the triangles with his fingers and felt the sharp edges and saw the brilliance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No matter how hard Sei searched, he could not find his 6th and other birth charts. He was so engrossed in his search that he failed to notice his astrolabe was still shrinking. It continued to shrink until it was the size of a plate. Sei's fingers trembled as he stroked his astrolabe. No, impossible. How can it be? Sei began to lose his rationality. His emotions began to show themselves. How cruel was it to have one's most prized possession taken away? He turned to glare at Lu Zhou. When he saw the life heart in Lu Zhou's hand, his heart throbbed painfully and violently. With this, all he saw was red. He let anger dictate his actions. He stomped on the ground and charged at Lu Zhou with his astrolabe. Warrior Ants is finally making a move. The cultivators hovering in the distance exclaimed one after another, unaware that something was wrong. Many of them regarded Sei as their idol. Now that Sei was making a move, they felt their blood boil and their fighting spirits surge. Bang! When Insei's astrolabe was near Lu Zhou pushed his hand out. Bang! Insei did not believe his power would suddenly disappear. He mustered up all his strength and pushed forward. Bang! Insei flew back and landed on the ground. As he slid back, he left a long trench on the ground. After he struggled to his feet, he did not give up and charge out again, leaving afterimages in his wake. Bang! 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 Insei attacked in a frenzy. Golden Buddha body. Soon after, Insei began to brandish his floodgrade sword. Lu Zhou brought Unnamed, which was in the form of a shield, out to block Insei's floodgrade sword. Bang! 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 This continued for a long time. When an SE's speed greatly decreased, he took a step back, panting heavily. He looked at the expressionless and unaffected Lu Zhou resentfully. Lu Zhou glanced at Insei and asked, "Are you done?" An SE, Eunuch Zhang, Lu Qianshan, and the experts watching the fight stared at the scene in front of them incredulously. No, I'm not. Return me my birth charts." Insei gritted his teeth as he attacked with his long sword again. He had let his emotions overwhelm him and was unable to think rationally at this moment. Bang! Lu Zhou suddenly waved his sleeve and struck with his palm. Then, he executed a series of moves that perfectly mirrored Insei's fighting style. The only difference was he was much faster than Insei could ever hope to be. Afterimages flashed around Insei. All of a sudden, 5 silhouettes surrounded him and struck with their palms. 5 palm seals landed on him immediately. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 6,000 merit points. After the last palm seal landed, Lu Zhou received 5 of the same notification. Everyone was stunned. The royal palace experts who regarded Insei as their idol were even more stunned. Where were the dazzling moves, intense fight, and the glorious defeat of Insei's opponent? Just like that, the strongest expert of Great Yuan's royal palace had fallen. Silence descended outside of the indestructible hall as Insei lay unmoving on the ground. Lu Zhou did not spare a glance at Insei and turned around to say, "Are you going to lead the way?" Eunuch Zhang finally regained his senses. He discovered his back was drenched in sweat. Why yes. Lu Qianshan gulped before he inhaled deeply. It seemed like he had bet on the right horse. With that, everyone walked toward the indestructible hall. When Lu Qianshan walked past Insei, he looked at Insei and said with a sigh, "You're a genius who went from a 1-chart cultivator to a 10-chart cultivator in 300 years. Now that you went from having 10 birth charts to 0 birth chart, you must be regretting your actions deeply, right?" Insei spat out a mouthful of blood before he grabbed Lu Qianshan's leg, leaving bloody handprints on Lu Qianshan's pants. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who's he?" Lu Qianshan shook his head and sighed. "He's Pavilion Master Lu of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Wuxia quickly adapted to his master's overwhelming power. He asked, "Master, why didn't you kill him?" "He'll suffer more alive than dead," Lu Zhou said. Wuxia nodded. He prided himself on being a genius. Now that he has lost everything, it's more painful than losing his life. Moreover, perhaps we can gain information from him. After all, his master had been to the unknown land. With this reminder, Lu Zhou decided he should have a good talk with the emperor. On the other hand, Eunuch Zhang was so scared that he could not even walk steadily. He was trembling like an old man while the others followed behind him. After a while, out of habit, he came to a halt right outside of the entrance to the indestructible hall. He opened his mouth, getting ready to announce Lu Qianshan's arrival. However, Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and walked into the hall with his hands on his back without waiting for Eunuch Zhang to make an announcement. This isn't appropriate." Eunuch Zhang was so anxious he was about to cry. Wuxia pushed Eunuch Zhang out of the way and said, "Eunuch Zhang, are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? Up until now, you still can't tell who's supposed to show respect to whom." Lu Qianshan nodded in agreement when he heard Wuxia's words. Moreover, now that he had fallen out with the emperor, was there a need to adhere to etiquette? It was useless to care about status right now. When the group entered the hall, they saw Mu Erdi playing with his antiques. When Mu Erdi turned around, he saw Lu Zhou, Lu Qianshan, and eunuch Zhang, who was crying. He frowned and barked, "Lu Qianshan, how dare you?" Lu Qianshan straightened his back and said without kneeling, "Your Majesty, this subordinate has something to say to you. So you still know to address yourself as my subject?" Mu Erdi's voice resounded thunderously in the hall. When his eyes fell on Lu Zhou, he asked, "Who's this?" Lu Qianshan's eyes darted around as he said with a straight face, "Your Majesty, this is the ancestor of our Lu clan." Since Lu Qianshan was planning to cling onto Lu Zhou's powerful thigh, he shamelessly declared Lu Zhou as his ancestor. Even if it was not true, he would make it true. The Lu clan was in the midst of a life-or-death struggle. If they could rely on someone powerful, all their problems would be solved. Moreover, Taoist Master Lu and Pavilion Master Lu looked like they were made from the exact same mold. It was too much to acknowledge Lu Zhou as their ancestor. The descendants would worship the ancestors while the ancestors would protect their descendants. Lu Zhou and Si Wuya frowned. Meanwhile, eunuch Zhang looked at Lu Qianshan with his mouth agape. This joke was too unbelievable. This joke was very exaggerated. Lu Qianshan was Great Yuan's meritorious general. He was a great general who had fought countless battles on the battlefield. However, it was not his efforts alone that made the Lu clan a prominent clan in the capital. It was also thanks to the efforts of the clan's ancestors. Although the clan was on a decline, it did not change the clan's noble origin. Lu Zhou understood that people placed quite a lot of importance on their origins, especially if they were illustrious. He also understood Lu Qianshan was trying to seize the chance to establish a connection with him. Meanwhile, Mu Erdi, the Black Emperor, swept his gaze across everyone before his eyes finally rested on Lu Zhou. He staggered backward a step, clearly shocked. Upon seeing this, eunuch Zhang was shocked and hurriedly went forward to support Mu Erdi. Meanwhile, Si Wuya silently observed the situation. Mu Erdi's reaction did not escape his notice. Mu Erdi, the Black Emperor, pushed eunuch Zhang away. "I'm fine." Then, he looked at Lu Qianshan and said, "General Lu, do you think I'm a fool?" Lu Qianshan said expressionlessly, "Why would you say that, Your Majesty?" At this moment, all of the experts swarmed into the indestructible hall, blocking the entrance. Apart from that, the palace guards had also tightly surrounded the outside of the indestructible hall. Although they knew their opponent's cultivation base was incredibly high, they were forced to act since the emperor was in the indestructible hall. Upon seeing this, Lu Qianshan turned and roared, "Scram!" The sound wave swept out of the hall in just an instant. Lu Qianshan's sound technique caused the experts and guards' eardrums to heart. All of them grew even more nervous. Meanwhile, Mu Erdi studied the calm and unmoved Lu Zhou. After a beat, he waved his hand casually. "All of you leave." The experts obediently left the hall and waited outside instead, ready to act at a moment's notice. As long as the emperor gave the order, they would charge forward even if it meant they would meet their deaths. The hall grew quiet again with the departure of the palace experts. Mu Erdi looked at Lu Qianshan and said, "Ancestor? Even that which Lan Shiha can't leave for more than 10,000 years. You're telling me that not only is your ancestor alive after 30,000 years, but he's even capable of maintaining such a youthful appearance?" Lu Qianshan asked. "Then why was your Majesty so shocked earlier?" Mu Erdi frowned. Si Wuya, who had been observing Mu Erdi, asked Lu Qianshan, "General Lu, did His Majesty see the painting in your study?" Lu Qianshan waved his hand and said, "No. No one has been in that study except for me and old Jiang. Only direct descendants of the Lu clan have seen the painting. Now that my father isn't around, I'm the only one, old Jiang notwithstanding, who has seen the painting. Everyone in the Lu clan knows about our glorious ancestor, but none of them knows what he looked like. Even Lu Li hasn't seen the painting." Following that, he shifted his gaze back to Mu Erdi again and asked, "Therefore, Your Majesty, I'm curious. Why were you so surprised earlier?" Mu Erdi frowned. "How dare you?" Lu Qianshan, you're really bold. You dare to talk to me in such a tone. Then, he turned around and called out loudly, "And say!" There was no reply. It was deathly quiet inside and outside of the hall. Mu Erdi raised his voice and called out again, "And say!" Eunuch Zhang could no longer bear to watch this. He stepped forward and said in a low and trembling voice, "Why, your majesty, W warrior, and say, he's currently incapacitated." Incapacitated. Mu Erdi's frown deepened. Eunuch Zhang inhaled deeply. He thought it was better to break the news now than later. He gestured to Lu Zhou and said, "This is Pavilion Master Lu of the Evil Sky Pavilion." When Lu Zhou's name began to spread, Mu Erdi had regarded Lu Zhou as one of the cultivators who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the Black Lotus domain. All the rumors had one thing in common. The Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was incredibly strong and a highly respected figure. When he looked at Lu Zhou's appearance, his thoughts wandered to Lan Shiha again. Although he had never met Lan Shiha before, he had long heard she was able to maintain her youthful appearance. He, himself, was also a cultivation expert, and his appearance was younger than his age as well, even if it was not too exaggerated. With the resources from Great Yuan, he was able to sit firmly on the throne. Lu Zhou said, "There's no need to mention this. He's just a mere 10-chart cultivator." No need to mention this? Does this mean he's the one who crippled and say? Mu Erdi could tell Lu Zhou's speech and mannerisms were a result of being in a high position for a long time. It was not something that one could learn overnight. Coupled with the other factors, he did not doubt the authenticity of Lu Zhou's identity. He was slightly confused and dumbfounded. His target was the Lu clan in the capital. How did he end up offending the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion? When Mu Erdi regained his senses, he said to Eunuch Zhang, "Why didn't you arrange a seat for Pavilion Master Lu? Get to it immediately." "Yes, yes, yes," Eunuch Zhang replied hastily. He hurriedly ordered the palace maids and eunuchs to prepare a seat. Although Mu Erdi was the emperor, he felt too embarrassed to sit on the dragon throne at this moment. Therefore, he took a seat across from Lu Zhou instead to show his respect. After all, he was aware that the etiquette between a ruler and his subject was not applicable to top cultivators. After Lu Zhou took a seat, Mu Erdi said, "Pavilion Master Lu, I've heard a lot about you." Lu Zhou bluntly said, "Let's cut to the chase. You should know why I'm here." Mu Erdi said, slightly perplexed, "I really don't know." Lu Zhou continued to say without beating around the bust, "I've always been clear in my dealings. I'm not the ancestor of the Lu clan. However, since Lu Qianshan has given me the blue crystal, I won't allow him to die." When Mu Erdi heard the words blue crystal, he was inwardly surprised. Then, he looked at Lu Qianshan meaningfully as he thought to himself, as expected of this cunning old fox, he used the blue crystal to gain the favor of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Outwardly, Mu Erdi said amiably, "Since Pavilion Master Lu has spoken, how can I not do Pavilion Master Lu this small favor? I will spare his life on behalf of Pavilion Master Lu." Lu Zhou remained silent. Upon seeing this, Mu Erdi added, "Apart from that, the Lu clan will maintain their original status, and their treatment will be the same as it was in the past." Finally, Lu Zhou said, "Do as you see fit." With this, Mu Erdi could no longer plot against Lu Qianshan. Instead, he had to ensure Lu Qianshan's safety. If something were to happen to Lu Qianshan, it would only cause trouble for him. After all, the Evil Sky Pavilion had made its intention and stance very clear. Mu Erdi said, "General Lu has served the royal court for a long time and is an important official of Great Yuan. This isn't a big deal. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to speak to me, Pavilion Master Lu." Lu Zhou turned to look at Lu Qianshan and asked, "Are you satisfied with this?" Lu Qianshan bowed at Lu Zhou. "Yes, I'm satisfied. Thank you, Pavilion Master Lu." Then he added as an afterthought, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." Lu Qianshan's gratitude toward Lu Zhou was undoubtedly sincere. However, he had only thanked Mu Erdi perfunctorily. Mu Erdi assumed this was the end of it. However, Lu Zhou asked, "Did you see the painting in Lu Qianshan's study? If so, what's your purpose of going into his study?" Mu Erdi, the Black Emperor, replied honestly, "It's all to locate the blue crystal. After all, is there anyone who doesn't want such a treasure? However, now that it's in Pavilion Master Lu's possession, I can rest assured. You are the ruler of a country, but you couldn't even find one blue crystal after all these years?" Lu Zhou asked curiously. There were 6 blue crystals. 3 were supposedly with Xiao Yunhe, while there were all kinds of rumors about the whereabouts of the other 3. Since Mu Erdi was interested in the blue crystals and had even investigated Lu Qianshan, he should have gained some information even if he did not manage to obtain any blue crystal. Mu Erdi shook his head. "I'm afraid I have no fate with the blue crystals that contained the great void energy." At this time, Si Wuya cupped his fists together and asked, "May I speak?" Mu Erdi was slightly displeased by the sudden interruption when he was speaking to the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, Lu Zhou said, "Speak." Si Wuya said, "Your Majesty, you spent 300 years searching for the blue crystals. It's impossible you didn't gain anything at all. I'm certain your Majesty has at least one blue crystal." Lu Qianshan was a general and a warrior. He was naturally nowhere near as eloquent as Si Wuya. He felt really satisfied and comfortable listening to Si Wuya voice out words he could not speak. After a moment, he could not help but think of how great it would be if Lu Zhou was truly the ancestor of the Lu clan. However, 30,000 years had passed. How could it be possible? Mu Erdi frowned slightly. He glanced at Lu Qianshan briefly before he said helplessly, "I'm the ruler of a country. Why would I lie about this? Moreover, if I have a blue crystal, why would I search for such a long time?" Si Wuya said confidently, "No, I'm certain you have at least one.